This is the Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate what if Hinata stood between Naruto and Sasuke's war. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Beneath the leaves, the village was thriving. From the outside, it might not be immediately apparent because there were still a lot of desolate areas, homeless people, and traumatized families wandering around. However, Konohagakure was undoubtedly expanding for a village that had been practically erased from the map and had only 4 years ago seen its entire population restored. With a sporadic burst of white clouds that were blinding to look at, the sky remained as blue as it always appeared to be over Konoha. Birds floated, hovered, and watched as rebirth took place below them as they were scattered across the skies and carried by the wind. It was not necessarily a bad thing that Konoha was now built into the enormous crater left over from Pain's attack. Still tucked away in the greenest setting of all the hidden villages, Konoha was completely encircled by trees so tall that it was difficult to see the tops of their canopies. Deer, rabbits, and other small animals were running all over Konoha's borders because the livestock had returned in full. Despite all of this hardship, Konoha's ninja force remained one of the strongest of all the hidden villages, and any and all attacks had so far been repelled. The actual construction of Konoha had been and still is a laborious and demanding process that left the village and all of its patrons vulnerable. After emerging from a coma, Lady Tsunade was once again in charge of the village, enforcing her stringent regulations, and managing the country she had come to love as if it were her own child. 4 years after she had led enormous ninja and civilian organizations to rebuild what had once been a great country, the rate of homelessness had decreased somewhat but not completely. Morale had increased and crime had decreased. And in this country of development and rebirth, an increasing number of children were being born and lost institutions were being restored. One such establishment was Ichiraku Ramen, and while he was undoubtedly the most excited of the group, Uzumaki Naruto wasn't the only one who was pleased to see it reopened. Sturdy and tall buildings with easily accessible rooftops and cables and wires strung throughout were layered, especially in the Konoha style that was always praised. The front gates had been reconstructed, and the wall around the village was as tall and ominous as it had ever been. However, the gates themselves were still as open and inviting as they had been prior to the invasion, having been painted a deep shade of evergreen that blended in perfectly with the surrounding vegetation. The academy itself was surrounded by trees that had been given boosted growth by one Tenzo in order to provide plenty of shade and target practice. Trees had been planted throughout the expanding village and were already tall enough to skim over the rooftops. Ninjas, civilians, students, teachers, parents, widows, and those who had lost loved ones were all growing, and Pain was unable to bring them back to life. They all donated their time and skills to the village, cooperating and coming together to rebuild the only place they had ever called home. Buildings were being constructed throughout the village by both men and women, who hammered, nailed, welded, and set beams while working deep underground to create safe bunkers, basements, and underground tunnels, as well as high up until they felt they could reach their fingers through the clouds. Depending on the day, a mix of overly generous and understandably surly people worked at the stalls that were sporadically positioned throughout the land to provide rations of food and water. Unobserved and unsupervised, children ran through the streets, kicking up dirt and causing mischief. Some banded together and were visible marking the sides of the recently appointed buildings, primarily the Hokage Tower and the Academy, at noon on one day. Later that day, they were seen removing the same markings. Even though Shizune was busy tending to a broken and vulnerable leader and Lady Tsunade was busy overseeing the reconstruction of a broken and vulnerable village, adults were still present to watch and reprimand the children who disobeyed. To the relief of many parents and even those without children, the academy had reopened and was already in session. This was because many troublemakers were now being driven off the streets and into an educational environment. The people kept working, building, and living, and as a result, they appeared to get closer, like a huge puzzle piece scattered across the landscape that was finally piecing itself together. Children were educated, missions were taken, and jobs were given. Overall, Konohagakure was a living, breathing thing that didn't appear to rest, sleep, or even consider ceasing to grow. The village itself appeared to work into the night, rising, strengthening, and promising the world that it would return bigger, better, and stronger than it had ever been. This was the case even when the people went to sleep at night, readying their hardened bodies to wake up early and repeat the same arduous but rewarding construction the next day. Despite all of its development and the burgeoning sense of community among its residents, Konoha remained vulnerable. An extremely precarious position. Even with the additional backup forces from Suna provided by the Cage, Konoha had suffered a number of significant blows that, if nothing else, had further retreated them. Other villages had not wasted the chance to kick a horse while it was down. Life had been lost, and morale had suffered as if it were a physical force, as was to be expected from invasions and attacks during a period of weakness. However, Konoha's reputation as one of the most resilient hidden villages wasn't earned by them, and they most definitely wouldn't bow down or give in to the pressure of bullies who preyed on the weak. Particularly now that all of the ninja from one of the most formidable generations to ever inhabit the village concealed in the leaves had at least attained the rank of Junin. Even Uzumaki Naruto had finally gotten his act together, taken the tests, and finished the trials that legally declared him no longer a genin, at the very gentle insistence of a pair of hardened feminine fists attached to a lovely, kind woman with pink hair, as well as the additional innocent taunts of one gray-haired team leader. Naruto was one of the busiest ninja in Konoha, a happily arrogant Junin who was also possibly the strongest ninja in the entire hidden village system. It was uncommon to see the beacon of sapphire and gold in the village, much less sit motionless and engage in routine activities like training, dining out, or simply hanging out with friends. Regular missions detailing him outside the village were given and taken because of his talents, which were essential to maintaining peace with other countries. His teammates hadn't seen hide nor hair from the Kyuubi container in well over a month, and it had been even longer since anyone else in his generation had heard his unique voice. It would be precisely 3 months since she last saw him in 3 days. A voice yelled after her, "Hinata, Sama," but it didn't sound urgent. Her violet hair shifted, and she swiveled to see her cousin approaching her with lavender eyes devoid of pupils. Despite knowing he wouldn't appreciate it, she dipped into a courteous bow and smiled kindly, as she hadn't seen him in weeks. As she elevated herself to her full height, Hyuga Neji's flawless features were marred by a frown, his sallow eyes glaring and his lips twisted. Even though his pale uniform was rumpled and covered in dirt and scuff marks, his deep brunette mane was as neat and flawless as ever. It was obvious that he had been training, probably with Lee. Before he was directly in front of her, still frowning while dipping into a suitable bow, Hyuga Hinata paused to consider how he accomplished that. Even though her face started to reflect his disapproving expression, she kept smiling at him. The cousins had been fighting over this for as long as time, and she knew better than to mention it aloud for fear of starting a heated argument. Because he believed that it was improper for a member of the main family to bow to a member of the branch family, he detested it when she did so. However, Hinata considered it courteous to bow when greeting someone she believed to be superior to her, and Neji was more than capable of doing so. Naturally, their relationship had a rough beginning, with Neji growing up and figuring things out on his own with the support of his teammates and, most importantly, a blonde-haired, clumsy ninja who had the ability to teach Neji something as profound as the unpredictability of fate and how it was all too easy to make your own. That was, of course, after Neji had fought Hinata and broken her wrist, then quickly moved to kill her during a Chunin exam qualification round before being stopped by 4 Junins. Although Hinata knew better than to joke about the encounter because one tall, quiet, and sulky Anbu captain didn't feel the same way and had made it his mission to live up to his past transgressions, she had long since forgiven him and was more than happy to do so. He was unable to forgive himself despite Hinata's repeated assurances that it was sufficient and that she valued his friendship on a blood level. Like a very young sibling welcoming their Aniki, Hinata greeted him with unveiled joy and a smile, saying, "Neji.ni.san." The statement that Hyuga Neji was one of the people Hinata admired the most in the world was not hyperbole, and she was as happy as the sun when she saw how healthy he was. She shifted her grip on the basket of fruits she was carrying and asked, "How was your training?" With a knowing glance, Neji surveyed the merchandise, only shaking his head once in frustration. As the clan's heir, Hinata had a number of personal assistants who handled all of the household duties that she might have otherwise been responsible for. Shopping would undoubtedly be part of that. Additionally, she had a bodyguard named Ko Hyuga who was expected to go with her practically everywhere. Neji would be foolish to believe anything other than that Hinata had also lost KO, since she was now alone in the middle of one of the busiest streets in Konoha's shopping districts. Never one to sit by like a piece of furniture, the obstinate little heiress had a habit of slipping away from her bodyguard whenever she could. He didn't smile, but his eyes had a familiar gleam of amusement that made Hinata shake her head and let out a little laugh. Passable. Lee is currently on his 13th lap around Konoha. She returned, turning her neck to indicate that he should accompany her on their walk, saying, "As always, Lee-san's determination is very admirable." Neji settled into her rhythm effortlessly, remaining silent while she carried on with her grocery shopping. Silently, he reached under the basket's handle and took it from her, fastening it to his left arm so it would not dangle between them. She gave him a knowing glance, but he just looked at her without saying anything. Neji always remained the epitome of civility to her and was a true gentleman. She thought he was treating her like a spoiled child, which occasionally annoyed her. similar to a princess. She then reminded herself that this was simply Neji's personality, overbearing and protective, but still a sweetheart. But to hear it, he would turn paler than sigh. He remained by her side the whole time she was shopping, saying little but not having to. She was kind enough to pay for the things she needed and politely answered inquiries about her life and family. Hinata was easily recognized by her oddly lavender eyes, which contrasted with the popular pale Hyuga white, and, even more telling, by the menacing appearance of a tall brunette named Junin, who never seemed to be far from her. Because Hinata was too timid, introverted, and insecure to notice it, she would never know, but Neji's presence prevented many inquisitive suitors from approaching the heiress, in addition to acting as a buffer against the abuse and mistreatment that occasionally befell her just because she was an heiress. Neji smirked at the thought of the reaction he might receive if he told her that was one of the reasons Hiyashi Sama encouraged him to be around the heiress. She would be stuttering denials and flushed. Neji had a great deal of affection for his cousin and was aware of how protective he had grown toward the young woman. She had developed into a very interesting woman, and he had noticed right away that the curves she made such an effort to cover up with loose clothing only served to pique the interest of men. If he had been a lesser man, he might have perspired at the injustice of it all. Naturally, Hinata would never realize that her attempt to become more invisible would only draw attention to herself. Neji looked over her head and met one of these suitors' inquisitive eyes, which froze in their tracks the moment they saw a pair of steely, unblinking white eyes. The man suddenly decided he had business on the other side of the market after Neji's eyelid twitched once without him changing his stride. Hinata gave him a questioning look, but she didn't seem to understand what had happened, so she only grinned when he looked back at her. As they rapidly approached the Hokage Tower, Neji recalled that he had a mission statement due in less than 30 minutes. Hinata turned to signal him to give her basket, but he did nothing. She had bags dangling from her right arm. She settled her weight on one hip that was generously curved, scowled, and looked up at him. Given that Hinata always seemed to know where he was and what he was doing, he wasn't shocked that she knew that. Neji.ni.san, I can take it from here. Lady Tsunade has a mission for you today, right? He assumed it was her way of keeping an eye on him, much like his way of keeping an eye on her by being able to locate her in the village in a matter of seconds so he could spend time with her. He nodded and reached forward to grab the bags from her other arm, but she scowled at him even more as he shrugged them away. She started to say something else, but he interrupted her with a small movement of his neck. I will see you home, Hinata. Sama. He didn't answer, but he also didn't make another attempt to grab her bags. Neji.ni.san. He was aware that she could occasionally be as unyielding as a mule, but he would never have made it through on a team with Tenten if he were the type of person who gave in to tenacity. With a sigh, Hinata gave in and turned toward the Hyuga estates, idly sweeping her hair off her neck. Her unbound waist-length hair was being blown around in her face and knotted at the ends by the wind, which was getting stronger. Even though he had some unbound hair, it never seemed to knot as easily as Hinata's. He smirked as she struggled to manage her violet mane, her fingers becoming tangled and stuck in a section that made her hiss. Neji discovered that he preferred this aspect of Hinata the most. It was the one in which she was utterly carefree and seemed unaware that anyone was observing her. Hiyashi Sama's face would have swiftly escaped the red stage and rushed on to a color more akin to Hinata's hair if he had been there to witness his heiress fiddling with her hair and muttering to herself like a child. In frustration, she sighed and gave up, blowing air sassily up at her princess-cut bangs after finally entangling the knot only to discover more along the way. She sighed once more and shook her head as she glanced at his smirking face. This was the carefree, laid back, and cute Hinata Hyuga. She didn't seem to realize how childish her ministrations made her appear, and she had no idea what kind of looks people were giving her. Even though she appeared to be a preteen right now, Neji was aware that she would transform from a meowing kitten to a fearless wildcat in an instant, strong, quick, and certain, if someone decided to attack. Even though Rock Lee was an animal when it came to hard work, she put in more effort than nearly everyone he knew. By the time they returned to the Hyuga estates, the sun was high in the sky, indicating that it was about noon and that they had arrived just in time for the lunch that was already prepared, but Neji had other things to do. With its stark, plainly paneled walls and no visibility within the grounds, unless, of course, one's Byakugan was activated, the Hyuga estate appeared as ominous as it was inside. Standing tall and commanding, it featured a single tree in the center of the compound that was visible from all directions. They turned to each other as they came to a halt in front of the front gates, and Neji finally gave her basket of fruits. He was about to reprimand her for going to the market by herself when the gates flew open, and a very agitated Ko glared at them. Hinata. Sama, he exhaled in relief, wiping his forehead to remove an imperceptible sweat trail. It was clear that they all understood exactly what Hinata's personal assistant had said when she said, "I just returned to the estate and found you missing. When I asked Amy.san where you were, do you know what she said?" However, they were smart enough to remain silent while a steaming Ko went on. "She said, wasn't she with you?" Ko sighed and folded his arms across his chest, seemingly realizing that Neji was with her. Hinata frowned. She didn't want to enrage Ko, but she wasn't pleased about getting him into trouble either. He shrugged his muscular shoulders and finally remarked, "At least Neji.san was with you." After thanking Neji for keeping watch over Hinata and waiting for the taller man to nod in agreement, he walked forward and removed the basket and bags from her arms before escorting her into the compound while mentioning a summons. With a worried expression on his face, Ko inquired, "Ah, Neji.san, are you coming in for lunch?" He was a true caregiver, treating Hinata as though she were his own sister, despite the fact that he was not much older than Neji. That's something Neji might like. Instead, he raised a hand to declare his leave and said, "I have been summoned." Already wondering what his mission would be and where he would be sent, he turned to head for the tower. He heard the shuffling of feet behind him and turned to see Hinata peeking past the gate at him, whispering his name, just as he was ready to jump onto the closest roof to guarantee a quicker trail to the Hokage Tower. When he noticed that she blushed a little, he tilted his head in her direction. Neji immediately nodded his head, raised his hand to wave again, and left. "Will you let me know when you leave? I'd like to continue training until you do, if that's okay." She turned back to a frowning Ko and grinned, apologizing for running away, even though they both knew she would do it again. And once more. However, she couldn't let that ruin her mood, especially since she might have another training session with her Ni.san scheduled. She could vividly recall the first sparring session and how battered she'd become as a result, though she wasn't sure how long ago it had begun. Since missions had temporarily taken her team away from her and she had just returned from her own mission, Neji had discovered herself training alone on the training grounds. He quickly attacked her and they started sparring after he asked her why she trained alone, and she gave him the unsatisfactory response that she didn't want to bother anyone. She usually came home with bruises, soreness, and a headache, but she always smiled because Neji was so clearly more skilled than her. Since she was gaining knowledge, Neji was undoubtedly a prodigy, and after witnessing it firsthand, she was even more amazed by his abilities. His abilities were quick, lethal, and, to be honest, terrifying, so it was no surprise that he was appointed Anbu captain. Even though it was painful, sparring with him taught her valuable lessons, and she never left a fight with him empty-handed. He increased her strength, speed, and awareness of her environment. Everyone in the clan knew that Hinata Hyuga had one advantage over Neji, despite the fact that Neji was the strongest, fastest, and most skilled overall: her visual range. Rumor had it that she could see everything from the ninja approaching the front gates to the Hokage pacing in her office from her position in the middle of the village. She was rightfully proud of her range, which no one could match despite outstanding rumors, as she had spent years perfecting it. She had headaches for weeks during the years she had stretched her vision so much that she had to focus on things so small that it was like trying to read fine print without a light source. She had improved at it, though, as with most things that required practice, to the point where it no longer hurt to scan out and spot even the tiniest creatures kilometers away. She had developed into one of the village's most valuable trackers, competing with Abarame Shino and his sensitive bugs, as well as Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, who both had innately remarkable tracking senses. Her team was actually well known for their tracking skills and was frequently selected especially for significant retrieval missions. On the contrary, Hyuga techniques were not specifically designed for long-distance combat. She had to make sure she was ready for the enemy, even though she could see them 9 miles before they reached her. Everything they attempted to do was visible to her up close, but if she was too slow to block their moves, what good was it to watch them? Neji's training was crucial in this situation. He was using cruel spars and merciless taijutsu to train her. She appeared to comprehend his desire to get her to the point where she could easily fit in with his Anbu squad, even though it was not stated. Indeed, it was a lofty goal, but how could she fail if Neji.ni.san believed in her enough to see it through? Hyuga Hinata was worn out, but that's what happens when you work a full shift and then cover someone else's for 2 more hours. She liked how being a medic.nin kept you on your toes and challenged you all the time, but she couldn't recall the last time she'd sat down or even had time to take a deep breath. Not to mention that now that she was proficient in medical jutsu, she would be able to assist her squad even more. Although she was neither Tsunade nor Haruno Sakura, she had never had any trouble working under prodigies because she was accustomed to being overshadowed by them. She had witnessed Yamanaka Ino's interrogation skills, lived with Neji, worked with Sakura all the time, and knew firsthand that each of them possessed unique, extraordinary abilities. It was a given that she would bring up Naruto and all of his strong eccentricities. But because of her incredible chakra manipulation skills and her ability to see and know it, which were largely made possible by her Kekkei Genkai, Hinata was able to save lives and occasionally dazzle Sakura with how fast she picked things up and succeeded. She had a unique talent for sealing techniques, but to be honest, it was nothing to boast about. While she alternated between this gig and the one that allowed Med.Nin to walk around the village providing immediate aid to those suffering from heat exhaustion, dehydration, or construction accidents as they worked to rebuild Konoha, she was just another devoted Med.Nin of Konoha, now primarily dedicated to those who injured themselves on missions or around the border. Being outside in the refreshing breeze of Konoha's seemingly ideal weather was always a plus, even though she didn't really have a preference between the two. This was especially true when the hospital's lingering odors of anesthetic, chakra exhaustion, and the dying were the alternative. A fellow medic jogged up and yelled, "Hinata, room 312, immediately," and motioned for Hinata to follow. Hinata immediately followed her until they reached a room that was already crowded with staff. Without pausing, the nurse at her side informed them of an ambushed Anbu squadron that had been wounded. Hinata briefly feared Neji before entering the room and realizing it wasn't his squadron. Then, she noticed Sakura already in the corner, her hands glowing green and her hair tied up in a tail. She was treating the worst of them, a young man who had a broken jaw, a broken tibia, and a fractured cheekbone after being nearly sliced in two by a blade that was said to be larger than him. Hinata, the patient, arrived at the hospital right away with internal bleeding from a ruptured kidney and two broken arms. She immediately began working on the internal healing, keeping her Byakugan activated to better understand what she was dealing with, as her hands glowed a shade similar to Sakura's own eyes. It was obvious from the bags under her eyes and the levels of her finely tuned chakra that Sakura had committed the same misdemeanor. She could feel the edges of her chakra pulling the pieces together, acting as invisible sutures, but the process was drawn out and exhausting, and she had already spent more time in the hospital than she was officially supposed to have, which would undoubtedly result in a reprimand from their Lady Hokage should Sakura choose to tell her, which she would not. Because Hinata and Sakura were so skilled at controlling their chakras, it was all too easy to spot when they were abusing themselves in the workplace. If their chakras were low enough to be dangerous, it meant they weren't taking care of themselves. The fact that Neji.Ni.San and Naruto.Kun would undoubtedly be reprimanding their respective teammates for their negligence was sufficient punishment. Just getting the internal organ to stop bleeding took hours. She was grateful that her patient was unconscious when she entered the room because she didn't have time to tend to his arms just yet, and any movement of them would have hampered her recovery. If Hinata hadn't thought that the action would leave her unconscious on the tile, she would have laughed when she heard Sakura muttering curses to her patient, albeit under her breath, and threatening to kill him if he didn't simply survive. After many hours and an excessive amount of chakra, Hinata felt the final remnants of her healing chakra return to her as she straightened. With a weary but critical gaze, she examined her patient and was abruptly aware that the room was silent. Had they all disappeared? The room was packed full just a moment ago, wasn't it? The Pinkette's patient was lying motionless under a suit of bandages, the beeping of a heart monitor promising life. But Sakura was also gone when she looked over her shoulder after experiencing a brief dizziness due to her dwindling chakra supply. When Hinata heard something coming from the doorway, she looked up to see Sakura coming. She looked exactly like Hinata, but she still had a tiny smile on her face. After saying, "You did well, Hinata. Your patient has stabilized. I'm going to double check his kidney real quick," she put her hands just above the wound and pressed her face into a focused expression. As she stood there, Hinata swayed, waiting for Sakura to give her the all clear. Sakura grinned at Hinata and straightened up while simultaneously cracking her back. "Well done. I've sent for someone who actually obeyed the one shift.per medic rule to heal Kimchi San's arms, since you and I are dangerously low on chakra. Now I'll be the pot and you can be the kettle. This behavior is unacceptable and dangerous. No more of this, understood?" Sakura sighed and nodded. With a pitying glance back at the team leader, she added, "Hi, Sakura.San. You did well today." The other woman was shaking her head when she turned back to face the Pinkette. She whispered, "Fool," turning her once green eyes back to pale lavender ones. She then sighed, as though the world and all of its troubles had been trying to settle over her, but she refused to let them, turning to face the door with Hinata at her heels. He should have seen the ambush coming, especially since they were in Mist's territory. I don't know what Tsunade Shisho was thinking sending them over there. For the first time all night, the woman in the violet outfit suppressed a yawn as she closed the door softly behind her, feeling her lungs fill with a deep sigh. She bowed her head courteously and wished Sakura a good night after looking at the clock and noticing that her half shift was now officially passed over. Sakura yelled after her, "Eat something before you go to sleep, Hinata." Hinata knew without turning that she would be holding her hands firmly on her hips with a stern look on her face. She raised a hand and exclaimed, "Hi, Sakura-san," without turning. Even slow turns seemed to make her a little lightheaded, and she didn't want to trigger the dizziness to come back. Wishing she had the energy to massage the muscles in her arm, she reached a hand over her body and gently rubbed it up and down. She walked out into the chilly night after finishing her final reports and putting them away, feeling relieved that her lavender jacket protected her from the chill. Neji would occasionally be found waiting outside, leaning against the building as though he should have been there, after her shifts. Worried about her health, he enjoyed walking her home at night and reprimanding her for her negligence all the way back to the compound. She no longer needs to wish for an older brother, if she ever did as a child. Even though she didn't know where, why, or when he was expected to return, she knew he wouldn't be there tonight because he was on a mission with his squad. She only knew that he had to depart the same evening he was assigned the mission, so they hadn't had time for any sparring sessions as she had hoped. She shuffled her feet along the dirt road, carefully covering her mouth with a yawn, wondering what she would eat before bed. She had a training session with Kiba and Shino the following day, so she would need to be refreshed. Kurenai was still occupied with caring for her young daughter, who oddly resembled the woman's deceased lover. In fact, Hinata was more than happy to babysit and even stay over if Kurenai needed some quality time, as she liked to refer to it, and frequently stopped by to play with the child. Hinata chewed on her lip and made the decision to stop by and see Chan shortly after training. She needed to discuss speed consistency with Neji. As 3 shuriken rushed through the space her head had just occupied, she ducked low, taking a deep breath before launching herself forward before Kiba could adjust his position. Her hands were deadly and swift, she could incapacitate him with a single blow. However, Kiba and Shino were the ones who knew her the best, and once she got into her rhythm, her movements were almost recognizable. Just as Shino's bugs swarmed around him, obscuring him like a cloud of smoke, he rolled away from her, avoiding her deadly fingers. Hinata pushed the offending kick away from her before Kiba could attack her from behind. As she did so, she saw Shino spin with the force of the toss, only to bring his foot all the way around to swipe under her feet. The back of her foot slammed down on his head as she jumped into the air and somersaulted. As he struck her with a lethal taijutsu combination of punches and kicks, she stumbled back, crossing her arms in front of her face, thinking that he had thrown up an arm and deflected her kick too easily. It was more difficult to block and deflect because it was a blend she had never seen from him before. Without thinking, Kiba grabbed Shino's next blow and managed to catch his wrist in her slender hands. She cursed behind her, but it sounded too close for comfort. She only needed that. Though he didn't make a sound, his wrist became useless in an instant because the pain from cutting off the chakra centers there was equal to her breaking those bones. Her heart tightened, but she told herself that if she wanted to stay up with her teammates who were getting stronger by the second, this was the way things had to be. She wouldn't be abandoned. She needed to show them that she was capable of keeping up with them and that she was strong. With his hand hanging eerily at his side and his dark glasses flashing in the sunlight, he leapt away. Kiba only required that one moment of distraction to enter the spar, and he took it with a jab into her side that broke skin. As her body folded around the blow, she couldn't help but make a soft sound of pain. However, she quickly used his momentum against him, and in a split second, he too lost the use of one arm. But unlike Shino, she had been close enough to him to shut down an entire arm instead of just a hand. She became as motionless as the tree trunks surrounding them, her hair moving in unison with the canopy's movement in the wind, as a buzzing sound echoed in her ear, which she knew she could only hear because Shino permitted it. Despite what her nose told her, she listened and heard nothing as she focused her chakra just beneath the skin's surface and then suddenly released a tiny blast from every pore. She could tell that the tiny insects that had landed on her skin had been burned away because there was a slight odor of charred extract in the air. Shino should have known better than to underestimate her battle. Ready mind, but she would have to make amends to him later for that one. She glanced over and saw Kiba surrounded by a giant Getsuga. It took her a moment to realize that Akamaru was not with him, so she flattened herself to the ground. As she did, a huge white dog flew overhead, its jowls dripping with saliva. With a ferocious snarl, he turned back to her and charged, then jumped into his own Getsuga. Hinata was already in mid-spin when she executed a flawless 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven and deflected the Getsuga with ease. Akamaru then skillfully converted the unsuccessful move into a quick attack on an undefended Shino. Hinata slowed down from her spin and looked up just in time to witness Shino's clone pop after Akamaru had attacked it, temporarily confusing the large animal. Just as Kiba's fist struck Hinata's cheek, sending her sprawling to the ground, the dog leapt for the real Shino. With her hands still in the defensive position, she pushed herself up and ran a few feet away. She was already spinning in another revolving heaven as Shino and Kiba both threw an arsenal of kunai at her, aiming them at extremely vulnerable areas of her body. She listened as each blade was deflected and she was unharmed. Since they were too close to each other for much else, she pushed off from her spin and dove towards her two fighting teammates without waiting for an opportunity to expose herself. The three of them then started their own vicious sets of taijutsu. Given that her hands were the most dangerous up close, the boys appeared to silently concur and turn against her. She didn't mind. In fact, it was strengthening her defenses by making her continue to attack multiple enemies without being struck by their damning fists. She immediately disabled the entire arm that his already useless hand belonged to after Shino delivered a chop to the top of her shoulder that hurt like hell. However, his downswing put him within reach of her left hand. After spinning to try the same on Kiba, she made the grave error of underestimating Shino's vitality. Her Byakugan eyes widened and her mouth opened around the pain of a fist pounding into her stomach, sending her flying, before she could turn back to him. Her spine felt like it had snapped in two as she rolled and rolled and rolled and crashed into a tree trunk, instantly knocking the wind out of her. Knowing what had happened to her and struggling to breathe were two completely different things, so she tried to catch her breath without panicking. When she eventually took a breath, she looked up to see Akamaru trotting toward her with her tongue lolling out and Shino lifting Kiba off the ground. Kiba appeared to be unharmed despite having a cut across his cheek and bleeding from his leg. Shino appeared completely unharmed, but because he was so heavily covered, it was always difficult to tell. Although she wasn't yet certain if that was the least of his concerns, she was positive she would need to fix that arm of his. Hinata reached up and scratched the tangle of hair on his neck as Akamaru approached and licked her face to express regret for any wrongdoing he may have caused her. Hinata quickly examined herself from the ground she was lying on and estimated that she had multiple bruises, a few cuts, and a broken rib or two. Although there was never really a clear winner or loser, she sighed and acknowledged that she had lost this round. Kiba called out, "Hinata! Sean!" as he and Shino approached her. Although neither of them appeared upset, it was clear that the dog lover preferred his right leg, and Shino was equally aware that his arm was uncomfortable. In fact, quite the opposite. As they approached her side, Kiba asked, "That was a decent spar, nay?" and congratulated him on a masterfully delivered Getsuga while reaching down to pet his enormous dog. When their hands met, Shino waited for Hinata to take hold of his extended hand and lifted her to her feet. With one hand reaching up to grasp the area that afflicted her, she dusted herself off and then hissed at the pain. Kiba examined her with concern and refrained from touching her. "Hey, what's wrong?" "Her ribs," Shino replied, keeping her gaze fixed on her. She nodded her head and gave him a sheepish smile. Even though every breath felt like a blade between her ribs, she smiled and congratulated him, saying, "That was a powerful punch, Shino-kun." With a growl between his long teeth, Kiba pushed angrily at Shino's shoulder as if he had finally understood. "Shino, you idiot! You broke some of her ribs." Without turning to face him, Shino admonished, "Kiba." She nodded her head, her eyes squinting as she grinned, but he grunted without much effort, "Heal it." After all this time, she was thrilled to be able to spar with them again. She usually felt awkward around people, but even when her boys were beating the living daylights out of her, they always made her feel comfortable and at home. Hinata expressed gratitude to her lucky stars every day for being a part of their close-knit team. She recalled how anxious she had been when she had been assigned to them because she had been accustomed to training behind all the other girls, but now she was the only one, and she would also have to spend her entire childhood surrounded by these two boys. Even though many people couldn't tell, she had to admit that having two boys around as a child had greatly boosted her confidence. They showed her the respect and protectiveness she had grown accustomed to from Neji, and she was able to change in front of them, joke with them, and be a part of their lives like a little sister. She questioned whether they even knew she didn't require this kind of defense. When she was already a highly skilled Junin and medic, the clan suffocated her with personal assistants and even a bodyguard, which was a frustrating but reasonable situation from their point of view. She was aware that they did this because she was an heiress, and a weak-looking one at that, but it still stung and fed the weak voice in the back of her mind. Neji and Kiba followed suit, but she was certain that their motivations were far more noble. Even Shino, who was very open about her need to go out and do her own thing and follow her own path, gave off a protective vibe around her. If she was being totally honest, there were times when she felt it was more for their benefit than her own. When she raised her hands to treat her broken ribs and discovered 3 cracked ones, the thought made her smile. That had been one hell of a punch. She would need to be careful not to touch Shino's left hand. Kiba sighed and stretched with his hands bound behind his head, letting out a loud moan as his back realigned with a few cracks. "Ah, well. We should get something to eat." It was Shino's turn to choose the food, so she said, "Hinata?" The three of them had quite different food preferences. Hinata loved zenzai and savored cinnamon rolls, Kiba liked anything meaty or that included beef jerky, and Shino liked salads and any kind of vegetable. When it came to eating, they clearly couldn't agree. Hinata was fine with anything, but Shino wouldn't let her settle, and Kiba frequently felt guilty for always selecting foods that seemed to fill her up so quickly. Eventually, a frustrated Kurenai proposed that they alternate, and ever since then, they had. However, Hinata had discovered the few spots they could all agree upon, one of which was a location she shamefully frequently went to in the hopes of running into a particular person. Hinata looked up through her lashes and posed, "Ichiraku?" in a small, unsure voice, shyly, knowing how they felt about her crush on a particular Kyuubi container. Kiba was surprisingly quick to agree and shrug. After Shino gave a single nod, the decision was made. Hinata pulled them together before they could move, healing Kiba's leg and a hidden cut on Shino's back from a kunai she had thrown at him. When they stretched their arms in apparent relief, she also unblocked their blocked chakra channels and smiled sheepishly. With Kiba's incessant chatter keeping them busy, they finally turned and headed towards Naruto's favorite restaurant once all the healing was complete. Usually, Kiba would let her be, hands shaking and cheeks burning, after she had spent several minutes trying to figure out what she saw in that blonde idiot. Though he never spoke, Shino appeared interested in the discussion, as though he didn't want to appear as foolish as Kiba but was just as eager for an explanation. They all listened as Kiba launched into a thorough account of the previous evening, during which he claimed to have scored some tail. Kiba was a little taller on her right than Shino, who was towering over her on her left, as they began to walk. Ichiraku ramen was packed when they arrived, but Uzumaki Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Although Hinata was a little disappointed, she was also able to unwind a little more because she wouldn't have to worry about him around. Observing her shoulders tense and her body loosen up, Shino looked over her head at a smirking Kiba, who shook his head. Given how packed the place was, they were seated rather quickly. After giving the order, there was a brief pause before Kiba turned to Hinata and said, "So, Kiba-kun?" she asked, not understanding why he was staring at her. She turned to face Shino again and noticed that he was looking at her similarly, but in a different way, which piqued her interest. Since she knew Shino better than anyone but Kiba, she was able to pick out his few facial expressions, even though she knew she wouldn't have been able to tell a difference in him if she had been anyone else. She made a comparison between it and how Sakura and Naruto had read their sulky Uchiha teammate when they were genin. Kiba went on, slurping his drink in a manner she was certain he believed to be smooth but that actually just looked sloppy, bummed that Naruto Baka isn't here. She nearly burst out laughing. Before she felt his knee prod her to respond, she heard Shino sigh behind her, as though he was frustrated by Kiba's lack of tact. In an effort to divert their attention from her slight stutter, she took a delicate sip of her water and explained, I'm sad I don't get to see him, sure. But he's probably off on an important mission, and I know he'd be happy with that. So I'm happy." She was much better now than when she was younger and stammered in every conversation because she was afraid of everyone's expectations and criticism. She had developed the self-assurance to fight back, and she had long since come to the conclusion that if she could do that, she could also fortify herself in social situations on a daily basis. Admitting to herself that she was proud of herself and confident enough to talk about things she had never been sure of had taken even longer than her physical training. Now, it appeared that Uzumaki Naruto was the only person who could cause her to stutter, whether it was simply because he was the subject of the conversation or because he was in front of her. Her teammates quickly realized this and had been harassing her about it for years. Sometimes it was difficult to explain why Naruto made her feel so anxious, even though she knew they were only inquisitive. Mainly because the thoughts that came to mind when she thought of her golden-haired hero made her feel like a crazy person. How embarrassing it would be for them to be aware of her innermost feelings about it. Kiba raised an eyebrow and hummed, huh. He looked at Shino, and the bugman opened his mouth to say something at the same time. Hinata turned to face him, surprised, wondering what he would bring to the discussion. With complete seriousness, he said, "I hope this time they don't burn my ramen." Hinata heard something in Kiba's direction that sounded suspiciously like his head falling onto the counter, and she smiled at him with apparent affection while breathing an unexpected laugh. That was precisely what had happened, she realized when she turned to face him again, and he was staring at Shino with vengeful eyes. Shino only used a flexible straw to take a tiny sip of his lemonade. "Anyways," Kiba said, clearing his throat before resolutely fixing Hinata with his animalistic gaze. She pondered whether he would be more forthcoming because he felt isolated now that Shino was obviously more interested in the status of his food. At that moment, their food arrived before them, and Hinata was more grateful than ever for a diversion in her life. Hinata, just make this easy on us, Kay. What is it you see in that baka? It can't be his looks. When Kiba was curious, he was always forward, but this was a whole new level of forwardness that even he had never experienced. She was suddenly so anxious that she didn't want to eat as she listened to him slurp his ramen and play with her chopsticks, pushing her noodles around listlessly for a moment before putting them down on the table. Even though they had only been there for a short while, they had arrived at a time when few people were dining there, so the restaurant had become empty except for them. Hinata was also happy about that. She muttered, well, unable to look into Shino's glasses or Kiba's eyes for fear of fainting. Her lips trembled with nervousness as she gazed into her bowl of ramen. They split up at the start of a lengthy explanation that would likely reveal a lot of personal information she didn't want her boys to know, but she was prepared to do so if it would calm them. About Naruto. It's just that what about Naruto? A woman's loud, animated voice interrupted, followed shortly after by a person letting out an agonizing sigh. With a flush, Hinata turned to see Yamanaka Ino in her full beauty, closely followed by Nara Shikamaru. As they slid into two open booths next to Shino, Hinata waited for the third member of their team, but it appeared that they were alone for the time being. Kiba, clearly upset that Ino had ruined his hopes of receiving such long-awaited answers, glared at her as though he could kill her right then and there. Despite feeling that her temperature was significantly higher than it should be for her health, Hinata said nothing because she was ashamed that she had been caught speaking Naruto's name. Though even that gesture seemed a bit cold, Shino turned to face the two newcomers and bowed his head. Did he feel the same way Kiba did? To be honest, Hinata let out a mental sigh. Kiba saved the day with a gravelly voice, we were just saying that we haven't seen that moron in a while. Without blinking or altering his expression, Kiba snatched up a tiny handful of his ramen and tossed it around the corner behind him when he heard a whining sound coming from around the corner. The owner gave Kiba a suspicious look, so it was safe to assume he was aware of Akamaru's presence. Around the corner, there were the sounds of something decidedly large eating something decidedly delicious. Ino shook out her long tail of hair and adjusted the part that hung in front of her eye. Well, obviously, she said. Hinata could see Shikamaru dozing on the counter behind her, his arms crossed, without even attempting to cover his snores. With a casual elbow to the side, Ino puffed out her chest and raised her arms to stretch before glaring at Kiba with contempt. He's a village hero, sure, but he's also one of the strongest ninja we've got. Why wouldn't Tsunade use him on the big boy missions? Those always take forever. Plus, Sakura has been put on full hospital duty, and Kakashi Sensei is in the hospital. We'll see how long that actually lasts, which means his team is out of commission for the time being. So of course we haven't seen him. He's off being bigger and badder than all of us, go figure. Kiba said mockingly, you save one village, and shook his head. Ignoring the sudden influx of wines from around the corner, he dipped back into his ramen and began eating with a renewed appetite. Seeing that Ino's turquoise eye narrowed on her, Hinata smiled knowingly and shook her head, too knowing for the violet's good. So, Hina-chan, what have you been up to in Naruto's absence? Forehead tells me you're doing great work at the hospital. Oh, Hinata exclaimed, uncertain of how to react to the praise. She blushed, hoping she didn't look too uncomfortable, and nodding her head once in agreement. I've been well, just training. What about you, Ino-san? I've also heard you're doing well in the hospital, though I haven't seen you. Are you on construction detail? She shrugged, as though she hadn't just unconsciously acknowledged mentally questioning and torturing a number of S-class shinobi underground. I had been, until that damn ambush happened. They managed to bring back a few of the attackers and I've been playing 20 questions with them down in the dungeons for the past week. They're surprisingly resistant. Though she couldn't help but worry about Ino's long-term mental health, Hinata had to respect her confidence. She tapped her temple twice with her middle finger and pointer finger before concluding, but no one can escape this ingrained talent of being a no.it.all. Without even checking to see if Shikamaru was awake to accept it, she used her elbow to slide her food toward him when it arrived in front of her. He hadn't, but as soon as it touched his sleeve, he sat up and yawned into the bowl. He smoothed his spiked ponytail with one hand while snapping his chopsticks with the other. She said, I'm happy you're doing so well, truly, Ino-san. I could never do what you do, with a soft smile that conveyed to the blonde that she was in no way demeaning her behavior. Indeed, she was a great admirer of the courage required to probe deeply into the minds of others in order to uncover the truth. While Hinata was not naive enough to believe that such damage never happened or was ordered to happen, it took a certain type of ninja to do that skillfully without causing irreparable damage. Ino waved a hand in the air as though it were insignificant to be able to retrieve memories from 30 years ago that had been buried beneath mental barriers more powerful than any substance known to man. Unconcerned that she was disturbing Shino's meal, she leaned over him and murmured, "Wanna know what I've heard about Naruto lately?" Hinata stared at her blankly while attempting to force the redness from her face. She gave in slowly to one dip of her chin. With a sardonic grin, Ino sat back and folded her arms across her chest, making her smaller bust appear larger and more noticeable. "I heard from one little birdie that he's been in mist for weeks, infiltrating and getting information. But then another birdie squawked and said that's actually not true, because he was spotted in between a megacure and Earth country. And then a few other birdies told me my sources were shit, because he'd been meeting with Gaara and Suna not 3 days ago." Even though Hinata was positive that neither the owner nor the serving girl had taken his bowl of ramen, Kiba muttered from his corner, suspiciously without it, "If no one knows what the hell they're talking about, how is this in any way useful?" Ino gave him a potentially fatal look as she shook out her ponytail again, constantly conscious of her appearance. Kiba shook himself after appearing to concentrate on how her body moved in time with the motion. Kiba's expectant expression fell, his frown drawing no attention away from his twitching eyelid. "Oh you sweet, sweet simpleton. All those conflicting stories mean that our dear sweet Naruto-kun is actually in none of those places." With his sharp nails digging into the counter, he growled, "Then where the fuck is he?" Even though his nails would undoubtedly pierce his skin, Hinata watched with satisfaction as he released the counter in favor of fisting his hands. "Kiba-kun," she whispered calmingly. She extended her arm, placed one hand over his, and waited for his muscles to relax before returning her hand to her lap. After observing the conversation with disinterest, Ino went on to give her justification. With her arms still folded across her chest, she looked at Estelle, slowly, eating shikamaru and said, "Well obviously those were all rumors spread by people who don't have a clue where he is. They believe them because most of those places are close together, so he could have been anywhere along those lines. But he's not." Hinata glanced at the brilliant ninja a little more now, and he appeared extremely exhausted, almost to the point of exhaustion. Then she connected the dots and understood why Ino had brought him here in the first place, for ramen, which was nearly entirely made of carbohydrates. Kiba yelled, "Well then, smart one, where is he?" as he took a piece of beef jerky out of his pocket and used his teeth to tear it to pieces. When Ino heard a loud keening sound coming from around the corner, Kiba snarled, "Oh fine, here, take it, you bloody thief." Without even glancing to see the large white dog pursuing it, he threw the beef jerky across the street. Shino sighed again, and Hinata heard it. Ino raised her eyebrows and asked, "My guess?" Her delicate, bare shoulders shrugged. "He's here." Shino, Kiba, and Hinata all gave her an odd look at that point. With her heart pounding, Hinata muttered, "H. Here?" Despite the odd looks she was receiving, Ino nodded her head. Incredulous, Kiba questioned, "In Fire Country?" "In the village." Ino shrugged once more. "And how do you figure?" she asked. "Just a feeling." "That's how you know, just a feeling?" Ino nodded and watched as Kiba turned away, seemingly ignoring her, and laughed in her face. He harumphed, resting his chin in the palm of his other hand and clicking his fingernails against the counter. "That's a load of shit." Thinking about the possibilities, Hinata shook her head. Curious to find out if Ino was correct after all, she carefully turned on her Byakugan and started looking around the village. She pushed aside the teasing going on around her as her eyes swept across and through countless homes and estates, extending so far that she could even make out the front gate. You can't know something like that based on a feeling. We're ninja, what the hell do you expect us to act upon in life or death situations? Our skills. Our gut reactions, you moron. Bitch. Mutt. Ino smirked and hissed at her, flashing his teeth. Shino and Shikamaru both let out a sigh at exactly the same moment. Still exploring the areas of the village that she could see, Hinata abruptly stopped, her body becoming rigid in her seat. Hinata whispered, "She's right," concentrating solely on the front gate. "She's what?" "I'm right." Ino immediately stuck her tongue out at a scowling Kiba after not pausing to doubt Hinata's activated Kekkei Genkei. Hinata was too preoccupied to notice Uzumaki Naruto as he strode into the village, looking tidy, secure, and happy, even though she may have uttered the childish words, "I told you so." The sight of him caused her heart to swell, bursting with feelings that made her feel strong but embarrassed. He was carrying a knapsack, and Hinata's gaze became more focused as she realized what he was carrying. Shino turned to face Hinata and examined the veins that rose on her skin before asking, "Where is he?" "Hinata." She worried a little before speaking, tilting her head to the side and biting her lip. "He's just now coming in." With a shocked and odd expression, Ino added, Holy shit. Hinata, can you see the front gates from here? Blushing at the unspoken homage to her visual range, Hinata nodded her head. Shikamaru grunted, which in and of itself seemed to be a compliment. Her tablemates began to voice their concerns about his whereabouts, how he was doing, what kind of mission he had been on, whether any of the rumors were true, and when they would be able to see him. Hinata was just as interested in all those things, but she had more important things to think about. For once, she ignored them and didn't feel bad about it. She cared far more about what her Byakugan eyes were telling her and what that meant for Konoha's future. Why would Naruto have to return with a severed head in his pack after Lady Tsunade sent him on this mission? Apparently saving the village once more. Hinata and the group at Ichiraku had split up shortly after finding Uzumaki Naruto and his luggage, so to speak, and had gone their separate ways to spend the night asleep. Thoughts as heavy as one Akamichi patron weighed on her mind as she made her way back to the Hyuga estate, however, were interrupted by an Anbu ninja who called her to report to the Hokage for a mission. It was past 9 o'clock at night, which surprised Hinata as she raised her knuckles to knock on the door of the Hokage's office. The Hokage's harsh voice yelled, "Enter." Hinata padded in, gave Lady Tsunade a courteous bow, and then tensed up entirely. Hinata was completely preoccupied with the infrequent late night summons and had not activated her Byakugan, so she was unaware of the identities of the other customers in the room. Kakashi Hitaki, Shikaku Nara, and Naruto Uzumaki. Lady Tsunade casually remarked, "Thanks for coming on such short notice, Hinata." She continued to glare at the lone other blonde in the room. Fortunately, it was still covered, but the same knapsack she had seen Naruto bring into the village was perched precariously on the edge of the Hokage's desk. Tsunade blithely hissed, her fists clenching on the chair's arms, before the material snapped off in her grasp. "What the hell were you thinking?" she asked. Unfazed, she tossed the scraps to the corner of the room, where Taunton and an unruffled Shizune moved with ease to pick them up and discard them. The material of Naruto's orange and black jacket stretched to fit his broad shoulders as he shouted back, "I was thinking of protecting everyone." He crossed his slender arms over his equally slender chest. In the dark of the dimly lit room, Hinata felt heat rise into her cheeks and hoped no one could tell. With his hands in his pockets and his one visible eye wrinkled to accommodate a warm smile, Hitaki Kakashi approached her and stood beside her. "Hello Hinata. Chan." His greeting was as calm and cheerful as Shizune's face, but Hinata sensed a stirring in his chakra that betrayed more somber feelings. In need of something firm to grasp, she grasped her own hands in front of her and smiled up at him, dipping her head in a greeting nod. She had spent years training herself to be strong around Naruto, but being this close to him always made her nervous. She looked up curiously at the gray-haired man and asked aloud, "How long have they been arguing?" He cocked his head to the side, which was eerily similar to what the dogs he worked with might do when they were addressed. She nodded her head, wishing she could sigh, "A good 10 minutes. At least." After all, it was inevitable that two explosives would detonate when placed so close to one another. She caught a glimpse of the last person in the room as he rubbed the back of his neck, seemingly to relieve some tension. Related kinks. Kakashi grinned even more when Shikaku rolled his eyes and looked over at him. "You weren't thinking at all, you idiot. Do you even know who this is? Or, more accurately, who this was?" In response, Naruto sheepishly ran his hand through the back of his hair, causing it to stand up in all directions. "No?" he asked. Before gaining the self-control to keep her gaze on Naruto without attempting to gut him, Tsunade took a deep breath and rested her face in one hand. She removed her face from her hand and looked up at Shikaku and Kakashi, who were both ogling the bagged item on her desk as though they were unaware of its contents. Hinata realized then that they most likely were unaware. She was only aware of this because she had sort of cheated with her Byakugan. Even though she didn't know who owned the severed head, she suddenly realized that one of the two men standing next to her might know, and could therefore shed light on its significance. However, it was obvious to her from the Hokage that she already knew who it had belonged to. Waiting for recognition to register, Tsunade waited no longer and whipped the cover off the head with a grand flourish. While Shikaku made an odd humming noise, Kakashi whistled. The head's hair was so pale that it nearly matched the skin tone, and its skin was incredibly pale, almost translucent white. His eyes should have been white, but instead they were black, with a broad white sphere enclosing the area between the iris and pupil instead of pupils. His nose was small and straight, and all of his teeth had sharp, carnivorous tips, just like the teeth of Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame that Naruto remembered. In fact, he appeared somewhat familiar to Naruto, even though the blonde was positive he had never seen him prior to the most recent mission. Naruto appeared to realize that he and Tsunade were not alone when Kakashi blew his whistle. His eyes widened as he glanced over his shoulder and saw Hinata. His eyes shot to the two men at her side, darting back and forth as though they would hold the answer, and he was irritated when they didn't. He huffed and pouted his lip before glaring back at Tsunade. Kakashi scratched a sideburn and joked, "That's not something you see every day." Shikaku let out another sigh. "Well? Who is it, Obaa? Chan? Does the name Hizuka Mangetsu mean anything at all to you, Naruto?" "Who?" Naruto was giggling, his whole demeanor conveying his sense of sheepishness at not knowing. But Hinata didn't know as much as he did about his identity being revealed. The name didn't evoke any familiar feelings, and even the close, up of the face, still froze in a frown, left her with nothing but a blank blank. A hand abruptly curved around her from the left, drawing her away from the vase that had been thrown with chakra behind it straight for now. Dusty and flinching Naruto, before she could dig deeper into her memory and try to recall that name as if she had read it somewhere before. His stomach was crushed by the vase, which smashed through the plaster and sent him flying back into the wall and into the hallway. He received odd looks from the few customers there, as though he was the only one responsible for the wall to the Hokage's office being gone and him being buried beneath some debris in the hallway. One customer even stepped directly over him, which Hinata watched with confused concern. Tsunade yelled, "You little idiot!" Or, Lady Tsunade stood with her hands spread across her desk, supporting her weight as she bared her teeth down at Naruto as he slowly stood up and brushed the plaster and rubble from his clothes. "How many times have I told you, reconnaissance missions do not entail casualties? That's why they're different from normal missions. You go in quietly and you leave quietly. You do not kill anyone that might raise flags, and especially not random rogue ninjas that are prominent enough to be cages because they are back from the dead." Stumbling back through the hole his body had made in the wall, he scowled at Tsunade and didn't appear to be repentant enough to get away from another flying vase if she happened to find one. Ignoring the eyes that were on him at the moment, he even picked his pants from his butt. Hinata winced, expecting the incoming projectile to knock Naruto yards farther than the last one, but surprisingly none did. "I still don't know who that is, Obaa. Chan. You can yell all you want, but if you don't speak it plainly I'm still not gonna understand." Tsunade just shook her head and straightened. She turned away from the room and gestured to Kakashi as she surveyed the dim lights that occasionally dotted the streets as she gazed out her floor.to ceiling windows at the darkened village. With a pause, Kakashi wondered how much Tsunade wanted him to explain. Hizuka Mangetsu was a formidable ninja of Kirigakure's Hizuka clan. He was known to many as the second coming of the demon, and was a member of the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He went on, taking her silence as the prodding it was meant to be. "He died long before your time of unknown causes, but was indeed dead. He has one relative, a Hizuka Suigetsu, who has been seen traveling with a team of rogue nin including Uchiha Sasuke. Now do you understand, Naruto? You've just killed someone who was already dead." It was evident from Naruto's facial expression that he was still unaware of what was happening. However, after finally learning, he kept quiet and instead wore a look of helpless bewilderment. Shikaku was the first to sympathize with him, which allowed him and Kakashi to finally explain to Naruto why they were experiencing such conflicting feelings over his memento. "There's no way you could have run into Hizuka Mangetsu, Naruto. It's impossible." After pointing angrily at the head and saying, "But you just said that was him, right there." Naruto reached up and pulled at one of the longer hairs that framed his face. For a brief moment, Hinata's thoughts drifted off subject as she marveled at the way his calloused, hardened hands twisted through the golden strands. He had everything that she didn't have and was everything that she wasn't. She was the total, dull opposite of him, whether it was his sun-kissed skin, his brilliant hair, or his sapphire eyes, which were so deep that not even the oceans they mirrored could match them. Was it any surprise that everyone was drawn to him and desired to be in his radiant presence given his dark hair, pale complexion, and light eyes? His words were more meaningful when he spoke them than 1,000 of her stutters, and his smile was 1,000. What kind that seemed bright enough to change everyone around him? Did her love for him come as a surprise? How could she not be? He was the epitome of strength. He was confident in everything he did. He lived it, whether it was speaking, fighting, or breathing. He wore them unflinchingly, as if they were a badge of honor, despite the fact that his plight was etched into his cheeks, 6 deep scars that broke the smoothness of his skin. Is it any wonder? She wondered. Kakashi interrupted, crossing his arms over his flak jacket. Covered chest, yes, it should be impossible. By all means you should not have been able to come across Hizuka Mangetsu, Naruto, but as you have so aptly provided us proof that you have, you can imagine how troubled we all are right now. Shikaku added, shifting slightly to balance his weight, Hizuka Mangetsu was dead. As in, dead and buried and gone. But here we have the man's head, and a story from you telling us you're the one to have killed him." Naruto appeared to comprehend, his jaw clenched as he thought about everything that was said and everything that was not. "And we believe you. How can we not? So the question is, what exactly does it mean that this man, who was an up until now has been dead, was alive enough for you to kill him once more?" Hinata was left wondering why she was given this information when all she had intended to do was come and receive a mission. She was not foolish enough to believe that the Hokage would divulge such crucial information to her if it was not intended for her. She remained silent, patiently awaiting what would happen, instead of interrupting to inquire as to whether she was in the right place at the right time. She was duly rewarded for her patience. Lady Tsunade finally folded herself back into her chair, which no longer had handrails, and gazed openly into the lavender, pupilless eyes of the kunoichi in front of her. "So, we need to figure out what we're going to do now. We cannot allow anyone to get a hold of this information. If the other villages found out that the dead were coming back to life, and not just any dead, but those powerful enough to cause some serious trouble, and not just anywhere, but around here." Naruto met and killed Mangetsu-kun on the border of Amikager, far from his home of Kirigakure. Being a member of the Hizuka clan, he was able to be cut and wounded multiple times before reassembling in a very light manner. According to Naruto, the two of them fought for quite a while, with Mangetsu-kun constantly pulling himself back together and seeming undefeatable. In fact, the only reason he didn't reattach his head to his neck was because there was some sort of malfunction, something that made Naruto pause. Kakashi looked at the blonde and nodded as if to encourage him to explain, since he had been there firsthand. "Yeah, well, I wasn't doing much damage the whole time because, like Kakashi-sensei said, he kept pulling himself back together. Kunai would become a part of him or something and he could fish them out of his skin as if he was made of mud. I was getting my ass beat for a while before his attacks became really jerky and uncoordinated. I mean, he was strong, like seriously strong, and then it was like there was a malfunction in his brain or something. It looked like he was having a seizure even as he continued to attack me, so I just used my wind element and sliced his head off, thinking it would slow him down so I could catch a breather and then it would just plop back on. I'd done the same to his arm earlier and it had reattached just fine. But then his head and body weren't moving and I kinda had to wait a few minutes for my chakra to heal me up a bit, but while I was resting this dude in a cloak comes out of nowhere, lands right in front of me, and starts picking up water, boy's body. So of course I jumped up and went to stop him, but the moment I got too close he just disappeared, like straight vanished. With water. Boy's body under his arm. So I grabbed the head, which was disgusting by the way, and put it in my pack. I'm no Nara, but I knew I couldn't just leave it there. Naruto shrugged, crossing his arms over his chest again as he finished his story. And now it's here. And apparently it's a dead guy that's now a dead guy. Though her eyes were wide, Hinata felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even if someone had attacked Naruto with the intention of killing him, she hadn't expected him to just decapitate them. If he was on a reconnaissance mission, he had a better chance of knocking them out and getting away. Tsunade would never have permitted him to go on recon missions if he had known better than to cause trouble. At last, everything was starting to make sense, and she felt at ease. I'm assigning you a reconnaissance mission that will place you along the borders of Amikager. We need to see if this is their doing, since Mangetsu-san here was a problem spawned right from within the walls of Kiri but was almost as far from there as he could possibly get, heading in the direction of Wind Country. Naruto couldn't get a good look at the mysterious cloaked figure that took the rest of Mangetsu-san, but his ability to vanish into thin air is anything but comforting. He'll probably be wanting the rest of his prize, and having come across Naruto, we can be certain he knows the location of the head is in Konoha. But sending you to hunt down a ghost would be pointless, so until he pops up again and we can properly engage him, we'll leave it for another squad to deal with. All I need you to do is scout around, see if anything suspicious pops up, then immediately return. We're in the middle of rebuilding a village, which leaves us extremely vulnerable, and I can't have some of my top shinobi out running around chasing invisible leads. You'll be granted a maximum of 3 weeks to complete this mission, and I'll be expecting occasional reports and any urgent information immediately. Taking in the news stoically, Hinata nodded her head, brushing a wayward strand of violet hair away from her eyes. She briefly forgot she was with the one person who would undoubtedly cause her to become so anxious that she would revert to her stuttering, apprehensive personality. Hinata almost missed the busty Hokage's hesitant and fleeting pause as he asked, "Will I be traveling with my team, Hokage?" "Sama?" "Nearly." The blonde fixed the shorter woman with a hard, intense stare, watching her every move before Hinata opened her mouth to speak. "Because I want the utmost secrecy about this, I've complicated things a bit. I don't want anyone to know you're scouting, and your squad is notorious as an elite tracking unit that any sign of any one of you would tip any nin worth his salt off that you're there for shady reasons. So I've planted a mission within a mission, one that makes sense to have someone as ostentatious as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki along beside you, since he will be your only teammate on this mission. Hinata felt as though she had switched places with the Naruto of just moments before, as she was struck in the stomach by a vase that was thrown hard enough to nearly crash through her. Was her stomach by her feet, or had it disappeared? However, the Hokage persisted, glaring at her to keep her alert and focused, before she could even object, whimper, or faint, whatever her body needed to do to deal with this news. We have a contact in Kusagakure and he'll be expecting a scroll. You two are to deliver the scroll to him in Kusagakure. He'll pay you back in kind with a scroll of his own which is to remain sealed until it is in my hands, then detour back through a megacure. Naruto will take you to where he came across Mangetsu-san, and you will station yourselves there and keep your eyes and ears open for any kind of information. I estimate your stay in a megacure to be about a week. That should be enough time to find suspicious activity if there is any. You'll report directly to me the moment you make contact in Kusagakure, when you make it to a megacure, and when you discover anything immediately concerning this situation. You leave in 3 days. Understood? Without looking at him, unable to actually look at him, Hinata straightened, morphing her complacent posture into the style a subordinate should have before a superior. With a respectful low bow, she said, "Hi, Hokage. Sama." Tsunade turned to him and added, "Naruto. Brat?" He gave her a cheeky smile while massaging the back of his head once more. When he smiled, crow's feet appeared at the sides of his eyes. Naruto complained politely, "Why do we have to wait 3 days? That doesn't make sense," as he glanced at Tsunade, who appeared prepared to tear out his spleen. Retaining what little patience she had left, she muttered, "Preparations." After throwing his head back and looking up at the sky, Naruto rolled it back into its natural anatomical position. "Oba-chan," he moaned, unable to comprehend what was obviously not said. Hinata was sufficiently aware that they would need to write up their mission scroll and transfer all necessary information, notify the contact in Hidden Grass of their arrival, and prepare financially and with their own belongings for their stays at each location. The Hokage's rare display of good manners was quickly eroding, and Naruto, ever the impatient, carefree character, nearly moaned again at the silence his whining evoked. She sang, "Naruto," while still gritting her teeth. "Say, hi, Hokage. Sama, and get the hell out of my building. Hi, Obaa-chan." He turned and grinned directly at Hinata, a gleaming beacon that made her heart race for a moment before a text message sped through the air and sent him crashing through another area of the Hokage's office, with wooden panels and plaster crackling all around. With his famous crinkling grin, Kakashi asked jokingly, "Are we dismissed, Hokage? Sama? I'll be speaking with you in Shikaku later, Kakashi, so don't wander too far. But for now, everyone get the hell out. Shizune. Where's my sake?" She was given 3 days to get ready for a mission that would require her to stay with Uzumaki Naruto. By themselves. Alongside Naruto. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was experiencing a slight mental breakdown. As a kind of therapy to clear her mind of all anxiety, she spent the following day alone on the training grounds trying to master the newest taijutsu combination that Neji had been teaching her. What's more worrying is that she hadn't noticed why she hadn't been paired with him on a mission for such a long time. Since working with Uzumaki Naruto, the ninja who could fit into any team, was unavoidable. She had previously gone on a few missions with him, but she had always been with either her team or his. But now, for a few weeks, it would just be her and him, alone. It was not really working, this whole train.so.u, can't think thing. With Naruto as strong, intelligent, and quick as the eagle she believed him to be, though she would likely be more like a hawk, all she could think about was flying through the trees with him, soaring like eagles with the wind beneath their jackets like wind under wings. The momentum caused her to twist like a corkscrew back up into a standing position, her hands ending in a vicious punch and a stumble. She dipped low, twisting in her crouch to whip one leg out as powerfully as she dared. She hissed in her head, wondering how Neji could have done this so effortlessly, without even stumbling or jerking. She would need to have enough speed to push through several attacks because quick, constant momentum was essential to making it work. However, each time, she either received too much and stumbled through her finish, or she received too little and had to jerk herself forward. Neji was so smooth that he appeared to be a dancer on ice. She felt more like a bull in a china shop after drinking too much. After taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she pushed herself back into the maneuver and cursed when she nearly tripped over her own feet. She was aware that she needed to concentrate if she was to make any progress, but her muscles and mind were agitated, and everything seemed to be working against her. Her jacket clung to her skin as she felt a faint line of sweat running down her back, but she was accustomed to it. In the summer, when the sun was high and powerful in the sky, her uniform was a bit of a hassle for Konoha residents who dared to venture outside under its rays. She was prepared for the cold with her lavender jacket, a regular fishnet training top, and pants that ended just above her ankles. She found herself questioning whether she should occasionally leave her jacket at home, even though it was light and gave her plenty of breathing room. When she tried the exercise again, she was so intent on doing it correctly and making sure that her momentum and speed were precise but controlled that she failed to notice the figure slowly approaching. Appropriately timed and delicately level, her legs spun out. She breathed through the release of her fists and corkscrewed back up, biting her lip as her final punch was delivered flawlessly, her stance sure and stable beneath her. Her hands followed suit, spinning with a newfound sense of purpose. At last, she exulted, feeling as though she could soar. A bright voice exclaimed, "That was awesome!" And Hinata turned abruptly to see Haruno Sakura approaching her. Hinata slipped out of her offensive position and grinned at the approaching Kunoichi, her cheeks flushed slightly from the shame of being discovered. Curious as to why the medic had traveled so far from the hospital, she said, "Hello, Sakura-san." It was obvious that she had either completed her hospital duties or had the day off because she was dressed in her typical ninja attire. Hinata knew from her refreshed disposition that it was the latter. Sakura's eyebrow went up as she asked, "Did you just learn that?" "Hi, Neji.ni.san introduced it to me." As Hinata laughed and acknowledged that it was likely true, the pink-haired woman grinned broadly and said, "It was beautiful, like dancing. I can't imagine ever having the patience to do that in battle, though. I think my tastes are more suited to grisly wreckage than pristine strikes." She raised a hand to tuck the right side of her hair behind her ear and explained, "At the stage I'm at right now, I'd never dare to try it in a real battle. It's too incomplete. It's rough and unfinished. Actually, what you just walked up to was the best I've managed to do so far." Sakura gave a thoughtful nod. She raised a hand and rubbed her pointed jaw, then tapped her finger against it once. Hinata's eyebrows shot up in surprise at her friend's quick observation. "Yeah, I can see that. Are you planning to use it with Juken? I thought I saw your hands fisted, though." "Since I'm just learning it, I've been using fists rather than Juken, but certainly once I can fit it into my normal taijutsu style, I'll switch over to Juken for more efficient damage. Why wouldn't I, right?" Sakura nodded, her eyes suddenly glimmering. "Definitely. Say, Hinata, we haven't sparred for a while. Want to give it a go? You can try it with Juken on me, if you want." Before Hinata could stop herself, her mouth lifted into the faintest semblance of a smile as her lavender eyes widened. She was unable to recall the last time she had been asked to spar. It was energizing and gave her the impression that she was getting better enough to merit attention. She gave a nod, enjoying the rush of adrenaline that shot through her body. Reaching down to her pack and removing her short black gloves, Sakura confessed, "I haven't fought someone with my level of chakra control in, well, ages." Given that she was fighting with Naruto and Kakashi, two formidable fighters who didn't really require the degree of control she or Sakura possessed, Hinata could only believe her. However, she was positive that they would become even more unstoppable if they did. Hinata smiled and stepped back from her new opponent, saying, "It should be interesting." She was excited to test herself against someone who wasn't as familiar with her repertoire of moves as Shino and Kiba, and her heart was thumping behind her ribs, beckoning for this impending battle. With one violet brow up, she explained, "Everything goes?" Sakura grinned at the look Hinata gave them after she nodded her head and cracked her gloved knuckles. She knew how strong Sakura had become, even without her chakra enhanced strength, so she could not afford to be reckless. She was an apprentice to Lady Tsunade herself, a member of Enbu Root, a teammate of Uzumaki Naruto, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata wouldn't dare to undervalue her in this way because she wasn't someone to be taken lightly. However, she questioned whether the pinkette would undervalue her, given that she appeared to be as fragile as a flower and was constantly being attended to and escorted wherever she went. However, she had a gut instinct that Sakura wouldn't do that, especially now that they were closer and their friendship had developed in a way they had never anticipated due to the medicine that bound them together. Because Hinata spent most of her time training, the pink-haired woman was aware of how hard she had been working to get stronger and how little free time she had. Sakura understood. Sakura replied, "Of course." She only paused long enough for Hinata to get a good distance away and shake her hands to get the blood flowing to her fingertips. Without exerting any effort, Hinata activated her Byakugan. It was an instinctive action. She saw as Sakura's chakra channels flexed and moved with her preparations, and everything became more comfortable and clear. With her legs firmly held beneath her for maximum balance, She let her body drop into a defensive position, one hand out in front of her and the other behind her. As one crow soared overhead, squawking and yelling, she inhaled a single breath through her nose and felt the air pass through her. She merely twitched her fingers in Sakura's direction, taunting her as the air changed inside of her and returned through her lips as carbon dioxide. Sakura struck her quickly and forcefully, a blur that ordinary eyes might have missed entirely. Unfortunately, Sakura's opponent's eyes were far more advanced than normal and could see everything, including the moves Sakura would prefer to conceal. They became entangled in a web of avoidance, with Sakura pushing forward and diving deep while Hinata dodged, twisted, and skirted, all in an attempt to deliver a single blow to the fluidly moving Hyuga. Sakura was caught off guard when Hinata flattened her palm and made an awkward push forward while swiping low with one leg. Sakura made a mistake, but she quickly made up for it because the move appeared incredibly rough in comparison to the fluidity of the Hyuga's dance. Like taijutsu. The pink-haired medic pounded her heel straight down into the ground as Hinata attempted to thrust forward and strike the chakra center at the crease of Sakura's pelvis, which was at eye level from her cozy crouch. This early in the game, Hinata was not taking any chances. Before the broken ground could hurt her, she jumped back and away, flipping yards away and landing back in her starting position, calm and collected. In the aftermath of such destruction, Sakura typically had the advantage of being able to hide, often emerging directly from underground to pound into meaty flesh. But any attempt to hide was futile because she was up against a Hyuga. Hinata moved the bare inch she had to evade Sakura's upward thrust, waiting for her to explode through the earth. Sakura took 3 lightning-fast jabs to her left arm, shutting down chakra center after chakra center before she had a chance to block or defend herself. Hinata was about to attack again when she noticed Sakura wasn't avoiding her for any reason. She had just enough time to realize that her wrist would be broken and that she would need to heal it while avoiding Sakura's grasp. She felt Sakura grab her incoming arm, as she had known she would, and break the bones there in one motion, giving her a second to decide which way she wanted to somersault. Sakura had just enough time to break free from the pinkette's hold and jump clear over her head, landing firmly on one foot before projecting herself in a back flip away, when Hinata's left hand swiftly flew in and closed off the chakra centers surrounding her offending hand. She sent loose a couple shuriken while upside down in the air, already healing herself, and ended up holding a kunai. She then bounded again when her body straightened, making sure she was never a sitting target. She saw Sakura push forward and effortlessly dodge the approaching shuriken, coming straight at her with her own kunai in her dominant hand. Hinata finally stopped to stop the attacking pinkette after reaching to her own pack and grabbing another kunai, making sure each hand held one. Claiming to want a free hand to try to hit Sakura with chakra-laden fingertips, Hinata quickly threw one of her kunai straight up into the air as their kunai clashed and a crazy tangle of limbs appeared once more. Now that they were evenly armed, Sakura simply pressed forward more forcefully and more quickly than before, seemingly oblivious to or unconcerned about the errant kunai. The violet took a purposeful cut to the arm and vanished in a cloud of smoke after a few more exchanges of blows during which Hinata took several cuts from Sakura's kunai while the latter appeared unaffected by Hinata's. A log now stood where a human girl had once been. But the kunai had been successfully manipulated by Hinata's clone, and the real Hinata, who was now standing behind Sakura, raised her hand to activate the seal she had affixed to the sky-born kunai while observing it without turning to face it as it slowly descended back towards the earth. Sakura was facing her again in a second, but she stopped when she heard the explosion in the air. She looked up to see Senbon speeding toward her. Because they were too close and approaching too quickly for her to jump away from, she instinctively raised her arms as though to deflect some of them. She was too preoccupied with the incoming needles to notice how precisely Hinata had wrapped a wire around the arm holding her kunai, but as soon as she attempted to raise her arm, she hissed instead, feeling the cut of a wire as it dug into her skin there. Knowing that Sakura could deflect the needles with one hand, Hinata waited for her to do so before launching another attack. When they were fighting kunai to kunai, she had been able to wrap the wire around Sakura's wrist several times and even around her waist a couple of times. Now, that was mostly to her benefit because Sakura was struggling to move without sensing the wire's slow attempt to cut her in two. As the pinkette snarled and became defensive, Hinata's hands looked everywhere for a chance to hit Sakura. It was difficult to tell if their panting was due to excitement, exhaustion, or both. When they finally clashed again, Sakura swung her foot through Hinata's and pulled her to the ground. She moved so quickly that it was impossible to avoid landing on top of the violet. The dust they'd kicked up cleared enough to indicate that the match was over, and there was a loud combination of sounds from Hinata's back hitting the ground and Sakura's body landing heavily on top of her. Hinata was panting on her back, the kunai point penetrating Sakura's side just enough to pierce the skin. She was obviously in a position where Sakura's kidney would be destroyed if she just thrust upward. But as Sakura lay on top of her, legs straddling the Violet's hips, one hand was around Hinata's throat, and the other, holding her own kunai, was poised over Hinata's thundering carotid artery, reaching in to extract a drop of blood. Before Hinata's lips gradually lifted and brightened like a sunrise over her filthy, bloodied face, they lay there for a long time, panting into each other's faces. Sakura laughed as she took the weapon from her friend's neck and pushed herself off, rolling over beside her and back in the dirt as a responsive smile lifted her own lips. They laughed together for so long and so hard that their sides hurt, not caring that anyone who might have seen them would have assumed they were crazy. Sakura let out an exuberant, "Wow," sounding thrill. Hinata nodded, completely in agreement with the unspoken euphoria that followed a suitably fantastic, perilous spar. Sakura then casually said, "That was better than sex." Hinata blushed from head to toe and covered her face with her sleeve's elbow. They lay there for a long time, either with their eyes closed or simply grinning up at the sky, waiting for their racing hearts to settle back into a regular rhythm. When Hinata finally succeeded in sitting up, she reached over and uncoiled the wire that was wrapped around Sakura's right arm. When the violet-haired woman had to untangle the coil from around her waist, the pinkette let her go, hissing when the wire had to be taken off her skin and yelling a curse when she had to sit up. Sakura waited for the other woman to coil the wire all the way up and put it back in her pack before she spoke, giving her a playful glare. The bloodstains didn't seem to bother her. Hinata looked sheepishly back at her friend, blushing in response to the pinkette's accusation and statement. "When did you even put that on the kunai to get it wrapped around me? I swear I didn't even know it was on there until the damn Senbon storm, which, by the way, fuck you. I had no idea the Hyuga heiress played so dirty." Her explanation was straightforward. "I have quick hands," she shrugged. She rolled her sore neck, which was caused by a punch so strong that it twisted her neck too quickly for the muscles there to adjust, and pointedly ignored Sakura's sarcastic "I hadn't noticed." Sakura appeared perplexed, her brows knitted into a frown and her teeth descending to nibble on a full lower lip. It was all during the kunai component. "Sakura-san. Didn't you question my movements and the strange directions I was striking in?" she asked. While continuing to bite her lip, she confessed, "I was a little surprised you weren't aiming for my soft spots." The woman with the lavender eyes nodded, waiting for her companion to prick with understanding. After she explained, "I secured the wire then wound you up." Sakura finally understood, and it washed over her like a bucket of ice water. "You witch!" she oohed and whispered, then shook her head, angry that she had been so easily tricked. Hinata nodded and flushed once more. "Damn. No matter how many times I fight you I always underestimate you, and I don't mean to. Honestly, I don't. But when you threw that kunai up into the air, I knew it'd have an explosive on it, but the Senbon storm took me completely by surprise. I don't know why I didn't realize, how I didn't see it coming." Hinata grinned and recalled how she had responded to the onslaught of incoming Senbon from Tenten's exploding kunai. "Tenten-san taught me that one." Sakura was already shaking her head before Hinata finished, her face now entirely serious. "But it's understandable. I'm coddled and self-conscious, so it makes me seem weak. You're not the first friend I've had underestimate me, and you won't be the last. I never thought you were weak. Quite frankly, I don't think you're coddled, either. I think your clan bugs you a bunch and are uptight assholes that need to give you some space, but I feel like that's even more of a burden on you than it is a help sometimes. If there's anyone in the village who is liable to have a mental breakdown, it'd be you." Hinata hesitated, wishing she could laugh. "Thank you." Sakura quickly cleared the air by scratching the back of her head in a manner that was strikingly similar to Naruto's, as if she realized what she had said and what she meant hadn't really come across well. Knowing that she had learned that gesture from being around Naruto all the time, Hinata smiled even more as she admired the pinkette with the affection that years of conflict, protectiveness, and hard-won trust had wrought between them. "Well, you know what I mean. You have all this pressure on you and it's been like that since you were born, and I know a lot of people take that for granted. A lot of people just see you and your assistants and co and they think, spoiled princess. But I know it's hard for you because we're close enough for me to have seen the other side, ya know. I know how caged you are and how much pressure is always put on your shoulders, and it's like, no one ever sees that. They don't see how scary it is for you to even think about disappointing your clan, let alone your father. And how scary it is for you as the heir, as the older sister, to try to keep the clan's grimy mitts away from your sister. I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of people underestimate you, Hinata, because they don't take the time to understand you. And I'd be a bald-faced liar if I said I didn't used to be that way, before I really knew what you were about. People are lazy and brains are even lazier, We both know that. If they're not invested in you as a person, but just see the Hyuga heiress, then they're gonna accept whatever comes easiest to their brains, which is usually that you're a spoiled princess. It takes time and effort to realize that you're in a really shitty position with a lot of shitty side effects. At her closest female friend, Hinata sat stunned, wide-eyed, and in awe. No one had ever been so aware of her predicament, much less decided to speak out about it. Particularly someone who was not a member of a clan and lacked the first-hand knowledge necessary to comprehend how corrupt and dark clans frequently were. Hinata then understood that for Sakura to have reached those conclusions, she truly needed to have paid attention to her life and to herself as a person. She was insecure enough to be shocked to learn that Sakura genuinely cared about her, despite the fact that they were friends, and it was a concession that Hinata cared for Sakura. This is the best evidence there could be, if there was ever a need for it. She wanted to cry, but she steadfastly refused to do so. She had moved on from that. Sakura, she muttered, her voice trembling a little from the emotion she was unable to control. With her legs crossed over each other and her shoulders protruding forward, the stunning pink-haired Kunoichi was resting back on her arms. Hinata turned to face her and grinned, her eyes shining with the affection that only the closest of friends could share. "Thank you." She shrugged, as though her words hadn't just broken Hinata in a fresh and beautiful way, making her want to cry and embrace the pinkette. "You don't have to thank me, Baka. I just thought, that you should know that there are people out there who understand what you're going through. Well, as much as we can without actually ever experiencing the dreaded clan." Sakura's statement to the latter might have seemed like poison on her tongue, something repulsive, heinous, and awful. Hinata felt warm. She was grinning and her eyes were glazing over as she said, "Kami, help me if I ever get involved with a clan. I'd tear them and their stupid rules apart with my pinky fingers. They'd hate me so much." With her, Hinata could only picture Sakura tearing through buildings in a pure white kimono with silver-lined sakura blossoms adorning the hem, demanding that the clan give her some breathing room. Hinata smiled at the thought as well, and soon they were laughing once more, just two women unwinding after a long struggle and enjoying the beauty of their youth and independence. They sat in silence for a long time, long enough for the sun to change positions in the sky and for the temperature to start slowly dropping. They observed how the village in front of them changed and shimmered, and how the residents, who seemed as small as ants from a distance, went about their daily lives. Sakura's voice broke the silence once more as Hinata sat hunched over her crossed legs, her jaw in her hands, elbows resting on each thigh. "So have you planned for your mission yet?" was asked innocuously enough, but the violet questioned whether she should have anticipated this line of inquiry given that the pink-haired firestorm was teammates with the very person Hinata was traveling with, as well as how aware Sakura and seemingly everyone their age were of Hinata's crush. She gave her friend a shy smile and, as a small diversion, leaned a finger to stroke her smooth cheek. "I have not. I planned to today, of course, but before I knew it I was here training." Distraction. They both knew it to be true, so it wasn't a question, since it was more comfortable than her previous position and gave her a better view of her long-haired friend's face. Sakura leaned forward and perfectly mirrored Hinata's posture. Hinata said, "Yes. To be honest, Sakura-san, I'm not sure what to do. I've never been on a mission with just Naruto-kun." Sakura flipped her short hair and joked, "It's easy. Just bring him a lot of food and make him a lot of food." Hinata grinned at her, praising her self-assurance, particularly with regard to Naruto. "Easy for you to say, Sakura-san. You don't clam up and act like an idiot every time he's even in the same room as you. I used to, with Sasuke-kun. Hell, if he was right here I'd probably still do it. Boys have an annoying habit of doing that to us girls, don't they? How dare they be appealing?" Sakura grumbled, biting her lip once more. The gesture was telling, and Hinata could tell that Sakura was taking the topic very seriously despite her jokes. She asked hesitantly, not wanting to offend Sakura but sincere in her curiosity, "Do you still love him?" Sasuke-kun, that is. These kinds of things, which were highly personal and prone to evoking strong emotions, were frequently discussed between them in their relationship without fear of condemnation or fear. Hinata might have laughed at someone at the academy who predicted that she and a certain feisty pink-haired Kunoichi would become best friends in the future. However, at the time, it felt wrong to think of disclosing secrets and private details about herself in this way to anyone besides Sakura. Sakura turned to face her, any teasing or laughter completely erased from her face. Despite knowing that Hinata would take it to the grave, Hinata was aware that the pinkhead was still cautious with her information and was afraid to share it for fear of it leaking. After graduating from the academy, she experienced a few mishaps where information she needed to keep private was improperly shared, causing irreversible harm. Even in front of Haruno Sakura, her best friend and one of the most reserved and reliable individuals in the entire village, the effects were still evident. She finally said, "I don't," and her high cheekbones flushed slightly. What caught her attention right away was the blush, which was more revealing than Sakura might have wanted to know. Hinata was certain that she was being totally honest, but the blush indicated a present-day fondness for someone who was clearly not the topic of their conversation. Hinata couldn't help but smile because she was so proud of her friend for conquering a challenge she had been facing for years. The challenge of a girl vowing to love a boy forever only to discover as a woman that the man she had committed to was different. Hinata would even claim that she was unworthy of her affection. Sakura was an amazing person who was always strong, calm and reserved when she knew she had to be, a leader when she needed to be, and kind when she could afford to be. Although some would argue that perhaps Uchiha Sasuke's leave was what sparked Sakura's journey to become such a remarkable woman, he had left a weak young girl behind and had no idea what treasure he was leaving behind. That would be hard for Hinata to believe. Sakura may have been abandoned by Sasuke, but she was left to fend for herself after he left. The strength Sakura possessed today could not be attributed to any one person, not even Naruto, who had remained by her side for all those years. Sakura was the only one who could take ownership of her current identity. With her eyes demanding that Sakura reveal her new love interest, Hinata shot her a knowing glance. Sakura merely chuckled while giving her a suspicious look and shaking her head. She blushed even more and avoided saying, "I thought we were talking about you and Naruto." Hinata scowled, attempting to change her expression to the one Akamaru frequently made when he realized she had purchased beef jerky and was still carrying it. When Sakura saw it, her eye twitched, and she appeared ready to object before letting out a deep sigh and lowering her head to rest on her legs. She looked up at the heiress, vaguely, and moaned into her legs when the puppy-dog expression persisted. "I'm not at liberty to say exactly who just yet, but he's definitely older." As soon as the tables were reversed, Hinata mimicked Sakura's movements and lowered her face onto her legs, but she remembered the moan. "Nope, no, Hinata. I can't say right now. We were talking about you and your inability to keep your cool around the idiot." She had given Sakura a pass for the time being, but that didn't mean she would start judging every shinobi who was older than them more harshly going forward, even though she knew that would undoubtedly fail. Whoever was in possession of Haruno Sakura's affections at the moment, were they really that committed? Hinata pondered whether they merely admired her, would have to face up to certain demands that one solitary little Hyuga heiress would shamelessly make of him. Despite her shyness and lack of confidence, if someone was holding her best friend's heart, he had better be able to be honest and meet the expectations Hinata knew Sakura deserved. Such as challenge, honesty, and loyalty. Sakura was an intelligent woman who required continual mental stimulation to lead a happy life. Given that she had to concentrate on one unstoppable force on her left and another completely uncontainable force on her right, the previous Hokage must have kept this in mind when choosing her genin squad. Because Sakura was cheerful, modern, and ambitious, she required that stimulation, that ongoing challenge that frequently resulted in fatigue. Hinata, her best friend, had no intention of allowing her to settle for a loser who might harm her once more. After a moment, she groaned and glanced at Sakura in the same manner that the pinkette had gazed at her. "What do I do?" she asked. For the next few hours, Sakura gave Hyuga Hinata the best coaching she could in the art of acting normal around someone you wouldn't know how to act around otherwise. Hinata could never have imagined how helpful and sound Sakura's advice had been. She had realized after hearing her friend's words that she really needed to give her mind a rest if she was going to complete this mission without experiencing any breakdowns or a constant stream of anxiety. She was unable to continue worrying about the future or even to put pressure on herself to master the new taijutsu that Neji had demonstrated to her. In order to truly calm down and calm her jittery nerves, she needed to put her mind to rest for at least a little while. She accomplished this by painting and gardening. Even though she found that gardening helped her relax the most, it also kept her mind active, concentrated, and ultimately anything but calm. Primarily because she needed to ensure that everything was exact because she used her gardening skills to obtain herbs and medicinal brews for various forms of healing. Naturally, not all of her gardening expertise was focused on medicine. She maintained a full garden both inside the Hyuga compound and in the same spot where she frequently painted. The public was unaware of her pastimes, particularly her paintings. In fact, she would make sure that no one else knew about it if she had the option. But when your whole family could see through walls and even far away, that was a little challenging. Her hobby felt personal to her, even though she knew they probably wouldn't mind. It was exclusively hers. Additionally, she would be concerned that someone in another area of the compound might be observing her if she attempted to paint while sitting on the veranda. For that reason, she had started carrying her supplies to the summit of the Hokage monument, hiding her paints, brushes, and even her easel in the center of an indistinguishable tree. Any member of her family could see everything if they came up here, so it didn't really matter where she decided to hide everything. But she was sure they wouldn't. Located at the rear of the village, the monument was so high up that it was uncommon to see anyone else there. Furthermore, it didn't seem like her family was interested in the paintings she was doing. Her father had no qualms about expressing his opinion that the pastime was pointless and a waste of time. Frequently. Since Hinata was one of the few people who knew about Hanabi's own unique pastime, which she kept secret from the clan and her friends, flower arranging, Hanabi found it funny but never made fun of her older sister. Given that her father believed Hinata's gardening hobby was ridiculous despite seeing its potential medical benefits, it was not surprising that the tough and stoic little brunette would want to keep it a secret. What would he think about his youngest daughter learning how to arrange flowers to look their best from a blonde mega gossip without any input into her strengths? Though she could understand why he had it, Hinata detested the critical attitude that Hiyashi frequently displayed around them. It was easy enough to get Hanabi's assistance whenever Hinata wanted to expand her gardens, though, because she wasn't going to allow him and the clan to ruin her little sister's only pastime besides fighting. Though she never named a favorite color, the young brunette preferred the delphiniums and was well versed in the various flower types and their meanings. Hydrangeas were Hinata's favorite flowers. Naturally, those two flower varieties dominated every garden she started, though Hanabi frequently brought home a few more from the Yamanaka's store. She found herself arranging her paint supplies next to her easel today while gazing out over Konoha's reconstruction while the wind tousled her hair. The tail end of the breeze was cold and left chills in its wake, so she was relieved to be wearing her jacket now. Before she started blending colors, she stretched her arms above her head and let an image fill the void in her empty thoughts. It always happened this way for her. She would clear her head and allow the wind to carry her thoughts away before a faint, unstructured image would emerge, begging her to describe it and make it come to life. She would paint trees and forests of deep greens and earthy browns, or perhaps skies of aquamarine dotted with clouds of stark white, depending on how the scenery up there affected her most of the time. At times, she simply drew birds of all shapes, sizes, and types, from harsh blacks and steely grays to golden maroon creatures that appeared to be engulfed in flames. Everything hinged on her heart, her day, and her mood. She would paint whatever was conjured up for her by that beating organ. Additionally, it summoned Uzumaki Naruto most of the time. With someone as multifaceted and complex as Naruto, it didn't matter where she began, so she had painted him so many times and in so many ways that she no longer struggled to know where to begin. She could start with the honeyed tan of his skin, the bright horizon orange of his jacket's body, the stark lines of his scars, or the golden color of his wild hair. His eyes were the only thing she ever struggled with. They were so deep and expressive that she could never really capture them. She was never able to make the blue sufficiently bright or deep. It was never precisely the same open, amiable make in terms of color and shape. She found it extremely frustrating that after spending so much time observing him, she was still unable to paint him accurately, and she struggled with each painting she created of him, wanting to destroy it, tear it, or even burn it. Could eyes so blazing yet as cool and blue as the ocean's distant waves possibly be captured? She didn't give a damn, even though she was aware of how ridiculous it sounded and how obsessed people would think she was. When you had a strong desire for something, you wanted it to permeate every aspect of your life, including everything you see and every breath you take. She found solace in painting. Where no other thing could, it calmed her. She could then use the image of the person who made her the most anxious in the world to be creative, develop a talent, and, for once, stop feeling anxious. She didn't know what to do with the numerous sketches and incomplete pieces she had of just his face or profile. They were annoying. Even in the dark of sleep, they were grabbing at her and demanding to be finished. However, the eyes simply weren't correct. They weren't, so she couldn't go back and fix them, but she also couldn't get rid of them. Thus, they stayed above the village, nestled into different tree cores, and rolled inside each other. Some were creased, some were immaculate, the majority were filthy, and some even had blood on them from the time she foolishly decided to relax right away after a mission. She was still hurt, too exhausted to heal herself, and too exhausted to do anything but lose herself in the paint. She was powerless to stop herself. She enjoyed painting him. What artist wouldn't want to use what he had to offer? He was a rainbow amidst grays and blacks and whites. A little bit of everything. With Naruto, every grin could be tinted a different hue, and every facial expression revealed new, unspoken lines that would transform him into an entirely different artwork. Just the detail of the crow's feet next to his eyes was enough to take her out of reality for hours as she worked to paint them in a way that would properly capture his beaming eyes. She found herself beginning with his jaw this morning. She used her brush to trace the hard, squared object, and she thought she might feel it under her silky fingertips. Her hands were smooth and steady, of course, and she used them to control the brush as though it were an extension of her hand. She was ambidextrous in this art. Although she preferred to use her right hand, she was just as good at painting with her left as she was with her dominant right. Both hands were equally confident and steady, never really stopping or jerking because they were afraid of damaging the artwork. When she did this, she only had herself to impress, so errors in the work were acceptable. Coming up so early in the mornings that the first light Konoha saw touched her pages, she made sure to never leave the possibility of being caught, even by Neji. She was far too careful for anyone to notice her absence from the compound. She really was by herself. She then painted, navigating the nooks and crannies that comprised the person she loved and respected. As softly as a baby in her arms, as steady as a stream, her brush caressed his features like eyelashes on skin. Occasionally, she would come up here and gaze at the blank page in front of her, discovering that she was unable to see skin, hair, clothing, or smiles. Rather, she observed the complex network of vivid, nearly neon hues that comprised Naruto's chakra's operational system. She tried to view it from another person's point of view, even though the final product always looked flawless in her eyes because she had seen it so many times with her Byakugan eyes that she could draw it from memory. After painting them a couple of times, she understood that people would likely be disconnected from what they saw, which was different from what she understood about chakra. She never dared to let anyone see those pieces, so she tucked them away with all the rest of her creations. However, Naruto's chakra signature was by no means the only one she painted. In fact, his had come in second to Neji's. She had then, of course, tried to take over Naruto's inner workings, followed by Sakura, Kiba, Shino, Hanabi, Tsunade, Kakashi, Tenten, and, now that she had given it some serious thought, Uchiha Sasuke, the only member of her generation she still had. The others were already nestled in the hollows of multiple trees, each on its own sheet of paper, secluded and unopened since the day she finished them. She cocked her head, completing the remainder of Naruto's face now and beginning to work on his hair and forehead protector. How would she obtain the chakra signature of Sasuke? Even from a distance, she had not yet seen him while on a mission. She remembered the appearance of his chakra network when he was 12, but that wasn't acceptable, so she squinted a little without realizing it. While some of her group were still 19, everyone else was already 20. Sasuke's chakra would be a completely different storm inside of him, but she could probably accurately depict him based on her memories of his younger self. After all, his was the type of chakra signature that was difficult to forget. Unconcerned that she might step on it by accident, she tore the painting from her easel and let it fall to the ground next to her, leaving it as a profile shot of a mischievous looking Naruto. She was annoyed, as they were always. She made deliberate movements, blending hues that were more vivid than the previous one, remembering how Sasuke's chakra signature had been more vivid than nearly everyone else's. She recalled thinking of a storm when she looked at it, and that was how it had felt to be close to him. As if you were in the center of a storm and any mistake could send you into its fury. She pondered whether Sasuke would still feel like a storm or if he had darkened to a shuddering molasses of shadows as she added more white to the blue she had already brightened for Naruto. Reaching out, she started painting his chakra network, pausing for a few seconds to remember his 12-year-old self and the way his signature had changed inside him. She took longer than anticipated to finish it, but after taking a step back and looking at it, she couldn't help but smile. This was the boy who had taken Naruto's friendship and squandered it, who had stolen Sakura's heart and broken it. Even more impressive than her own Ni-San. This prodigy of her generation was also more stoic and reticent. However, this picture she had taken was not the monstrous creature she had heard him refer to. Sasuke, who had saved Sakura in the Forest of Death and had taken Naruto in when no one else had, was 12 years old. This boy was engaged in a futile struggle. This idea was sufficient to confirm what Hinata already knew, that she had to support Naruto at all costs in order to realize his aspirations and objectives. And bringing Uchiha Sasuke back was one of those objectives. Just the day before, Sakura had essentially stated the same thing. Hinata needed to be herself in order to feel at ease with Naruto. Because if that were the case, she would already be attempting to assist Naruto on his course if she only needed to be herself. She simply did what she knew how to do, what she was proud to do. She would be there without asking if he needed someone to stand behind him. No matter what, always. With a longing sigh, she began packing her belongings, extending her aching muscles as she bent down to gather her paintings and roll them all together. Almost invariably, her lengthy reflections lasted long enough for her work to dry sufficiently to be rolled together without suffering any damage. Now that the sun had fully risen and was in full view, she had to hurry back to the compound to avoid being reported missing because she could see the first signs of movement in a select few houses. After hiding her tools in one tree and her artwork in another, she ran unhindered to the monument's side and bounded down the mountain's layers until she reached firm Konoha ground. She moved quickly through the empty streets, glad to be by herself so no one would hear about her early morning exploits. Since her sister's window was the closest to the monument and one of the few windows facing it, she had to sneak through it when she eventually returned to the compound. Unlike all the others, it was also always curiously unlocked. She moved from her planned path through the room to hers on the opposite side of the hall to lean down and brush a strand of Hanabi's hair away from her face, tucking it behind a small ear. As she slipped through, silent as a shadow, Hanabi grunted in her sleep, which Hinata immediately understood to mean, "Just in time." With another low grunt, Hanabi reached up to swat her hand away. Just as quickly as she had entered, and not a second too soon, Hinata grinned down at her and walked away. She threw away her clothes and pushed the heap into a corner out of sight, then settled down on her futon, nestled beneath the covers and feeling the heavy sagging of her eyelids. She had stayed up at her private spot longer than she had anticipated, so sleep was not in her future. It was almost time for Hinata to get up, so one of her personal assistants quietly entered the room, cleaned, and bustled around with just the right amount of noise. Hinata knew without opening her eyes that someone had discovered where she was hiding when she shuffled to the corner of the room. She heard the woman murmur, "What the?" before she sighed and moved to the opposite side of the room, moving objects around until the heiress was illuminated. She didn't have to speak as she walked away. It was time for breakfast and then training with her father when the sky was bright enough to shine in that direction into her room. Hinata turned over, staring at the ceiling with lavender eyes. She questioned whether she would have the courage to confront her Otto.san in Neji's new form. The time had come. Despite getting 3 good, long days of sleep, it felt as though she had just received the mission statement and had not had time to get ready. Her pack, a recognizable weight that rested comfortably across her shoulder blades, was slung over her shoulder. Her lavender and navy outfit was a little stuffy under Konoha's bright sun, but it fit as loosely as she liked. But they would soon be in Kusakager, so she wouldn't have to worry about the heat for long. They were Naruto Uzumaki and herself. Pent up, nerves causing her to bite her lip, Hinata turned to wave goodbye to Ko before shutting the gate to the Hyuga compound. As she made her way to Konoha's front gates, the advice she had received from Sakura was swirling in her mind, swishing against the corners of her mind, and making her feel anxious. How could people act at ease around people they looked up to? How did they behave naturally without embarrassing themselves? She didn't believe she could do it in his presence or on a mission where they would be alone with each other. However, Sakura's counsel had been reasonable and accurate, and if she had advised Hinata to just unwind and try to be herself without worrying about what Naruto might think of her, she would do so. She had promised Sakura, after all. Furthermore, Hinata Hyuga never broke her word. Hinata raised her chin high and slightly accelerated her pace, letting out a soft sigh that seemed to force the tension right out of her pores. She was capable. Naruto was the only one present, and he was a man. Another ninja. The Hokage of the future. Their village's savior. Since the academy days, she had been in love with this man. This is what she hoped she could do. Naruto was a natural and guided them through a few different conversation points, apparently testing the waters of her personality and willingness to converse, although the initial greeting had been awkward, as she had anticipated. She answered in kind, doing fairly well and doing her best not to stutter, though she was unable to hold his attention for very long. If it allowed her to appear like a regular person and speak to him like a comrade, she was all for it. Just before telling a story about a previous mission he and Kiba had just completed, Naruto cut himself off and pointed to the area outside Konoha's gates. After she nodded in understanding, they immediately climbed into the trees and set out for Kusagakure, while Naruto eagerly carried on with his story, which, like the majority of his tales, was accompanied by his effortless laughter. Hinata found herself grinning at the shinobi in the orange and black outfit, observing his facial expressions change as effortlessly as leaves in the wind. His muscular shoulders shrugged, pushing his own pack up and down with the jerky movement. So he's challenging me left and right and saying how he could beat me at anything, and then he's telling me to choose a venue for a challenge. She couldn't help but notice his face because they were moving through the trees so fast now that the background behind him was a blur of earth browns and deep greens. As he sighed, eyed her and watched her lift a hand to conceal the laugh that escaped her lips, his expression turned sly. So I chose a ramen eating contest. Kiba.kun doesn't much care for ramen, Naruto.kun. Yeah, well, then he should have thought out his challenges a little better. Nonetheless, he went through with it. I won, of course. No one beats me when it comes to ramen, Dadbeo. How long ago was this? Hinata inquired, grinning at his excitement. As he landed gracefully from branch to branch, his feet hardly touching the bark, Naruto said, Pretty long, actually. A few months? He rubbed the back of his head. Although she had no trouble keeping up, she would need to be mindful of her reserves because she was positive that his stamina could outlast hers 3 times. When he answered, she hummed back, smiling politely but unable to look at him because she knew he was staring at her. Her skin felt hot and her cheeks flushed unnecessarily. I was curious, since Kiba.kun, Shino.kun and I just recently had Ichiraku's and Kiba.kun seemed fully inclined to finish his bowl of ramen. Well, before Akamaru showed up. The blonde ninja shook his head and chuckled to himself, seemingly amused by the prospect. Yeah, I guess it's been a long enough waiting period between the challenge and now, because let me tell you something, Hinata. Chan, he couldn't even move afterwards. The smell of the ramen was enough to make him vomit. He didn't want to be on the same street as the ramen shop, let alone within the same village. There was a silence between them now that they had started talking and were more at ease with each other, and it was as comfortable as they could make it. Hinata's smile was effortless and continuous, but she could still feel her heart thumping in her chest, pulsing like a drum and causing her bones to vibrate with its force. Since he was more familiar with the route to Kusagakure than she was, Naruto kept a step ahead of her, but occasionally he would glance back at her to make sure her condition was stable. She felt a brief twinge of resentment in the pit of her stomach, but it was quickly overtaken by the joy of being checked on, even when they were just running. She didn't intend to react so negatively so soon, but she had become so accustomed to being pampered that she had developed an inbuilt dislike of people who undervalued her without understanding her full potential. But then her toes curled in her sandals and her heart skipped a beat because it was Naruto, and he was checking on her. Finding the ideal balance between comfort and anxiety in his company was difficult enough. She really didn't need to have such opposing feelings battling inside of her at the sight of him. She pushed a little harder and bravely moved closer to his side, shrugging it off. When he looked over with a raised eyebrow, she gave him a shy smile. Wasn't that a significant step? Now that she was close enough to reach out and grab his sleeve if she so desired, she had done it without hesitation. Proud of herself, she concentrated ahead of her and used her Baikugan for a few seconds again to ensure they wouldn't encounter difficulties if they weren't ready. Hinata felt his eyes on the side of her face, but she was able to ignore him and concentrate on her work, blushing only to indicate that he was watching. In any case, it didn't appear to matter to him because, even when caught in the act, he kept staring without showing any signs of turning away. She nodded toward him and muttered, "All clear," as the veins next to her eyes returned to normal and her vision returned to normal. A genuine curiosity flickered across his whiskered face, causing his mouth to twist slightly and his blonde brows to pinch together. He slowed down gradually until he was leaping from a twisted branch to the forest floor, his landing so quiet that it blended in perfectly with the beetles and birds chirping all around them. Without losing any of her momentum, she followed suit, crouching next to him in a similarly silent position before waiting for him to flick his shoulder forward and announce that they would be walking for a short while. Thankful for the respite, she reached back for her water canister, took a big gulp, looked up, and timidly offered Naruto some. Instead, he chose to ask a question, obviously the one he had wanted to ask up in the trees but had been hesitant to ask for some reason. His voice was low and scratchy, as though he was ashamed to ask her, "What does that feel like?" For the first time since they had left the village, Violet's lavender eyes met and held his, and her brows knitted together. As she waited for her response, she saw him duck his head once and then tilt it slightly. "The Byakugan?" she asked. After giving it some thought, she reached up and touched the area around her eyes without realizing it. Depending on how much or how far she was straining to see, she knew exactly where each vein would appear and how many. Her skin developed more veins the more she strained. "I guess it feels like fire." Caged fire. She could tell by his expression that he was obviously perplexed, and she knew she wasn't giving the right explanation, so she collected her thoughts once more and attempted to make sense of what she was saying. She rubbed the bridge of her nose to the sides of her head, just above her ears, saying, "It's like pressure in this entire zone. It burns but there's no pain, and there's so much pressure at first it's a little uncomfortable because it feels like something has to give. But then it settles and it's just a zone of page pressure that lets me focus entirely on what I need to see." Naruto nodded his head slowly, his comprehension illuminating those sapphire pools. Most of the time he was just staring at her eyes in what she hoped was fascination rather than disgust, so he looked down at his feet to make sure he didn't trip over anything. While Hyuga eyes were considered beautiful by some, many others found them unsettling and so lifeless that they would look better on a zombie. In a self-conscious attempt to control her speech, Hinata extended one arm across her body and clutched the other. "That's pretty neat, Hinata. Hey wait, can you see yourself too? Like in your zone of visibility, are you included? Or is it just your surroundings?" Naruto's expressive blonde brows rose once more, and one corner of his mouth tickled up as he said, I've never been asked that before, actually. I can see myself, though when it's activated I don't really pay attention to the rest of my face, though I'm always aware of my body. She tucked a strand of violet hair behind her ear, exposing the right side of her face to him without hindrance, and continued, feeling encouraged. She was so thrilled that he was genuinely interested in this topic that she could almost feel the joy rising inside her, ready to explode like steam from a tea kettle. It's so intense that when I first started practicing with it I'd forget about my body and focus completely on what I was seeing kilometers away. But then Neji.ni.san showed me how vulnerable that left me. It was a lesson I'll never forget. I guess if you let yourself get too caught up in it, it's sort of like San's mind transfer technique. Your body becomes very vulnerable unless you include it in your line of sight. With a serious expression, Naruto nodded and seemed to file what she had told him away. Then, with his eyes closed and one hand absently scratching the back of his neck, he was grinning his megawatt grin without changing the seriousness he had just conveyed or the present joy on his angled features. For a moment, Hinata traced the lines that formed the crow's feet next to his eyes, but she quickly forced herself to look away so as not to become engrossed in something so cute. That's so cool, Hinata. I wish I could experience that. He laughed, and the sound was like calming wind chimes rustling in the wind. It was so lovely that she looked up from under her bangs to look again, just for a moment, taking a rightful look. The forest was still as damp and motionless as it had been when they had left, and the sound was enough to make her wish they had some wind at that moment. Naruto went on to say, everyone has such cool techniques, opening his eyes to give her a playful glance. It'd be so cool to see through things like you and so far away, or jump into someone's head like Might be nice to have Sakura Chan's strength so I wouldn't constantly have to fear her pounding me through the earth. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly and exhaled deeply. Well, you have the Rasengan. And you've created so many different forms of it. And Kage. Bunshin. No one else can make Kage. Bunshin like you. Naruto.kun. He looked at her again and smiled cheekily, adding, yeah, I guess so. But those still aren't as scary as super strength or mind invasion. Or supervision. With a chuckle, Hinata shook her head and reached under her thick veil of hair to swipe it over her shoulder and allow the back of her neck to cool from the unhindered fresh air. She smiled affectionately and whispered, everyone has become so strong. Because of the prodigies and the few who had an unbelievable work ethic, their generation was one of the most talked about in the entire shinobi system. All the clans that wandered around believing that people without chakra could never become shinobi, much less of the Jonin class, were amazed by Rock Lee himself. Before she realized how Naruto might interpret her words, believing she was speaking of herself, she blurted out, it's so nice to see those who others put down grow up to prove everyone wrong, don't you think? She had actually been thinking of Sakura and Ino. She quickly clarified, saying, Ino.san and Sakura.san in particular. They're so beautiful. Everyone thought they were fragile, like flowers, but look at them now. Naruto nodded, shivering at the thought of Sakura and her newfound power. Definitely, prior to her apprenticeship to Oba Chan, he had considered her to be somewhat frightening, but the monster that emerged from that training was beyond anything he had ever anticipated. I always knew Sakura Chan was strong, since she was on my team. But I wasn't so familiar with other team members like Ino, Tenten, or Choji. I always knew Shikamaru was a genius and Neji too, though he was a stuck-up genius, no offense. And then of course Rock Lee and his Garden of Youth motivation proving invincible. Hinata nodded in agreement. It was difficult to assess the strength and value of comrades who weren't on your team, even though she was aware that her own squad was gradually getting stronger and more essential to high-class missions. Before Neji.ni.san actually began taking Hinata around for training, she had always questioned Tenten's strength. She had pondered Akamichi Choji's strengths as well, but she had never really progressed in that direction. With his hands now in his pockets, he said earnestly, I think Ino surprised me the most, to be honest. They kept walking in Kusa's direction. After giving it some thought, Hinata had to concur with him. Her interrogation skills were indeed a surprise. Naruto blurted out, they were more than a surprise. I was fucking terrified, despite the fact that he was speaking to an heiress from one of Konoha's most prominent clans. It warmed her to know that he had always treated her the same as everyone else and would continue to do so. One day I walk by her in her store arranging posies or some shit, and then the next I see her coming out of the detention center with a mean smile. I swear, Hinata, she didn't even blink. To anyone familiar with Ino, her interrogation related behavior seemed as normal as a civilian's morning routine. She always used a small white towel to wipe her hands as she walked through the temporary shadow cast down from the heavy main door to the detention center, which was positioned strategically above the underground cells where the actual torture was carried out. When the blonde interrogator leaves with her immaculate uniform undamaged and her hands clean, smooth, and uncontaminated, yet always with that towel, anyone who has never met her before might be perplexed. However, a lot of people were unaware that not all of the things that needed to be cleaned off hands were visible. The activities carried out in the dungeons beneath Konoha's detention center were frequently untrue and frequently served as fuel for gossip. When it comes to torture, people's imaginations run wild, but the majority of what one Yamanaka in a violet outfit had heard wasn't at all inventive: chopped off fingers, sporadic kunai slices, and traditional fist. Only beatings. Ino frequently rolled her eyes and expressed her outward wonder that there could be so many sources of rumors and that none of them even remotely reflected what actually happened in the dungeons when she had the opportunity to tell Hinata about this lack of originality. Naturally, Ino was frequently called in as a last resort or, as she liked to believe, a secret weapon, when the criminal was well past the point at which physical torture was no longer necessary. Yamanaka Ino never had to get her hands dirty because she was so damn good at what she did, in a literal sense. One would assume, however, that the towel is a good idea after hearing her describe a typical trip down those deteriorated steps. How the blonde spent hours underground sorting through brains, literally or metaphorically, Hinata wasn't even sure, before returning to the sunlight, stretching, and going off to get her nails done without experiencing any breakdowns was beyond her comprehension. Hinata paused to reflect on the paths she, Sakura, and Ino had all followed and how each one had fortified them to become the three strong kunoichi they were today. Hinata had trained her body through tiring alone sparring sessions, frequently rising before dawn for her brief sparring sessions with Hanabi and Hiyashi Sama, followed by hours of different training methods and simulations. Every muscle in her body ached, the moon was centered over the village, and even walking felt like a tremendous uphill battle by the time she finished training. She couldn't remember how many times she'd walked into the Hyuga compound, soaked with blood, sweat, and grime, and then just collapsed into her futon, completely clothed and unconscious before her head struck the pillow. Naturally, she was also working at the hospital, going on frequent missions and sparring with her team for longer than the others. She also managed to visit Kurenai Sensei and her daughter when she could, and she forced herself to shop with Neji.ni.san when she had to, or else she might have withered away, though she firmly believed Neji.ni would never allow that to happen. When Sakura wasn't performing triple transplants, creating counter-agents for unknown poisons, or rescuing entire squadrons from certain death, she was one of the Violet's most frequent sparring partners and shared Hinata's strong work ethic. Within a single day, Hinata admired Sakura more than she could ever express because she was a whole new kind of amazing. The woman worked tirelessly at the hospital, overseeing hundreds of lives each week, including those of her employees and mentors. In the little time she had left after the hospital, she assisted Tsunade Sama. She had also been participating in regular missions with her team, though Hinata was certain that these missions were completely unrelated to the tasks assigned to Team 8. Team 7 was a completely different animal, operating like a well-oiled machine, unstoppable, unimaginably strong, and an unrivaled powerhouse. The fact that Team 7 had a certain amount of leverage due to a combination of their unwavering work ethic, dedication, and God-given natural talent was well known among the rookies. But the lack of a person like Neji.ni.san in Sakura's life as well as the range of sparring partners she had set apart her path to power from Hinata's. Sakura had undergone a significant transformation following Uchiha Sasuke's departure from the village, driven by her will to establish her strength. Sakura, who was inherently more gregarious and self-assured than Hinata, would be spotted sparring with various training partners virtually every day, at different times. She made use of Rock Lee's strength and requested that he subject her to a backbreaking training schedule that was painful for Hinata to contemplate. She looked for Shikamaru to sharpen her technical and strategic thinking, Tenten to train her in weapons, and a number of other shinobi with varying skills and aptitudes. She was arguably the most well-rounded shinobi Konoha had to offer because of her training, but her strength alone made her stand out significantly. But Hinata lacked the confidence to approach others and invite them to train with her because she was too timid and unconfident. Instead, she studied as many training techniques as she could to fortify the body, mind, and soul, and she used them every day. The one element in Hinata's life that Sakura did not have was Hyuga Neji, even though she lacked Sakura's charisma and, as a result, the ability to ask her allies for help like the Pinkette did. Hinata would undoubtedly find a very irate cousin at her door with bags of groceries perfectly balanced on his arms if she forgot to shop for herself or even to feed herself. But Sakura didn't exactly have that fallback. In addition to Sai, who used to mistake Sakura's pale face for one in need of vitamins and started filling her cabinets to overflowing with every vitamin imaginable, she had Naruto, who encouraged Ichiraku to induce sodium-induced comas when he thought Sakura appeared too thin, and Kakashi Sensei, who kindly recommended that she purchase a bar stool at his favorite bar and proceed to assist him in drinking himself beneath the table. Sakura clearly had a lot on her plate, but none of it was the wholesome food she required. Fortunately, she had Hinata and Ino idly replenish her refrigerator with necessary fruits, tiny milk cartons, and as many protein bars with extended expiration dates as they could locate. Even though Sakura had never, in a sense, given them a key, her two best friends still set a challenge for themselves to avoid her traps and provide her with the essential nutrients her body required. Afterward, there was Ino. When her childhood love left the village, the stunning, striking blonde bombshell who had been more interested in boys than in school took solace in her family's flower-arranging business. The fact that Ino enjoyed arranging flowers was well known among the rookies, and working at her mother's shop only served to increase her charm and self-assurance in achieving her goals. However, it was not widely known that while shinobi such as Sakura and Hinata were engaged in combat in the fields, Yamanaka Ino was receiving private tutoring from a scarred interrogator who was 4 times her size and towered over her. Hinata, who was accustomed to people observing, recalled noticing Ino's transformation and questioning how she had missed something so blatantly different for so long. Hinata had noticed that Ino's turquoise eyes had become hard somewhere in between all of her training and work, even though they had always been brighter than the stone they were named after and as luminous as sunlight through a glass of water. Practiced. Chilly. Ino remained the same girl she had always been. Vivacious, captivating, and friendly enough to engage in endless gossip without inciting animosity in the village. However, if you paid more attention, you could see that she was studying you and looking into your mind without even using her family's kekai, genkei. You just had to be around her. She would somehow sweet-talk it out of you after providing enough information to make an informed decision about what you were concealing. The 3 kunoichi had evolved into 3 distinct dangerous types that no one wanted to mess with, somewhere between the demands of their schedules. That was best known by the men on their teams. Hinata with her almost flawless chakra control and her ability to sense danger within a kilometer radius, Sakura with her chakra enhanced strength and skillful medical jutsu, and Ino with her encroaching charisma and effortless ability to get into your deepest secrets. 3 distinct skill sets, but one horrifying thing they all had in common. Each woman could now kill with the touch of a finger. Sakura's pinky finger could easily crush a whole rib cage. All it took for Ino to unravel your entire mind was for her index finger to touch your forehead. With just chakra, Hinata could touch the area over a heart and cause it to burst. Although the most well-known shinobi in Konoha were frequently men, such as Hitaki Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Neji, it was the women who should genuinely inspire fear. The pink and blonde pair had always been a package deal. You get one, you get the other. However, Hinata had not gotten close to Ino as quickly as she had with Sakura. Though Hinata couldn't recall if she had ever been specifically invited, Ino began to show up more and more in the heiress's life shortly after Sakura and Hinata began to bond over medicine. Nor was their friendship instantaneous. It wasn't a quick friendship that blossomed and was established without difficulties, disagreements, and mistrust. But like an oak tree, this friendship grew from a tiny seed planted in wholesome fertilizer. It was nourished and nurtured, and despite being trampled underfoot and partially dug up at one point, it persevered and developed into a bond that was deeper and more loving than Hinata could have ever imagined. To this day, it still grows and casts a soothing shade over the 3 of them, shielding and consoling them in their love bond. Hinata smiled at the thought, shifting her pack to give her back a little breath of fresh air. Even though Naruto was a pace ahead of her and couldn't see the stains, she could clearly feel the humid, stuffy forest was making her perspire more than she'd like to admit, which naturally only made her feel more uneasy. Even though he was perspiring, he somehow made it look nice by only slightly darkening the top's material on the small of his back. After setting up camp and resting for the night, they had roughly another day of running ahead of them, but Hinata wasn't concerned. They had not yet come across many people, and despite her continuous Byakugan enhanced scouting, she detected no hostile chakra or energy in their immediate vicinity. An hour or so after the sun had sunk behind the mountains, clouding the sky with dark hues as the moon slowly took over, they set up camp. While Hinata lit a fire and raised her eyes with a single ember, Naruto spread out both sleeping bags and watched it rise through the smoke and into the tree canopy that surrounded them. They had selected a location far into the forest, encircled by enormous trees of all heights and girths, and inhabited by a variety of insects and birds. With Hinata nearby, the likelihood of a surprise attack was almost zero, but the chirping of night creatures rose up around them, helping to hide any noise they might be making. Naruto leapt to his feet, stretched his back, and approached the fire, smiling at her while rubbing his hands just inches from the tiny flames. Hinata walked to his side and joined him in front of the fire, imitating his hand movements, sharing the warmth of the fire and the pleasantness of the night. Hinata muttered, pausing briefly to consider whether she had the courage to remove her jacket and enjoy the soft nighttime heat. We should cherish this weather, since it'll be our last night without rain or mist. Too quickly, she changed her mind because she didn't want to ruin the cozy setting she was in at the moment. Actually, aside from the first hour or so of their journey together, she hadn't been all that anxious around him. Actually, they had been laughing and joking the hour before they set camp, sharing their favorite stories and enjoying the fantastic weather that Fire Country had bestowed upon them. Naturally, Hinata was still quite bashful and felt a little uncomfortable, blushing all the time and finding it difficult to maintain Naruto's attention, but the conversation gradually got easier. Soon, it wasn't just Naruto telling her stories and making her laugh. Hinata was also contributing her own happy memories and making Naruto cry as she described a mission in which she had become lost in an unusually large bathhouse and ended up walking straight into the men's area wearing only a towel. This had been reason enough for Hinata to run into the closest hiding place and pass out. This was sufficient for Naruto to emit a well-known gleeful glow into his eyes and a gurgling laugh from his throat, which enchanted her completely. "I love this weather," Naruto said, grinning down at the fire. For a moment, Hinata wondered if he could see the ember reflections in her eyes as she could see them in his. "I love everything about this country. The sunshine and its heat, the people, the infrastructure and the buildings. I love the teachers and the academy and even our profession, no matter how terrible it can get. I couldn't imagine doing anything else." Hinata watched him talk, felt love coil around her throat and briefly stop her breathing as she watched his lips form the words of the things he cherished. Hinata averted her gaze and concentrated on the embers separating from the wood. From the corner of her eye, she saw his face jerk towards her, clearly surprised, as she whispered, "Sometimes I can." She looked up at him with a smile, briefly looking into his eyes. "I've always dreamed of having a small house, one story, with a lovely garden. I'd tend to it every day with as much dedication as I would to my family, nourishing it like I hope to nourish my loved ones." She caught herself slipping into the nostalgia of a dream she had never shared with anyone other than Neji.ni.san before, and she looked at Naruto's expression to see how he was handling it. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like just to live a civilian life, to find a husband, and have a family." He was observing her in a peculiar way, as though she were an alien being. She laughed quietly and tucked her hair behind her ear, feeling self-conscious. He continued to give her that look, his mouth hanging open and his eyes wide. "They're just thoughts, though. I love being a shinobi. I love being able to be strong enough to offer aid to my village and my people. And I love the time I get to spend with my precious people because of it. It may not lead to a stable life, but it's one I'm very glad to have nonetheless." "What?" she asked in a nervous laugh. "I'm sorry, I just never thought you'd ever say something like that. I mean, you're an heiress. And to the Hyuga clan. You're practically famous within the village and you have incredible connections already. It just amazes me that you'd ever dream of anything else, ya know?" She sighed, deciding to be completely honest with him at that very moment. Naruto.kun. She knew that by making this concession, she would be disclosing a lot of personal information, which made her anxious, but she didn't fear telling him because she didn't trust him, quite the contrary, in fact. What if it made him think less of her? She was prepared to take a chance just to give him a chance to know her better, because he was all too willing to open up about his life and innermost thoughts. Hinata was convinced that she would have to be the one to take the first step. For her, however, it would be clear that she was doing something unusual, something noteworthy. "That's exactly why I dream of something else." Her eyes grew softer, and her honest expression calmed. "You're right, I am an heiress to a prestigious clan and because of that, I have a lot of circa connections within the village. But I am also very isolated from my peers and even my precious people because of it. I get singled out and many responsibilities have been resting on my shoulders since I was a young girl. I'm always busy with clan politics and events, constantly surrounded by my elders and isolated from anyone too intimidated by my family to visit or request time with me. It's a lot to take in every day." Naruto frowned as he slowly nodded his head while openly staring. "I guess that makes sense. I didn't even realize you had to deal with things like that." "Not many people do," she said with a gentle smile. She became upset when she realized that she had basically just told the boy, who had been raised without parents or any kind of positive attention, that she had too much and didn't like it. Would he condemn her for being honest? Given that she practically had everything and had the audacity to gripe about it to a man who had only ever had himself, would he consider her conceited and a brat? Naruto.kun. I don't mean to say that I don't appreciate my family, and I'm honored that they invest so much interest in my life and my future as clan leader. You must think me incredibly selfish to sometimes dream of a different lifestyle. When she felt butterflies raging against her insides and her heart felt like it was in her throat, she found herself involuntarily lowering herself into a comfortable crouch, resting her elbows between her thighs, and gazing down into the dirt lit by the fire. She could tell by the shifting fabric next to her that Naruto had chosen to crouch beside her, but he didn't say anything for long enough for her to feel like a total fool. He must be at a loss for words because he believes she was a brat and must have offended him somewhere. Despite her desire to conceal her face with her hands, she was unwilling to use such a juvenile tactic during an adult conversation. For an untraceable amount of time, they remained in that position, huddled in what Hinata perceived to be an uncomfortable silence, her eyes fixed on the dirt in her mind, wondering what he was looking at. She felt his knuckles lightly tapping against her left bicep just as she was about to turn to face him and apologize. She turned to face him, blushing from embarrassment, and wondered how to read the straight mouth and frowning brows on his face as she examined the confused yet gentle expression. The corners of his mouth lowered into a frown that appeared to be carved into his skin as he asked, "Hinata, why would you say that? Why would you say I must think that you're selfish for dreaming of a different life?" Hinata was genuinely unsure of how to react. Was it worth it to give another frank response that might make people think even less of her? A tiny part of her told her it wasn't, but her heart was pounding hard, reminding her that this was Naruto and that she would always be honest with him, even if it made him think less of her. As a friend and comrade, she owed it to him. As someone who genuinely cared for him, she wouldn't tell him lies. She could feel the symptoms that precede tears coming, and she hated it. She forced herself not to try to look at Naruto. What I am meant was that it's very selfish of me to dream of a different life because I'm overwhelmed by constantly being watched and assessed. It's selfish of me to resent the attention given to me. When you grew up without any positive attention, she said. She was unable to tell anything about him, not even a sound that would have revealed his response. She forced herself to look at him when she could stand it no more, bracing herself for anything. His head tilted in a way that cast shadows of its own across his features, sharpening them and making them look more haggard. The shadows she saw in his eyes reminded her of death. With his elbows resting on his thighs and his knuckles nearly touching, he was staring into the fire and not moving other than to breathe. Feeling the hair behind her ear come loose to reveal a curtain that would hide her face from his view, she whispered, "I'm sorry." Hinata. She was alarmed by his voice because it was quieter than she had ever heard it. She nearly missed the words coming from next to her, mingled with the crackling of the wood under the fire, as she guessed the entire conversation and scolded herself for even bringing up his past. She tensed, her muscles frozen, breath barely getting into her lungs, and said, "You are probably the least selfish person I have ever met in my entire life." He had just said what? She was genuinely unable to look at him at this moment. "You're right that all I ever wanted was attention, didn't necessarily have to be positive, though I was desperate for it. I just wanted to be noticed. The people in the village, they tried to erase me. They isolated me and pretended I didn't exist until they saw me. That's when I'd get my attention. They threw everything they could think of at me, words, sticks, stones, kunai. If you were any other person I'd tell you that after a while I got used to being treated like that, but you're too perceptive to believe that, aren't ya? No one ever gets used to loneliness. Not truly." Before his hand could reach her and gently push the curtain of hair between them behind her shoulder, she heard the rustle of his clothing. She didn't move to wipe away the single tear that had fallen down her cheek, leaving a damp trail behind it, because he was grinning at her with his genuine and lovely smile. "You're not selfish, Hinata. Even though I struggled because I didn't have what you do, that doesn't mean that you didn't struggle, too. I grew up with too little notice and you grew up with too much. Makes us quite a pair, don't you think?" She forced herself to laugh as he looked into her eyes and then crinkled his trademark smile. "Hi. So don't worry about me, Hinata-chan. I think now I've managed to round up enough attention for a lifetime. Don't give up on those dreams of yours, either. You can still get a house and a garden if you want. You probably just have to hold clan meetings there or something, but I'm sure you'll figure it all out. If there's anyone who can bring some good old change to the clan system, it's gotta be you, Datbeo." Her cheeks blushed slightly pink with a joyful flush she couldn't contain, and she smiled back at him. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. No problem, but now onto the important stuff. What did you pack to eat?" They chose to stay at a low-rent, low-key inn on the outskirts of town after they eventually crossed the Kusagakure border. Even with Hinata's Byakugan, it was a little harder than anticipated to locate the target in the location that Tsunade Sama had specifically chosen, but settling in and creating a strategy was simple enough. Hinata was aware that Naruto would have responded, "Well, if you can't see him, he obviously isn't here," if he had been with her. And after so many days of unrefined travel, she would have to concur with him that she had looked everywhere for their target, Byakugan activated, and was still going around in circles, feeling worthless and disheartened. Angry, she made the decision to see Naruto again in the hopes of talking about their options moving forward. As she waded through the town, she was astounded by how vibrantly the familial lifestyles moved around her, synchronizing with each other like a living mass. Mothers padded past her with grocery bags, folded clothes, and sometimes a set of weapons, while children rushed by. Men wandered around, mostly walking in variations of the same simple, unobtrusive stride. Playing with her fingertips, Hinata felt a dull throb reverberating through her temples as she proceeded to the last known location Naruto had been searching in. She was paying the price, albeit a minor one, for having the Byakugan activated for too long while searching for their target. After all, she was a Mednin. As Hinata turned the final corner leading to their rendezvous, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation on the back of her neck, causing the delicate hairs on her nape to stand on end. She waited as the final thunk of the approaching kunai echoed in the wood behind her, bending her knees and allowing gravity to carry her to the ground. She flattened her palms against the dirt road for a brief moment. Byakugan activated once more as she leapt straight up and spun around, her fingers poised in her trademark manner. That was pretty good. The assailant was directly in front of her, and Hinata nearly felt insulted by his frank body language. She fixed her gaze on him, glaring at his hands, which had just hurled 6 kunai at her but were now haphazardly stuffed in his pockets. His light eyes gleamed in the last of the sun's rays, and a jaunty grin appeared on his face when she remained in her defensive position. "Oh come on, it was just a friendly hello," one heavily armed person to another. As he attempted to dissuade her, she calmly replied, "Fortunately for me, I'm quite used to that variety of welcome. No ninja you didn't know or that weren't your own could be trusted. There was always the chance of betrayal, even if they were allies. And while that was a gloomy perspective on life, it was also an experienced one. One that Hinata had been compelled to accept after too many of those betrayals put her and the people she loved in danger. She saw his smile change from a smile to a sly, seductive smirk. It was just a word when he spoke, but the way he pronounced it gave it a sneering, evil tone. Then, very slowly, he started to take his hands out of his pockets. Indeed, he clearly understood that she was able to see them, that she possessed the Byakugan, and what that meant she was capable of. Even though fists were a sufficient weapon to still exercise caution, she permitted it since she knew that was all he had in those pockets. The tone of his voice, along with the fact that he knew her name and was hinting that she was supposed to meet a contact in this town, sent chills down her spine. "Hyuga Hinata, is it? You can call me Ryuko. I'm your tour guide for the night." Although he didn't exactly match the description they had given, his body type and build matched their mark, and the differences were only in color. Hinata was suspicious because he was missing some very noticeable scars that he had had all of his life, even though anyone could dye their hair and change the color of their eyes. He could have, of course, had a skilled medic touch them up, but medical knowledge wasn't exactly a specialty of grass country. "I am here on business, but none that concerns you, sir." She gradually relaxed her defensive stance, bowed her head as courteously as she could, giving the impression that she had turned away, and waited for his answer in the hopes that he would go. Even so, she had a feeling he would stay, if only to irritate her, based on her past encounters with obstinate men and ninja in general. Naruto was nowhere to be found, and she had no time for this. He sighed at her continued silence and jolted towards her, reaching out with his long arms as if to grab her. "Oh, what? You don't like what you see, wondering why my hair isn't green anymore? You know, we are in grass country, right? I want to blend in, but not right into the landscape." His single step gave the impression that he was leaping towards her, his big hands reaching directly for her due to the length of his long legs. Her hands reached down to render him unconscious, but she batted them away as he rolled out from under her, flipping backwards to land on his feet. Without hesitation, she used his momentum against him and pushed him face down into the dirt. He was undoubtedly nimble for a man his height. With her hands flying and the veins next to her eyes contrasting with her skin, Hinata attacked him once more before he had a chance to fully recover. She was momentarily taken aback to discover that he was ambidextrous as she deflected his incoming punch to her gut and narrowly avoided the mimicking swing of his other hand. She was finally struck hard and quickly in the hip by his long leg, which bruised her nearly immediately. She ducked beneath his extended arm and turned with the blow, slicing into his side with a palm laced with chakra. She then went on to seal off the main pressure points in what appeared to be his dominant arm after he grunted and fell with the blow. As the seconds passed, she was about to turn to his other side and complete the task when she was startled by a shouting voice that drew closer. While she continued to focus on her opponent, she noticed Naruto use her Byakugan to turn the corner, waving his arms at her and sprinting in her direction. He kept calling her name until he finally came to her, skidding to a halt directly next to her and leaning with his hands on his thighs while panting. Shit, he sighed as he caught his breath and glanced up between his perspiring blonde bangs. From beneath her, the stranger moaned while keeping his right arm close to his body to prevent it from jostling. Hinata was aware of the sensation that would be running up that arm, down into the shoulder, and even tightening the neck muscles. She hadn't been reserved. "This is Ryuko," Naruto said, panting severely. When she was where he should have been, she questioned why he was so exhausted. Unless he had gone in search of her at the same time she had made the decision to return to him, he couldn't have been very far. "He's our target. I already hashed out the interrogation and made sure he was the real deal. I was gonna bring him over to greet you, but when I got to your spot you weren't there and he wasn't with me again. I mean, I figured you'd come to my spot eventually, but man, I didn't think I'd find you kicking his ass. I mean, we need him, but that was awesome, Hinata." Her Byakugan faded and vanished completely as she gazed at the large man in front of her, complaining about something she didn't feel comfortable repeating, causing a deep flush to settle over her cheeks and spread to the tops of her ears. Without hesitation, she knelt down next to him and extended her glowing hands to heal his arm. He flinched and snapped, "Hey, hey, hey." But she ignored it and started to open the chakra points she had just closed. She ignored Naruto's laughter, which seemed to annoy and embarrass their target, and muttered a heartfelt apology. "Hey, shut up, kid. This is your fault." "What? How is this my fault? Those kunai in the side of that building aren't Hinata's." "How do you know? You came so late to the party you didn't even see who threw them." As he removed the blades from the wall and ran his calloused fingertips over the holes, Naruto said, "But I came early enough to see her wipe the floor with you. And Hinata's blades have insignia from her clan on the handles." Still completely embarrassed, Ryuko stood up and reluctantly thanked Hinata, who stood beside him and bowed her head once. Hinata thought it was a bit tactless when Naruto returned to stand with them and threw the blades back at the taller man all at once, but he caught them with ease. Ryuko put them back in his leg holster and shook his head as he turned to face them both. "Man, you all are just a bunch of kids. I've heard of this dipshit, but I never thought he'd be so small, ya know?" the large man said, dropping his elbow on top of Naruto's head. Hinata smiled slightly, happy that he wasn't angry with her for the fight and the pain that was still fading in his neck and arm. Shrugging him away, Naruto swore at him while mentioning that he was still developing. When they got a bit too obscene, Hinata found herself laughing to cover her embarrassment as she watched them argue for a while. She also remembered how Naruto used to act around Sasuke, and how his interactions with this stranger were surprisingly similar. The man was surprisingly like the Sasuke of their generation's childhood, despite the fact that he was undoubtedly much more gregarious and sleazy than Sasuke had ever been. Boastful, argumentative, and prepared to square off against a boisterous and agitated Naruto. Hinata cleared her throat and brought their focus back to the mission just as it appeared that fists and kunai were about to get involved. Ryuko grinned at her and took a hand to self. Consciously rubbed the back of his neck, something she had only ever seen Naruto do. "My sincere apologies for our earlier dispute, Ryuko-san. But we are on a tight schedule, so if you wouldn't mind producing our package," she said. Seeing someone else do that was an odd sensation. Although Naruto appeared to be pouting and had his arms crossed, she could tell he was ready to complete the mission and end their little competition by the serious look in his eyes. "Ah, of course, Hinata. Chan." Startled, Hinata glanced at Ryuko, whose cheeks were changing suspiciously in color, before turning to face Naruto, who had straightened at the same moment as her. Actually, she didn't mind the forwardness, but it was still unexpected. "Here it is, the good old package, from my hands to yours." He must have realized how awkward his words were because Hinata became even more confused as the light pink over his cheeks darkened and spread. He almost gave off the impression that he was anxious around her, which was absurd considering that they had been practically wrestling earlier. He couldn't possibly be afraid of her, could he? With his arms still crossed and his eyes darting between them suspiciously, Naruto acted swiftly and tore the scroll from Ryuko as he attempted to give it to Hinata's trembling hands. Ignoring the new insults that were slipping out of Ryuko's mouth at the sudden gesture, Hinata kept a close eye on him. Although Naruto was behaving somewhat strangely and suspiciously, Hinata thought he had surprised even himself based on the look on his face. Even with those who argued with him verbally or physically, he wasn't typically this agitated. His scrunched face cleared like the opening curtains of a show as he tucked the scroll into his pack, unopened per their instructions, and his prior confusion vanished, leaving him joyful and eager to continue. Hinata gave him a curious glance and simply nodded, not knowing what would happen as a result of his shift in perspective. And now we have to give this idiot his package too, nay, Hinata-chan? She asked. She took the rough, rolled up paper out of her own pack and held it in her hand. Naruto's hand entered her line of sight first when it materialized in front of them, and she reached out to give it to Ryuko. She stared into his eyes, searching the deep pools of blue for the answer to a question she didn't even understand. Rather, she discovered that as the sun slowly sank behind the mountains, his blue irises were ablaze with the reflections of the sunset. She gave him the scroll reluctantly, and she watched with a furrowed brow as he gave it to Ryuko before dusting his hands together. Ryuko sighed deeply and complained about something they couldn't hear. Then, with eyes that were oddly similar to Akamaru's, he turned to Hinata. Hinata felt calmer and somewhat more at ease when she thought of the large dog. "My name's Ryuko Daisuke, by the way. Dipshit got it out of me, but I thought you should know too, right?" "Oh," hummed Hinata, uncertain of how to react. "That's a nice name." "Thanks. It's kinda generic, I think, doesn't mean anything too cool like yours does, Hinata-chan. But it's a good name for a fighter, a good match for a tough guy like me." "Tough guy?" Ryuko managed to ignore Naruto entirely and concentrate all of his attention on Hinata, who was genuinely just trying to get away, while Naruto was visibly amused and suppressing a laugh. Even though she detested the habit, she relished the solace it provided during a nerve-wracking situation as she played with her fingertips once more. "That's right though, you were pretty tough too. I'd like to go head-to head with you, like full on. I'm a lot better than what you saw today, I promise. You just caught me off guard. I'm good, really good, so what do you say? Next time you're around grass country maybe we could." Either blindly or heartlessly disregarding that he had just openly interrupted Ryuko's question, Naruto sang, "Well, that's it, nice meeting you, but now we have to get going. Come on, Hinata-chan." Then he did something so out of character that Hinata stumbled and lost her balance as he reached down and grabbed her wrist, dragging her along at his heels. As Naruto led them in the direction they had entered the village, Ryuko sputtered and turned to observe them. Feeling lost and a little lightheaded, Hinata turned to face him and said, Hey, next time you come around I want that fight, okay Hinata-chan?" Though something told her she wouldn't get the chance, she wouldn't mind fighting him to see how strong she was against him. She couldn't recall if she was able to respond, either verbally or with a gesture. The pressure created by Naruto's firm hold on her wrist didn't hurt, and she wasn't bothered by the contact. Even though her cheeks were hot and her brain was malfunctioning because Naruto was touching her voluntarily, she let him drag her along. With fewer people on the streets than before but still enough that they had to move in single file, he marched her straight through the town, which was now illuminated by streetlights and the occasional torch lamp. Hinata remained close enough for his jacket to touch her stomach while avoiding stepping on the backs of his feet. Naruto insisted that they stay at the inn they had reserved for one night in order to rest after spending so many days in the forest without access to wholesome food. It wasn't until they arrived at their door and he had to insert the key into the lock that Naruto finally let go of her. In part to promote blood flow and in part to place her hand where his had been, she massaged the spot where he had held. She felt ashamed of herself for acting so immaturely, believing that if she placed her hand over the same area as his, it would be as though she was also touching his hand because he had touched her skin. Regardless of how filthy it was, she watched him walk over to his bed and throw his holster onto his pillow. Hinata skirted him to her own bed, stooped to open her own holster, and picked up her pajamas, a simple black shirt and matching trousers. She had intended to take a shower and wash away the perspiration and dirt from the day, but as she got to her feet, she saw Naruto run an unnaturally unsteady hand through his hair. She said, too softly for him to hear, "Naruto-kun?" with concern. He said, "Who did that guy think he was, though?" But it was clear from his tone that the question was rhetorical. The latter was whispered so low that Hinata wondered if he even knew she was in the room with him anymore, but she was charmed by his words and felt that he was subtly praising her strength. As if he could even come close to fighting head-to head with you. You pushed his face into the dirt in minutes and he couldn't even land a solid hit on you. I mean, obviously going against someone as strong as you, it's not going to be easy, but if he can't even get one punch in, you'd kick his ass, believe it. Did he realize that his words were a compliment to her, that they made her feel fluttery and made flowers bloom in her ears and birds fly in her stomach, flapping their wings? She repeated the question, a bit louder, "Naruto-kun?" His eyes were large and his hair was tangled from his fingers as he turned to face her, as if he had truly forgotten she was there. He leaned back on the heels of his feet, crossed his arms, and arched an eyebrow at her. Hinata gave him a serious look as she tried to decipher his enigmatic mood. We both know you would have kicked his ass, that's obvious. So would you have still fought him? Even after all those shady things he was saying? She asked. She felt her fingertips subconsciously touch each other, watched his eyes as they watched her, and finally came to a conclusion she nearly couldn't believe. Was he feeling envious? If he was jealous but didn't know why he was jealous of Ryuko or why it mattered, it would stick to his character. When it came to comprehending the why of things, he was somewhat clueless. Typically, he just pushed through them and presented the what of everything. It was similar to how he felt about his team. His love for them was sufficient. Other than the fact that they had always belonged to him and that he would always protect them, he didn't have to justify his love for them or have the experience to do so. So was it true? Was Ryuko causing him jealousy? Are you envious of her? At least as far as she was aware, she had no experience with people getting envious of someone because they gave her extra attention. On occasion, when she was going to her favorite hole.in. The wall vendor with the young man with the smooth temperament and kind smile, her teammates would follow her around for no apparent reason. Neji accompanied her to the market every time, and now that she was thinking about it, her teammates all seemed to become even more involved in her daily activities whenever she had suitors. Although it was extremely rare, Shino had displayed a darker temperament than usual when Hinata had gone on a few dates with Mako-san, her father's chosen suitor, and Kiba didn't like it when Neji took her away for personal training. Could it have been jealousy or lack of liking for him? She was pretty sure it was the former since Shino had heard how heartbroken Hinata had been when her father made her allow Mako-san to take her out a couple of times. Even though Naruto had completely protected her heart, she still had an obligation as an heiress, which she had fulfilled. However, she had approached those dates as amicable information exchanges about herself and him. Shino must have sensed her discomfort and responded by becoming angry and suspicious of the young blonde her father had selected for her. Beyond that, though, had her teammates ever felt envious of her because they were missing out on time with her? Given that she spent the majority of her time with them anyhow, she wasn't sure and didn't really think they would be picky about how much time they spent with her, but it was conceivable. In retrospect, however, she regretted that she might have caused discomfort or sadness to her teammates and Neji by not giving them enough attention. Other than mild amusement and a strong sense of belonging that they might be so lustful for her, there wasn't really any positive feeling. But this feeling was different with Naruto. It brought her such joy, somehow. As though she was floating and her uncertainty was the only thing holding her down, as though her feet were not even touching the ground. However, since Ryuko was a total stranger to Naruto, it didn't make sense for him to be envious. The fact that Neji spends more time with her than anyone else in the world, even more than her teammates, would have made him envious, if anything. What about her teammates? Was this an isolated incident where Naruto simply reacted oddly to Ryuko's personality, or had Naruto previously been envious of them? Perhaps this was Naruto's first realization that he cared about her enough to feel jealous of her, she thought in a small, quiet voice. Even less of her hope that this was Naruto's way of acknowledging that he might, just might, like her. Nervous and apprehensive after such optimistic but brittle thoughts, Hinata answered his question honestly and nodded her head. She would let Ryuko fight her, of course. Given her limited knowledge of him, she could relish the challenge of facing a total stranger head on and witnessing the extent of her personal development. As she raised her gaze, she saw Naruto furrow his brows in annoyance. She made the decision to be gentle with Naruto and assist him in returning to his normal stability because she knew that he wasn't exactly himself at the moment, for whatever reason. She was skilled at bringing him back. Another indication that Naruto wasn't feeling quite right was his delayed response to the question, Naruto-kun, if a ninja you didn't know wanted to fight you, a friendly spar with win or lose consequences, what would you say to him or her? He considered it, his gaze darting across her face, and she realized he was following her breadcrumbs, pursuing her. She grinned and nodded, saying, I'd fight them. So would I? She immediately realized that he was becoming fixated on the idea that she might have wanted to fight Ryuko because of something about him as a person, rather than just the excitement of a good fight, when he said, so it's not because it was Ryuko you'd be fighting, it's because it could be a good fight. Naruto needed this confirmation, and his eyes were as clear as day. She just nodded her head once, taking the matter as seriously as he did. She only gave him a confident dip of her chin while maintaining eye contact. His hand reached back to scratch his neck, and he instantly understood, his natural smile rising to curl his lips and crinkle his eyes, back to normal. Then he turned and practically skipped into the bathroom, singing, okay but you'd totally kick his ass, Hinata. It wouldn't even be fair. The sound of the shower turning on filled the room as Hinata stood motionless, listening without really looking at anything. Despite Naruto taking a shower before her, which she had been planning to do, she placed her necessities on her bed. She grinned and raised her hands to her cheeks, trying to talk herself out of behaving like such a naive little girl. She closed her eyes and patted her cheeks several times as though that would calm them down. "You don't know if he was really jealous, don't be a fool," she whispered. His face, which was so naturally childlike in its joy, had been screwed up into one of very grown-up frustration when he had turned to her for the first time since they had returned to their room. This was extremely unusual for him outside of a battlefield. Looking back at his eyes, she realized they were pools of fire, burning with sincerity, and she couldn't shake the memory. An acoustic distraction from the bathroom interrupted her as she was about to have a nice conversation with herself about acting like the mature woman she was. Her eyes opened, and she listened intently, wondering what she was hearing, before realizing that Naruto was humming. She muttered, "Idiot," as her cheeks heated up even more. After that night, they experienced remarkably favorable weather and sleep patterns for the duration of their trip back to Konoha, which was filled with laughter and easy conversation. If Hinata was telling the truth, the subsequent exchange in their room seemed to have been a complete reversal of what had transpired with Ryuko. She would follow Naruto's example if he wanted it that way. Naruto had been his happy self and hadn't mentioned it once. Greeting the guards and letting out their own sighs, they entered the front gates smiling and made their way directly to the Hokage Tower. They were to personally deliver the scroll to Tsunade, wait for her to read its contents, and then follow up by doing as she instructed. Depending on what was written in the scroll, their next mission in a megacure might change, but Naruto seemed to believe that nothing much would change regardless of what the scroll said. And it appeared that he was correct because, much to Naruto's dismay and famished curiosity, Tsunade chose to keep the scroll's contents to herself and a select few jonin. "We went all the way over there just to get something we don't even get to see," he complained as he and Hinata left the tower, his fingers intertwined behind his head. After a day of rest, they were to depart once more, this time for the impoverished nation covered in gloomy, tearful skies. Hinata was more upbeat about it than Naruto, who was a little desolate about it. She thought it would be a pleasant change from Konoha's always sunny skies, which she also loved, and she quite enjoyed the rain. Well, as Hokage, it is up to her discretion. When she laughed, Naruto smiled at her, his eyes crinkling and little crow's feet wrinkles showing at the sides of his eyes. "Yeah, well, when I'm Hokage it'll be my discretion." Light as a feather, Hinata studied them for a moment and then turned away. As they descended the stairs, they waved to a passing Shikamaru, who appeared to be in extreme exhaustion, holding a clipboard under his arm and yawning widely. "Yo," he slouched as he walked past them, yawning. Hinata returned the greeting with a kind smile, and Naruto did the same. They parted ways at the front of the tower, with Hinata returning to the compound to start packing and thinking of finding Neji to ask for some time to talk, as she hadn't seen him in a little more than a week. She thought Naruto would rush to find Sakura and ask her to spar, so she turned to him, nodded politely, and said goodbye in a whisper, promising to see him the following morning. His voice interrupted her as she turned, stopping her in her tracks. "Hey Hinata, you hungry?" Slowly, almost incredulously, she turned. What did he intend to do? Was he merely interested? Did she appear to be hungry? Unaware of his reaction, she nodded and instinctively raised a hand to press against her stomach. His hand raised and paused in midair, as though he had caught himself in the routine, but he attempted to hide it as his fingers continued to reach down and massage the nape of his neck. "Wanna get some ramen? I'm starving." She wasn't really sure what she was anticipating, but she was taken aback by his casual request to join him for dinner, even though she still agreed. His whole face lit up with a smile, and he turned to signal her to follow him. He immediately started telling her about the best dishes on the menu so they could start eating as soon as they arrived in Ichiraku. The only thing Hinata could do was smile, blaming the tight muscles in her stomach on hunger rather than the anxious butterflies that seemed to come whenever Naruto was in her presence. She walked next to him, looking everywhere but at him, wondering how she looked because she was still wearing her travel clothes, was probably filthy, and needed to wash her hair. She wanted to hold her face in her hands and sigh. Naturally, she would look repulsive the first time Naruto asked her to eat with him, and there was even a very real chance that she might have smelled. Naruto was perspiring profusely, his orange and black jacket clinging to his wide shoulders. She concluded that it made no difference, that they were equal because he was as filthy as she was. That's what she told herself, anyway, and for once she believed it, and she found herself at ease despite her repulsive state. Until Naruto reached over and placed his hand in the middle of her back, seemingly to help her move forward and guide her toward him. Hinata would have passed out there if it weren't for her rigorous self-training over the years in self-assurance and steadiness in her reactions around Naruto. She looked around at the people walking by as her face heated up, and sure enough, they were drawing the attention of many customers. Hinata bowed her head, letting her hair fall back in a veil of protection that she had yet to outgrow. She couldn't concentrate on anything else because Naruto's hand was burning a hole in her back and the heat was too delicious. She was shocked that she didn't trip and fall face down in the dirt or stumble. She wondered if the whispers she heard around her were directed at her. How would they respond? She looked at Naruto and saw that, although his eyes were now more serious, almost contemplative, he still had that easy smile. Naruto was so easily distracted that it was uncommon to see him actively lost in his own thoughts. He could typically find at least 50 new objects to observe, discuss, or relate to a story while strolling down a street. He didn't take that hand off, though, even after she picked up his rhythm and was standing right next to him. Like a breath down her spine, it vanished, leaving shivers in its wake. She checked the people around them, the vendors and the passers-by, and tucked one side of her hair behind her ear. She still couldn't relax because there were too many eyes on them, especially when some of them were talking into a neighbor's ear and cupping their mouths. For Naruto's sake, she hoped they didn't get the wrong idea. He has received a lot more attention from the populace, particularly from women, ever since he rescued the village from pain and rose to hero status, becoming so well known that his name and face are recognized throughout the world. Naruto, who had always been jealous of the attention Sasuke had received from women during his academy days, appeared to have his own small fan club that was out there stirring up trouble, but he wasn't sure what to do with it. It was cute, Hinata thought, and he hoped it made him happy, or at least gave him a new feeling of being attractive enough to have a real fanbase. She realized that now that this scene was public, she was most likely on the hit list of a number of young ladies. Being on their hit lists didn't bother Hinata because she could take care of herself, but she didn't want Naruto to feel uncomfortable because of someone misinterpreting the situation. Naruto liked to make contact, to initiate touch, and he was definitely an embracer. He was the type of guy who just did things like this on a whim. She was aware that this was simply something Naruto did, but she hoped those who were watching also understood. Hinata could tell they were misinterpreting the situation based on their sly appearance and the sly gleams in many pairs of eyes she saw observing them. She only hoped that Naruto wouldn't feel uncomfortable or awkward and try to convince her that he was just being himself when this was brought to his attention, likely through Sakura, considering the rumors that would undoubtedly spread and land him at Ino Yamanaka's door. She was certain that Naruto would feel uneasy around her for a few weeks because he wouldn't want to offend her, in addition to the fact that it would be incredibly awkward. When Naruto looked at her, she sighed slightly and covered her brief moment of distress with a smile. She questioned whether his hand was really as hot as it felt or whether her hyper-awareness was the reason his handprint appeared on her skin. Hinata was starting to suspect that a pattern was developing between her and Naruto, though she wasn't positive yet. A week had passed since they had left Konoha and taken up residence in a dilapidated Omegakure Inn, where they were the only visitors but were still charged as though they were traveling with 4 other people. Furthermore, Naruto had not once mentioned the mission in Kusagakure or the occasion when they went to eat together during that week of travel and exploration. Having persuaded herself that Naruto had either forgotten about those things or hadn't even really noticed them as anything strange, Hinata declined to bring them up. Perhaps that was it, she had thought while they were traveling. Perhaps those incidents were so unimportant that he hadn't even noticed them. Perhaps they were simply extra friendliness to help her feel at ease around Naruto, or perhaps they were moments he had let out. Hinata had persuaded herself that Naruto had been attempting to make her feel more comfortable because she was so uncomfortable, and that he would stop her from acting that way now that she could walk around him without fear. When she and Naruto were sitting in front of their fire together on the 3rd day of their trip, watching the embers flare up and then vanish into the night sky, she threw that theory out. She had been enjoying a lovely moment of total relaxation next to one of her closest friends, leaning forward with her chin in her hands and her hair falling around her face. Actually, when she reflected on it, she saw how ironic it was that she had been considering her most recent theory just before he chose to destroy it. When Naruto's raspy voice broke the stillness, she had been gazing at a rock that had fallen into the coals beneath the logs, burning red hot alongside the others. "Hey Hinata." She hummed, feeling so incredibly at ease with him that she let loose. Her clan said she might as well have given him a grunt. He paused and said, "I was thinking about something." Hinata hadn't given it much thought at the time, but looking back, that seemed a little odd. She wasn't quite accustomed to the new, reflective Naruto, and she wasn't sure how to respond to that aspect of him yet. She hummed once more as she continued to gaze at the blazing rock, wondering if the heat would eventually shatter it because it was burning brighter than all the wood coals next to it. There was another deliberate and calculated pause before he took her theory and threw it into the fire to burn and turn into nothing more than smoke. "I was thinking, when we get to AIM, and we have some free time," he said. With his eyes burning brighter than the fire even in the night, he leaned forward until he could see her face around her hair, a tiny smile curling his lips at the corners. Right behind her ear, He reached forward and gently tucked the veil of hair that concealed her face from his view. He then left his hand there long enough for her to start overheating. She was certain that her ears were hot enough for him to sense the temperature shift. His voice was a shadow of its usual volume as he concluded, "Would you want to spar?" She believed that if he had used that low, rough tone while keeping his knuckles against her cheek and his fingertips on the shell of her ear, Hinata would have consented to anything he asked. Her mind had been racing, but she had nodded her head, breathless and ashamed that she had reacted so strongly to something so trivial. His eyes squinted joyfully at her compliance, and then his knuckles and fingertips touched her cheek once, so lightly that she hardly noticed, a cautious touch he probably wasn't even aware he'd made. In any case, that was her initial thought. Had she been able to read his thoughts at that precise moment, all she would have received would have been a mirror image of herself, a spiraling chaos laced with bewilderment that left him feeling both unsteady and, in a strange way, at ease. Touching her skin and feeling anchored and stable in the knowledge that his fingertips could feel the softness of her heated cheek made him feel as though it was acceptable that he had been spiraling for so long. It was frustrating that Naruto was unable to understand what was happening to him, but he had felt different around Hinata ever since their mission to Kusagakure. Every time he saw her, he would want to touch her in any way he could, her hand, her cheek, her shoulder, etc. He had wanted to spar with her more than anything else. He wanted to throw up at the idea of her sparring with Ryuko, that sleazeball, but he was also afraid because he felt threatened. It had actually frightened him so much that he had disregarded his actions that evening, which he knew she didn't deserve, pulling her along after him in that manner and making demands of her that he had no right to make. And damned if she didn't correct him, even if she did it in that gentle, kind manner. He had the impression of a child making his first impressions of the world. He wanted everything he experienced with her because it was all new and wonderful, but he was afraid because he didn't understand it. Until the one night in between their missions when he went looking for Sakura and just let everything out in the open, everything he was feeling, all his confusion, the way the world seemed a different place, a better place, that had demoralized him for a while. He was still able to recall the expression in Sakura's eyes, which had unnerved him. The knowledge and empathy were stoked by sincere joy. He had a feeling he would soon understand that look, even though she hadn't explained it or the emotions behind it. Naruto Uzumaki had accepted her challenge and advice. Why was he allowing something difficult to defeat him so easily? Not retaliating? Are you serious? He had come to the realization that she was correct. How recently had he ever given in to a challenge? Had he ever, prior to now? The response was simple and straightforward. He hadn't. And now he wouldn't. He didn't care if it scared him or annoyed him that he didn't understand. He would follow his gut and Sakura's advice and just do what makes him happy. He would never back down from a challenge, especially one that comes from the heart rather than from words or fists. Regarding Sakura, Chan's advice to tell Hinata everything he had discussed with his best friend, he believed he had reached a mature conclusion. He wanted to sort himself out, at least somewhat, before he started talking incoherently and wildly. Although he had some degree of emotional control and could suppress it when necessary, he was no longer the boy he once was. Hinata was the one who most deserved a mature and sincere approach because he had changed a lot since he was a young boy. He had therefore changed his mind and determined that Naruto would simply follow the current course of events on the first day of their journey. Even without Sakura's extra kick to the gut, he knew that placing Hinata in those odd circumstances that likely made her feel extremely uneasy was extremely disrespectful to her, so he would no longer overlook his behavior. He knew that if he could only make himself understand his feelings, he would soon be able to express them. He was unable to tell whether his feelings for Sakura and Hinata were the same. Given that he had known Sakura since they were young children and had remained close for years, perhaps she wasn't a suitable model for comparison. The fact that Hinata was a new and fresh friend may have contributed to his confusion because, although she was a lovely girl, he hadn't had the time to get to know her or adjust to her like he had with Sakura. Other than Sakura, he didn't really have any close female friends, did he? Was this new and perplexing period because he was becoming close to Hinata in a manner that was somewhat like but not quite the same as his relationship with Sakura? The only female friend he had to compare Hinata to was his feisty pink-haired friend, which made it hard to match his feelings sufficiently to calm him. However, from Hinata's perspective, Naruto continued to act in a way that, at the time, he was unaware of, twists her inside out, and then ignores that it ever happened in the first place. How could his eyes light up when she agreed to spar with him, crinkle shut when he tells her, "I won't go easy on you," and then graze her cheek with his knuckles like that, and she feels those damn butterflies in her stomach take off all at once? It didn't seem fair, but she wasn't going to speak up as long as she could convince herself that he was done with this pattern of his. She had no intention of adding to the already awkward situation. By paying twice the anticipated price, they were able to reach this Omegakure Inn. However, Naruto and Hinata didn't mind at all because they had to traverse some extremely dangerous terrain to locate a functional inn and were comparatively eager to assist in any manner they could. But, as she had anticipated, the rain was a pleasant diversion from Konoha's consistently sunny weather, at least for her. Hinata was able to keep most of her hair dry, except for the tips, but Naruto looked like a drowned rat because he had refused to fully raise his hood. They entered their small room, which had a single bed without blankets or sheets and a fireplace that looked dangerous but could be used with caution. Only one person could use the bathroom at a time, and the floor tiles, shower, sink, toilet, and walls were all varying degrees of rust and mold. When Hinata was an heiress with a bathroom larger than this entire room back in Konoha, it was humbling to enter such a poor area, but she was grateful that they would be spending so much time outside conducting reconnaissance rather than staying in this room. Naruto put his pack down by the bed and looked down at the mattress and its thin sheet cover before asking, "Which side of the bed do you want?" Just in case, Hinata had bought one rather small blanket in a village they had passed a few days prior. It appeared to be a smart decision because they couldn't possibly sleep on the bed sheet without getting sick and having to continue the mission with a fever or the flu. When she finally realized they would be sharing this tiny bed and that they wouldn't have any blankets to conceal anything or keep warm, she moved around him, spread the blanket over the bed, and leaned back up to gaze at the cramped room. "Doesn't matter to me, Naruto-kun, you choose. I'll take the side closer to the door." Okay. There was never total quiet in AIM because the rain never seemed to stop falling. Even in the middle of a mission, Hinata felt calmed by the sound of the water falling in sheets against the window and the roof. After changing into her all-black pajamas in the restroom, she emerged to discover Naruto sitting on the floor, holding a kunai and a map in front of him. She did the same, sitting next to him with her legs folded under her and her knees bent, allowing enough room for comfort. Naruto used the kunai to point at the location where he first saw Mangetsu and then at a few other locations where he thought there might be activity. Hinata absorbed the information, committed the locations to memory, and immediately started making plans for how she could use her sight to its fullest potential. Since they only had permission to be in AIM for a week, they both sat there and listened to the rain crashing against the window and the rooftop while considering their own individual plans to divide up and cover twice the ground. After contemplating for a few more minutes, Naruto stood up, stretched, and removed his shirt all at once. With her cheeks burning, Hinata turned away and stood up, extending her knees, which were accustomed to the courteous sitting position but still ached dully, an ache that was unavoidable. As she walked over to the bed, she reminded herself that this was common, that not everyone had the luxury of a two-bedroom, and that it was normal for Ninja and Kunoichi to share sleeping quarters. But when her teammate was also the man she was in love with, it wasn't typical for her. Nevertheless, before Naruto could exit the restroom and join her, she made herself lie down with her back to Naruto's side of the bed, closed her eyes, and tried to fall asleep. She was wired from nerves and as rigid as a board, so she didn't get very far. Behind her, she heard the bathroom door open, the soft padded steps he took to get to the bed, and his hesitation before he crawled onto it. Since they had both calmed down and weren't touching, Hinata could feel herself gradually growing drowsier and more at ease enough to let her heavy eyelids close. Although it was always dark in AIM, she was unsure of how long she had been asleep because the room was still as dark as it had been when she had laid down. She closed her eyes and relaxed as the rain continued to fall in sheets against the window, lulling their room with a harsh yet rhythmic melody. When she felt an arm encircle her and Naruto's knees tuck under hers, pressing her ass completely against his front, they exploded open again. Her body froze in an instant, her heart thumping so violently in her chest that she was certain he could sense it. She felt self-conscious about her stomach, and now that his arm was around it, she was having trouble breathing. Reminding herself that they had no blanket and that he was likely cold, she forced herself to relax. Before feeling his nose nestle into the side of her neck and then a curious softness ghost over her nape, she was able to persuade herself fairly thoroughly. Her neck was being nuzzled by Naruto. She was so alert and fully energized that she could not possibly sleep at all, and she was aware of everything in the room. She couldn't stay still and fidgeted nervously as she felt his hot breath against her skin. She felt his cold feet pressing against the mattress, heard his breath leave his body, and felt his arm tighten around her. His breath blew the hair around her ear forward as he whispered, "Hey, stop moving around." She became rigid once more, thought she might have squeaked a response, but she wasn't positive, and looked straight ahead into the darkness. She had only ever seen this situation in her dreams, so she was desperate to activate her Byakugan and see him pressed against her in real life. She remained motionless and fully conscious, despite her desire to conceal her face in her hands and her reluctance to move. For several minutes, she remained in this position, afraid to breathe, until she felt Naruto's thumb stroking her clothed stomach. He muttered, "It's okay, Hinata, I promise. Get some sleep, okay?" Hinata inhaled deeply, held it, and then let it out gradually. She allowed it to soothe her and return her to herself without the heightened anxiety by concentrating on the rhythmic pattern of his finger as it moved lightly back and forth on her stomach. She inhaled deeply once more before allowing her entire body to relax. Feeling his chin rest on her shoulder, she slithered back into the firm muscles of his stomach and chest. With her eyes squeezed shut and her heart thumping like a caged bird in her chest, a smile appeared on her lips. He had calmed her down and reassured her that she could rely on him. "It's all right," he said. And it would be, or it was. She would be fine with Naruto's arm around her. Okay. It seemed like the next day would never arrive. The sun was no match for Aim's stormy weather, not because Hinata dozed off while enjoying a moment she would have been content to live in forever, which she did. There was no warmth, no light to wake up to, and no respite from the rain beating on the windows and roof. The land was ruled by clouds, which seemed to never move or shift to allow sunlight to enter, blotting out the sky, the sun, and any sense of time. The clouds over Omegacure were anything but lighthearted, dense, dark, and imposing, especially when they continuously and unrelentingly wept over the nation. It had been raining steadily without any more wind when Naruto and Hinata had finally gotten up and gone on to find answers wherever they could in Aim. The rain was coming in sideways and the temperature had dropped from cold to freezing by the time Hinata had moved to observe her fifth target in 2 hours. She felt cold to the bone, even though her body was most used to Konoha's heat. Hinata watched the activities of 2 of the 10 people she had managed to see within her field of vision as her teeth chattered unconsciously, Byakugan activated, and a hand was pressed against the tower's wall where she was currently kneeling. It makes sense, considering the Omegacure district in which she and Naruto were at the time, but Naruto had specifically mentioned this location for his encounter with the dead. Or undead. As her targets started to move, Hinata thought quickly, whichever worked. She had been following them for some time, having already swooped past them fast enough to attach sound clips to their clothes. They were both elderly, 1 man and 1 woman, and they walked slowly and with limps. Pressing 2 fingers to her earpiece, she listened intently, hoping for some concrete proof of misdemeanor as they finished their pointless chit-chat and wind-related complaints. Pain and his ability to manipulate the weather, which reportedly involved somehow blocking the wind while preserving the steady flow of rain for his own reconnaissance, were mentioned often. Now that he was gone, Hinata didn't know how the weather remained so fiercely unforgiving, but she also wasn't particularly interested in learning. She listened to her targets for a few more minutes before they fell into a friendly silence and simply walked hand in hand, shoulders bumping occasionally, hands in their pockets. With a muttered groan, Hinata turned to lean her back against the wall of the tower. Another dead end, another failed path. These people had no idea that the dead could come back to life or that someone could simply disappear. It was time to change things up a bit because waiting around doing this conventional tracking was not helping her at all. Resolved, she descended from her lofty vantage point and landed soundlessly across the street from them, her feet soaking in puddles wherever she went. She removed her earpiece, pulled up her hood, stuffed her hands in her pockets, and walked with the easy, carefree style she had observed her targets employ. Her footsteps were audible as she walked up to them, and she saw the man and woman turn to look at her. Having spent the entire day pursuing targets, she was aware that encountering a stranger in Aim was typically dangerous and would result in a flight, so she made an effort to appear as unthreatening as she could. She looked up when she was a few feet away and made an expression of surprise, as though she had been unaware of their presence. Unconcerned with the rain beating down on them all and tinkling off the numerous metallic structures that stood and hung around them, the 2 strangers cautiously ushered closer together. In addition to being extremely noisy, there were a lot of features made of rust-prone materials for a mostly wet area. Anybody could become distracted by the symphony of notes that each raindrop made as it fell against various metals with varying densities. Hello there, Hinata said, her voice soft but loud enough to cut through the flailing wind. Her targets merely gave her a nod, remaining cautious and uncertain. My name's Hinata. I'm pretty unfamiliar with Aim, but I was wondering if you might be able to help me? The man said, depends, and ushered the woman a bit farther behind his shoulder. Although Hinata was already aware of them from seeing them in her Byakugan, seeing them up close served as yet another reminder of the predicament faced by those who reside in Omegacure's poorest districts. Their teeth were missing or rotted, and their skin was so tight that it could tear as it hung heavy over their bones. With his other hand carefully tapping against his leg, the man, who had a gray beard with some black dust in it, was always touching. Beneath her cloak, the woman wore a bundle of tattered clothes, a bandana wrapped around her graying hair, and she was shivering. She frequently wrung her hands together while holding them in front of her, drawing attention to the arthritis. Knotted knuckles. What do you want? We don't have any money. I just wondered if you could give me some information. The man's voice was low and soft, difficult to hear over the rain, and he asked, what kind of information? And what's in it for us? The woman reached up to place a hand on his shoulder and steady him as he heaved, but a coughing fit nearly tore him apart. Hinata's initial goal of merely gathering information to assist this man as best she could was derailed when she felt her insides tighten with pain. The man appeared to trust her as much as possible, but after a few silent moments, he reluctantly nodded his head. Would you mind, sir? I'm a medic. I can help you. Before anything else, would you allow me to help you? Nevertheless, he took one step in Hinata's direction and quietly shoved the woman behind him, fiercely protective of her. He had a resigned but cautious look in his eyes. To let him know there were no tricks, she moved slowly while holding her hands out in front of her. Undaunted by the tumbling waves of rain descending from the enraged sky, the man gasped and, for the first time, displayed fear as the flame of verdant chakra exploded around her hands. Slipping effortlessly into medic mode, Hinata started, This is healing chakra, sir. I am a medic. Does your chest hurt? It sounds like it's a little hard for you to breathe. The man nodded his head on both accounts, surprised but curious. With a nervous expression, he reached up and scratched a sideburn. Hinata nodded and gently placed her hands on his body, saying, I've been having trouble breathing since the last war came and went. Lots of explosions, lots of smoke. Chest aches all the time, don't know why, never stopped me before. I'm going to survey your internal damage before I do any healing, okay? Ah, sure. Unable to think of anything to say and extremely anxious about being touched by a stranger, the man turned his head away from Hinata. The woman with him was looking over his shoulder at Hinata's work, and he even took the time to look over his shoulder at her. I see. Have you ever been to the hospital for heart problems, sir? No. Have you had a serious fall or loss of consciousness recently? No. The woman slapped the man squarely on the back, startling him. Before Hinata could say anything more, her brow furrowed in concentration. He gave her a shady look as he grunted and lifted his hands. Okay. Nosy old broad. I had a fall about a month ago, got real light-headed and felt a lot of pain in my chest and shoulder. I was out for a few minutes, just a few. Woke up feeling like hell, but I couldn't just stay down, not on these streets, not in this country. Lucky enough I didn't get robbed for all I'm worth, which isn't much, but it's all I got. With greater empathy, Hinata probed the man's chest with her chakra, examining his heart and identifying any weakness. Myocardial infarction, she muttered as she examined the tissue and the valves. A tiny portion of the man's heart muscle was injured and seemed to be dead, as would be predicted based on his symptoms. A stroke, or a reduction in heart blood flow, had caused the fall. Another issue, though not necessarily unrelated, was the difficulty breathing. The man appeared to be well into his 70s, if not in his early 80s. His coughing fits were noisy because of the thick mucus that covered his lungs and airway. In addition to his recent heart attack, the man had chronic bronchitis, which Hinata estimated had been affecting him for some time. Her hands flared with healing chakra as she opened her mouth to tell him of her diagnosis, and she began to try to ease his pain and do what she could for him despite the terrible damage to his heart and lungs. Your fall was caused by a myocardial infarction, or heart attack. You're currently suffering from chronic bronchitis, which is why you're coughing up mucus. You really need to go to a hospital. It's good that you seem to walk a lot, that should help, but this cold air is only making it worse. Can't afford a hospital, and besides, not like we got top-notch care here. They just send me right back where I came from, so why would I bother? There is a hospital here. Could you tell me where it's located? The man asked sarcastically if his examination had been worth anything or if they had been wasting their time after he had given the location of the hospital. Hinata had already begun to shake her head, ideas racing through her mind as she readied herself to look at the woman. Then, whispering that it was safe, the man turned and motioned his companion forward. Grinning, Hinata met her in the center and took her twisted hands in hers. Hinata's heart sank the instant she saw those broken fingers. The elderly woman had obviously had arthritis for a long time because her fingers were permanently mashed together against her palms, nearly fisted, and couldn't even be undone. Hinata could tell by the sparkle in her gentle honey eyes that she had anticipated this and the pain in Hinata's eyes when she realized there wasn't much she could do to stop this process. Kay's had arthritis for ages now, girl, not much left to do there. Hinata's chakra erupted, enveloping each finger in a calming warmth as she said, no, not much, but still something. Kay, the woman, watched in awe as her lips quivered and her eyes widened as she regained the smallest movement. The man was equally enthralled and watched. She explained, "This is all I can do for you, K.San. But I know many exercises that help this condition. They'll bring you some comfort and relief, at least, and at the very most you might regain very minimal function. That's highly unlikely, but it's not completely unreachable. Don't lose hope." She showed Kay and her companion the hand exercises she had learned and independently researched to help with joint stiffness, specifically for patients with arthritis, but she hesitated to leave the elderly couple. "Sir, do you know if you are allergic to anything?" "Not that I know of, kid." In an attempt to avoid upsetting them, going too far, or making them feel confined, she cautiously asked, "All right. Is this where you live? Can I find you here again?" She could see them as her own elders and felt a certain affection for them. She saw Kay slide her hand back into the man's and nestle into his warmth. The sky was churning like poison as the rain kept coming down. "You can." He hesitated once more, reverting to his protective, mistrustful personality. Hinata didn't take it personally because he was always afraid and had to fight to stay alive. With his tapping hand over his mouth, the man looked at Hinata with uncertain, hooded eyes and said, "Before I head out, I was just wondering if there's been anything especially strange happening around here." The woman nodded her head and pushed him from behind. The man remained tight-lipped and suspicious, but that seemed to seal the deal. "Anything strange, you said? Anything at all? There's a lot of strange things in this world, kid. Strange that you can work your whole life then be raided by brutes and lose everything you ever owned. None of you upper-class heathens even know what it's like down here in the slums. Barely enough food for a child. Only thing in abundance is shelter, and that's because the whole damn district has been deserted." The man sighed and raised his hand to the side to continue tapping. His face was beet red, and his lips were shaking from the coughing fit. The man appeared to calm down when the woman placed her forehead gently against the back of his shoulder. Hinata paused to consider their relationship and whether the woman's silence was her own decision or the product of cruelty from someone else. "Sir?" The woman tensed abruptly, pulling on his sleeve and raising her forehead from his back. "Strange, strange. Nothing really jogs the memory as out of the ordinary. Nothing but rain and piss and," she said. As he turned to face her, she started making hand gestures that Hinata recognized as a crude version of sign language, using her twisted fingers to outline words and sentences as clearly as she could. However, it appeared that the man understood what she was saying because he was nodding. He gave the woman a warm smile and held one of her hands beneath his arm to keep it warm. "Oh yeah, forgot all about that, but not Kay here. Has a memory like a steel trap, this one does. Reminded me that the other night, we were wandering down a few kilometers north of here and we saw a few shady-looking folks. Nothing too out of the ordinary about them. They were eating at one of the motel's diners, sipping tea or something. We walked by and they didn't even spare a look at us. But we got a look at them, and let me tell you something, child, those men were up to something. Black cloaks swallowing them up, just a bad vibe all around as we walked by. They were just eating here. Is that what made them unusual? Motels are the main source of food in these districts, so that's not what concerned me." Hinata wasn't sure if the man was aware of something significant or if she was just making things up, but this was more than she had yet to receive, and she would be damned if she didn't follow it through to the end. "Then please, what did concern you?" she asked. "What concerned me and what was odd about them was there was one that was just, he was loving the rain. No one in AIM loves the rain. No one. This guy, he was looking away from his group, staring up at the rain coming down, opening his mouth to taste it. It was his teeth. Mouth like a beast, that one, sharp and lethal. Kay and I still wonder if we were hallucinating those teeth. Strange folks when you really look at them, one was even wearing a mask." When Hinata realized she had finally gotten something useful, she was excited. One of the men had sharp teeth. Was he very pale, with white hair? Small build? She asked herself. This was a significant event that was worth informing Lady Tsunade about. She was finally headed in the right direction. The man responded to her even though he was staring at her as if she had gone insane. "Yeah, sharp teeth, white hair, small build, pale skin. It's so cold here everyone's always pale, though." "And the men he was with, what did they look like? Can you describe them for me?" Could only really see the one who was wearing the mask. It was a strange design, not to mention no one here wears masks. Orange, and swirled. Covered his whole face up. The other guy, we couldn't get a good look at him. He was in the shadows. Hinata's voice was sincere and earnest as she said, thank you for this information." After a quick errand at the hospital, she was prepared to meet Naruto again because she had everything organized in her mind. She thanked the elderly couple again and bowed to them. The man's pale skin readily absorbed the color as he flushed. Kei stepped forward and gently placed one mangled hand over Hinata's heart, holding it there for a brief moment before retraction and returning to her position next to the man. Touched and on the verge of tears, Hinata jumped up onto an overhanging cable and started walking toward the hospital with newfound purpose. She believed she had come to the wrong place when she got to the hospital. Hinata's Byakugan did not lie, even though the front desk was deserted and there was no noise to suggest that anyone was in the building. She had seen enough people in gurneys a few floors up to justify this building being set apart from the other abandoned towers. Hinata wondered why she felt so tense and experienced an odd sensation. Perhaps it was the total absence of staff to welcome her and the absence of life-saving activities, which she was so accustomed to in Konoha. Or it might have been the oddity of discovering and going into a hospital without a ground floor. The hospital's lowest floor, high in the sky, was even taller than many of AIM's towers. A rickety elevator would carry each patient up several floors to the emergency room, and then even higher to the intensive care unit and operating rooms. In AIM, Hinata had underestimated the misery of a place more than she had ever done before. It was understandable why the population was declining and why no one wanted to come here, much less go through the area. Every customer had a pessimistic outlook, the streets were hazardous, and the care was harsh and unreliable. She only had to explore for a few moments before Hinata concluded that, in the light of the situation, a little amorality was acceptable. She would always have to break the rules because she was a shinobi. For example, it did not seem like Hinata would later regret stealing medical supplies for a good cause in a place where people in need were left in need. So she looked around the hospital, down empty corridors, and found only a handful of people working, but none of them asked her anything more than a quick look. She believed that her presence and healthy gait were sufficient to qualify as not requiring any help, so she was left on her own. After a few minutes, she discovered a storage room that had been looted and battered by what she assumed to be robbers. She was able to collect as many materials as she could from the room's demolished remnants. For those who couldn't carry much with them, there was one hospital blanket, gauze, bandages, and some supplies for makeshift splints. She wanted them to be as comfortable as possible and ready for the future, but she didn't want them to stand out and be robbed. In addition, she created a tiny first aid kit that they could both use, putting it in a tin container and keeping it in her pouch. Lastly, she secured a small sack at her hips after wrapping her remaining belongings in gauze and tucking them inside. After finishing her scavenging, Hinata turned back to the way she had come after taking one final glance at the room that had been ripped apart by the desperate needs of some unnamed people. The woman at the front desk this time, however, was bending over to push a box into position when she turned startled to see Hinata approaching from behind. When the woman inquired whether she needed help, Hinata flushed, greeted her, and stopped by her desk. Hinata questioned whether the woman simply no longer cared about theft because her hands were full of things that were obviously not hers. If it occurred frequently enough that she was left with nothing more than any assistance she could provide. She wanted to ask the woman what had happened, why no one was here, and why this country or this district showed no signs of life. She knew that one, but she wanted to know what had happened here that had left the people so hurt and desperate. She was aware that this nation had been left battered and broken by the Civil War. Their infrastructure was worse than Konoha's, not that it had been completely destroyed. The people were the cause. Wholly killed. Families that are broken and lost and cannot be repaired materially. Omegakure was completely different from Konoha in that it had not survived its war. AIM's population had declined and had reached a standstill, whereas Konoha had continued where the war had left off, working to rebuild and revitalize the community. What else might Hinata anticipate? Konoha had completely lost its structure and life as a result of the war pain that had descended upon it. But, Hinata reflected solemnly, Naruto had reached pain and persuaded him to return the lives he could in order to begin a new, better path. Since pain was all he had ever known, he had begun with just 6 paths of pain. However, Naruto had shown him the 7th, the way of hope that brought forgiveness and rebirth. Konoha had also done well. However, who had supported AIM during its crisis? Who had been present to confront the criminal mastermind responsible for the devastation of the inhabitants of this village? Kids. Master Jiraiya himself is in charge of 3 youthful, aspirational kids. Nevertheless, everyone was aware of the outcome of that story. AIM had suffered as a result. Hinata surprised herself by what she said instead of posing any of these queries. What do you need? The woman asked without showing any emotion, as if she didn't even think Hinata was still there. Her eyes seemed to see right through the kunoichi, as if she secretly thought that any correspondence beyond a first greeting was either unheard of or a lie. As though no one had previously lingered long enough to ask additional questions or offer assistance to the one individual who appeared to offer assistance to everyone. I'm sorry, she said in a toneless, colorless voice. There was absolutely no inflection suggesting any kind of presence in the conversation. Although Hinata was aware that this hospital set a precedent of its own, she was a drone, moving around behind her desk and dragging syringes and other medical supplies that she had never seen behind a welcoming desk before. "Is there anything you need here? I can help. I want to help." This was completely outside the scope of her mission, and she was certain that if it worked out, Lady Tsunade would give her a scathing reprimand. However, after passing rooms with mold on the walls, a deafening silence in every hallway, and wireframes where beds and the sick should have been, Hinata realized she had to do this. She couldn't just walk out of here and do nothing. Finally, the woman gave her a serious look. Hinata questioned whether there was anything in her appearance that would promise help, and what those weary brown eyes were seeing. Still without emotion in her voice, she said, "You want to help." However, a flashing memory of towers rising into the sky every day, each taller than the one before it, gleaming like guardian giants at night and like beacons during the day, was visible in her eyes. There are mountain shadows to gaze upon and be lifted through, to stand on top of and observe the whole nation while the rain hits them rather than seeping through. Shelter from the weather, places to work and learn, and places to raise families. Iron and cable fingers pierce the clouds, icing at the tips, as metallic angels raise their arms into the air. Hinata saw hope shining back at her from this weary woman. Hope for a new beginning, as she had witnessed as a child, after a war had upended her world but left it intact. Unlike now, when she was old enough to have fought 2 wars and witnessed 2 upheavals in her world. One stabilizing, the other flipping over into the unknown. She remained in the unknown, drowning in fear and the never-ending rain. These people, including this woman, had no idea how to leave. Hinata wasn't an idiot. She was aware that Konoha was neither a savior nor a ray of hope, and that no one would pay attention to a Megacure's predicament if she returned crying and with her hands clenched into declarations. Nobody would come to this broken village's aid. Before embarking on this mission, Hinata was aware of the war and knew that the area had been completely destroyed. However, she had never been there, had never felt it, and had never had it directly rubbed against her face. She was now a tiny, inconsequential part of the shattered aftermath, a part of the unknown. She wasn't a rescuer either. Her hometown wasn't a help. These AIM residents didn't want to be rescued by a village that failed to support them during the civil war that had wiped them out. A Megacure was affected by the Third Shinobi World War, which tormented its residents and their families. Its kids. A Megacure had only ever known death and brokenness in the shinobi world. Hanzo. Civil War. The Third World War of Shinobi. Pain. A Megacure had no interest in getting involved in the shinobi politics or any of the villages. All they desired was a new birth, the ability to live, and the possibility of a future. They desired free lives free from the threat of a shinobi dictatorship or foreign powers destroying their families and using their children as combatants. They desired autonomy. They desired an opportunity. The woman inquired, "What village are you from?" Although it was a straightforward question, Hinata would have recognized that the asker was setting boundaries if it had come from someone else. "Konohagakure, ma'am." A glimmer of life appeared in her, a sunshine smile that appeared and vanished in a matter of seconds after occupying her frozen lips. "Nice weather this time of year." "Well," she said. "I suppose it's always nice weather there." "Yes, it is." "Ma'am, I'm sorry to intrude upon your business, but is there anything that I can do for you?" The woman turned, reached under her desk, and produced a jar full of teeth. "You seem like a nice young lady," she said. A closer look revealed that some of the teeth were still affixed to long, extending roots, and that the rest were rotted. Hinata's heart pounded in her chest as her mind recognized the man with K and their missing teeth. "Like someone who truly does want to help. You're hesitating to ask, which shows me that you understand the politics of someone like you offering to assist someone like me, here, in this place. I accept that. And I'll tell you right now, I am not the kind of person to reject the offer of help when it is extended to me, no matter where it's being extended from. You've seen the place, clearly," and she nodded to the items in Hinata's arms, causing her to blush. However, that smile reappeared as her full lips curved back to show her teeth. Not a single one was rotted or missing. She had scars despite having gorgeous, flawless skin that was so deeply pigmented. She had pink, stretched dot-out marks on her forehead, hands, shoulders, and neck. "Don't worry, sweetheart. You can have those goods, I don't mind. I'm not going to ask why someone from Konohagakure needs a hospital blanket and some gauze, or why she's getting them from here. I will gladly accept any help you wish to offer, child. The world needs more people willing to put their pride aside and accept the kindness of others. I'd like for you to remember that, too, while you complete the mission you're on, and when you're off on others." Hinata bowed and nodded her head slowly before walking a short distance to the door. Then, with the final picture of the woman's hopeful smile in her mind's eye, Hinata turned away from the run down hospital and looked out into the rain where a single beam of sunlight had broken through the cloud cover, streaming down unbroken upon the metal surface of a small tower. She arrived at the doorframe, one foot already soaked by the approaching rain, and turned back to the woman, saying, "I will remember." Hoping that Kay and her companion were still walking, Hinata rushed back to the street. She quickly located them, descending from the closest tower to land a short distance from them while her new belongings jostled. In a brief greeting, she held up her hand and motioned for them to follow her to a small, overhanging tower. Even though it wasn't much protection from the rain, especially with the wind howling, it was still preferable to nothing. She took the things out from under her cloak and started to stack them against the corner, carefully putting everything down before turning to face her new friends' wide-eyed, suspicious looks. She went through each little container, pointing out each item and describing its purpose. "I've brought you medical supplies." Hinata had to use experience to determine the time of day, even though it was hard to tell from the complete darkness surrounding them, which had woken them up and would undoubtedly continue to do so into their next dreams. Since she had spent the entire day tracking and stalking and had even taken a detour for this side mission, she would bet that it was already evening. In light of this, she took out the hospital blankets and gave them to the couple, stating that they were the best available in the hospital. They gazed down at the blankets in wonder, as though they were something luxurious, like jewels, rather than little pieces of fabric that the wind would rip right through. Once, almost as if to recall the sensation, the man kneaded the fabric between his fingers before turning and encircling Kay's shoulders with it. In order to lessen her shivering, he patted her and took hers from her hands. As she untied the small knapsack at her side, Hinata leaned over, her hair falling to cover her face, feeling the sting of tears in her eyes at the obvious act of love. Without saying a word, she gave it to the man and observed how his fingers jiggled the objects before removing the first one from the case. He just stared at the object for a moment, then at the copies that were still inside the sack. It took him a few moments to look up at Hinata. Despite his somewhat shaken appearance, he persisted in trying to hide his feelings from a stranger. He was already bringing the small device to his lips and pressing it once to release the therapeutic substance. "Have you ever used an inhaler before, sir?" he asked. Although mucus still muffled his subsequent resounding sigh, his expression conveyed a sense of relief he hadn't experienced in years. Kay moved to nuzzle into his side, her body heavy from the blankets over her shoulders. "Yes, I have. Used to have a prescription for the cheap one at the store, but couldn't afford it when the war came through." Nevertheless, the man shifted to allow her to tuck her twisted fingers into his side and wrap them around his arm. As the couple approached the little cluster of medical supplies, Hinata gave the man a nod before grinning at Kay. "I know I don't have to tell you, but please keep the goods hidden well. Most likely inside this building would be best. I don't want them to bring you more strife." The man nodded his head and turned back to her, saying, "Yes, you're right. Of course. We'll do that." Slowly but confidently, he held out his hand, seemingly risking everything, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Hinata felt her heart race in recognition as he said, "I'm Jun." His eyes were sparkling, but his mouth was a straight line. This was an expression of gratitude that he was unable to articulate, in some way indicating that she was no longer unfamiliar with them now that she was aware of their names. In a country full of criminals and victims, this man had graciously given her his personal information in exchange for the few medical supplies she had successfully taken from the nearby hospital. This couple treated the small quantity of goods as if they were priceless jewels, even though a patient in Konoha would receive 3 of them in general care. Hinata was genuinely humbled. "I'm Hyuga Hinata." She extended her hand to take his, felt the light squeeze, and he returned it, placing it on top of Kay's on his arm. "It's very nice to meet you." Her smile was as radiant as the sun's rays on her skin, broad, sincere, and powerful enough to remind her of her location and her purpose. She had a purpose. She needed to get back together with Naruto, check to see if he had accomplished anything more, and then head back to her hometown to report on what she had learned. She was unable to remain here any longer. This made her feel a little sad, but she was also amazed at how quickly she had grown so attached to these people. As she stepped back into the rain, she started to move away from the couple, who were huddled together under the overhang, tightly bound together. In a moment, the rain seeped through her clothes and cloak, chilling her bones again. She stared for a long time into Kay's powerful, honeyed eyes before shifting to Jun's steely ice-pick gaze. She slowly rose back to her standing position after dipping into a bow, her own unique expression of gratitude. She smiled and said, "We will see each other again." Before the couple could continue, Hinata ascended into the clouds to face the coldest rain, ran so fast over rooftops that the wind couldn't keep up with her, and made a self promise that she would never give up no matter what aspects of her world threw her a curveball. Her ninja method was that, as she walks down the hospital hallway, Hinata silently counts the number of each room while nodding to a passing nurse. A bouquet of flowers, hand-picked and grown by Ino herself, consisting of lavender lisianthus, white yarrows, and a single pink peony in the center, was nestled into the cleft of her left arm. She had gotten up early, gone straight to the store to get the bouquet she had asked Ino to make for her, stopped for a few minutes to chat with her friend, then wished her a good day and left for the hospital instead. Without pausing in between, she bounded straight to the second floor, stopping along the way to greet various friends and elders. The hospital staff knew why she was currently visiting during her off hours, so they didn't try to obstruct her. She paused for a moment before opening the door and stepping over the threshold, signaling her arrival by gently rapping her knuckles against the door with her free hand when she finally arrived at the desired room. When the young woman's bleary eyes opened and she saw Hinata, she smiled as she walked silently to the side of the first patient's bed, holding the long stem of a single lisianthus flower. Taking the 2 wilted flowers out of the many healthy ones Hinata had brought her earlier, she placed the flower in the glass vase on top of Aya-chan's bedside and inquired quietly about her health today. Better, she replied cheerfully, despite the fact that she still had dark circles under her eyes. After nodding her head and saying a few quiet words of consolation, Hinata's eyes softened and she advised Aya-chan to get enough sleep. She took a step back, walked around the curtain that separated the room's 2 beds, and stopped to examine the second patient, whose lips were lulled in sleep and whose eyes were closed. That's how it appeared, anyway, but she knew better. Furthermore, he was aware that she was more knowledgeable. He opened his eyes and the corner of his lips tipped upwards as she continued to stand at the edge of his bed, grinning down at him with affection. Hinata frowned as he said, "Hinata-sama." His voice was a little hoarse from lack of use. She stepped forward and placed the bouquet on his bedside table, tilting it up to reveal Ino's most recent masterpiece. She went to the chair by the bed and sat on the edge with her hands clasped in her lap. Carefully, Neji sat up straight and raised a hand to grasp his bandaged side. "How are you today, Neji.ni.san?" Hinata deduced that Neji was implying that the Hokage would not allow him to leave the hospital just yet by saying, "Well enough to be put back on active duty." She shook her head and grinned at him. She answered, "She knows best. Besides, we all want you to be at your best before you try to take on any missions. Otherwise, you could suffer injuries that are a lot worse than a few broken ribs and a mild concussion." Neji was one of the most mature and realistic people she knew, but he was also one of the most obstinate. "I have healed." She scowled at him, but she didn't say anything. They had been fighting over this for the past few days, her from her worried, medic stance and him from his antsy, need.to.be, active stance. Since they hadn't really made any headway, she would have rather let the conversation end there so she could just spend time with him instead of him being cooped up in the hospital by himself, radiating the need to run. What was it about hospitals and shinobi that made them feel so uneasy that they would rather jump out of a window that was 2 or 3 stories high with broken ribs than spend a few days in bed to rest? As she considered it, Hinata vividly recalled the times she had been admitted to the hospital and how she had felt a strong urge to go out and do something. Her Ni.san was now glaring at her with his arms folded across his chest, but she had no intention of telling him about this discovery. Neji beat her to it just as she was about to switch the subject, and she found his choice of topic change hilarious. "You have gone grocery shopping recently, correct?" "Hi." Knowing that this was a topic they could both feel comfortable discussing, Hinata's shoulders relaxed as she reviewed her most recent shopping list. "What did you purchase?" she asked. The entire Hyuga compound knew that Neji and Hinata were food partners because they hardly ever went shopping without each other's company. It was easy and fun to talk about because it was practically their go-to bonding activity. She described the path she followed, the vendors she saw, the people she spoke with, and the people who asked her to send their best wishes for his health. As she described her journey to the market district, he listened intently, his face remaining the same despite his stunning white eyes shifting over her face and taking in every emotion that changed. She and Naruto had returned from a megacure 3 weeks prior. After she had been able to learn important information from Jun and Kei, the AIM residents she had met, healed, and come to like, they had quickly returned. They had reported to Tsunade-sama as soon as they had returned to Konoha, exhausted and a little worn out from all the traveling, and had made plans to split up and go home to finally get some rest. However, Tsunade-sama was requesting that Hinata remain behind before they had even completed bowing to her. As Hinata watched Naruto's own inquisitive expression as he closed the door behind him on his way out, she recalled the roiling sensation of curiosity in her stomach. However, her weariness was abruptly brought to consciousness and her spine went ramrod straight when she turned back to Tsunade and examined the village leader's face. Tsunade's voice had no indication of how serious Neji's condition was, but she was quick to calm Hinata's growing anxiety when she said, "I wanted to inform you as soon as possible. Hyuga Neji is currently being treated in the hospital. He ran into some trouble on his last mission. He has a few broken ribs and a mild concussion, but he's going to be fine. The only reason I'm telling you now, without his permission, is because I need someone to convince him to stay in that bed of his for at least a month. His ribs were bad enough that I'd suggest 6 weeks, but we all know that isn't going to happen. As you well know, visiting hours are officially over right now, but I'll make an exception for one of my staff. Get that idiot to stay still for at least a month." Hinata dismissed. Ever since, she had been coming to see him virtually every day and bringing him a fresh bouquet every week from Ino's shop. Although she had been able to keep him under lockdown for 3 weeks, she was certain that he would not survive for a month because of the fire in his eyes that she had been observing for the past few days. His head dipped down in a single nod as she concluded her story, counting on her fingers the number of scrolls she had discovered that she wished to buy on their next journey. Her spine straightened in anticipation of an argument with him as his eyes brightened once more and she realized he was about to bring up his condition once more. But before either of them could say anything, there was a soft knock on the door, and Tenten entered the room a moment later, tucking one side of her short bangs behind her ear. "Oh, hi Hinata. Chan," she said with a gentle smile. Moving to the far side of the room, she took the enormous scroll off its perch on her tailbone and placed it against the wall. She moved to the end of Neji's bed and leaned her hip against it, crossing her arms over her chest, letting the pops of her spine fill the room's silence as she stretched her shoulders back. With a raised eyebrow at Neji's frown, she questioned, "What's with that face?" Hinata let out a sigh as she awaited Neji to restate his assertion that he was fully recovered. But Tenten was laughing before he could make his argument. Her lips tipped up into a smirk as her steely brown eyes flashed. "Are you pouting? Seriously?" With a frown, Neji said, "I'm not pouting. If you're here alone, where is the menace?" "Lee is running laps around Konoha. He got wind of Guy Sensei challenging Kakashi to a drinking battle and bet on Guy Sensei." Neji grinned. "Fool." Tenten nodded in agreement. "I hate to say it," she said. Hinata, wanting to give the two of them some space, got up from the chair and stretched herself before turning to face Neji with a kind but firm expression. "But that was just blatantly stupid. Kakashi spends just about every day he's not on a mission in a bar." The final statement was a stretch, a covert way to extract a promise from him. "I'm going to head back. I have a sparring session with Sakura Dotsan in a few hours. I will come visit you again tomorrow." This meant that he would be in trouble if she returned to the hospital without him. And being on Hinata's bad side was something Neji detested, and he did so quite publicly. This had only occurred a few times previously, and only recently, as Hinata's self-confidence had increased. Neji recalled the fresh flavor of her annoyance and rage. He had not liked it. After a long moment of staring at her, he tilted his head just once. Although she could see the resentment in his eyes, she was also positive that he would follow through on her statements. She gave him her final smile and said a silent goodbye to Tenten, who in turn insisted on having her own sparring session soon. With a nod of compliance, Hinata left the room and made her way back to the Hyuga compound to get ready for her spar. Still grinning from bidding the Hyuga heiress farewell, Tenten stepped forward to occupy the vacant seat. Tenten was fairly familiar with Hinata as well because she was on Neji's team and spent a lot of time with him. There was a sort of package deal with the cousins. If you got one, you got the other. Tenten found Hinata's gentleness and peaceful atmosphere soothing, and she enjoyed her company. Ironically, his air was somehow irritating, despite the fact that Neji's was similarly quiet. Tenten enjoyed trying to get him to be expressive, agitate him, and ruffle his feathers. Although it was a difficult course with few rewards, there were some advantages. With a sly smile, she returned her attention to her stony-faced teammate and swiveled inside the chair to hook her legs over the armrest and hang them loosely. Neji eyed her position blankly, but she knew that it was pointless to look at his lips for a clue as to what he was thinking or feeling, since his eyes actually spoke for him. As arrogant as he was, Tenten was aware that Neji would never sit so carelessly over a chair in his life. Additionally, she made herself comfortable and wrapped an arm around the chair's neck because she knew that her ease in doing so had some unidentifiable effect on him. She decided it was time to reverse the situation when he just kept staring at her and she started to feel uneasy. Trying not to smile, she said, "Would you like me to call someone to fluff your pillows?" Her annoyance was heightened by his unwavering gaze. He played this game really well. She had been his teammate for so long that she knew almost everything there was to know about him, but she was also good. It required courage, commitment, and time. Tenten had long since moved past her outrage at admitting that it took courage to play mind games with Neji, primarily because there wouldn't be a game without it. But along with it came the threat of his temper, which was well hidden and protected. However, if she was being truthful with herself, she wasn't afraid of his temper. He was passionate about it. Neji had certain triggers that, if violated, could bring out a stubbornness and vivacity for the game that Tenten had not been ready for as a young girl. Despite her seeming indifference, she had occasionally inadvertently crossed the line and discovered the hard way how obstinate Neji was about winning, even in trivial situations like mind games. Damned if that didn't make Tenten furious. He had a sharp mind and a quick wit that were ideal for games like this one. But this was a game she had been playing for a very long time. She was more thoughtful and accurate than Lee, but his unavoidable directness was too strong to match. Even Neji was occasionally cornered by Lee's direct provocation, but this was very infrequent. Until Tenten interrupted, he largely ignored Lee, brushed him off, or just stared at him. And that was annoying. Neji could sometimes dissect you with his eyes alone, without even using words. Although Team Guy was cohesive and worked well together, there was a persistent tension in their relationship that pushed each member to keep improving both intellectually and physically. It was meditation for Neji. Tenten was convinced he could sit and meditate for hours without feeling the slightest bit of sluggishness if he weren't so preoccupied with missions. For Tenten, it was weapons training, a discipline that made her body and mind stronger at the same time. And it was running for Lee. In addition to running in the middle of the day when the sun attempted to beat him down, Lee also ran to chase the moon and in the early mornings before even the birds were awake. Each of them possessed unique strengths, weaknesses as well. Neji had a way of taking advantage of Tenten's surprisingly short fuse. It was almost too easy to damage Lee's style because he was so naive, but that wasn't really a weakness because he was able to return to full positivity more quickly than anyone else she knew. Neji as well. Okay, it was a little more challenging to identify Neji's shortcomings than those of the other two Team Guy members. He clearly had affection and respect for Hinata, but that was completely forbidden. Tenten wasn't sure she would be leaving Neji's relationship with Hinata, but she knew that interfering with it was a surefire way to provoke a truly amazing reaction. Tenten shuddered at the mere thought. However, Neji was a poor loser, particularly when it came to people he didn't think were on his level. Similar to Lee, Tenten approached this court reluctantly but adamantly, given that many of Neji and Lee's sparring sessions ended in draws, demonstrating the latter's well-earned strength. Neji needed constant reminders of their equality, and she was willing to irritate him by making him feel less than Lee if that meant doing so. Naturally, she had previously discussed strategies with Lee, and while he didn't think there was anything wrong with Neji's approach as a fellow ninja, he did agree that enervating Neji sounded like a risky, young adventure that he couldn't resist. However, given that Neji had a superb poker face and strict emotional control, it was challenging to identify many more glaring flaws in him. However, Tenten sarcastically thought that was what contributed most to the game's enjoyment. Tenten and Lee could see the tint of color just barely starting to show on Neji's cheeks because there had been moments when they had been so close to breaking him open and finally winning a big battle against him. Tenten picked up the game quickly, but it was risky. She was aware of the importance of bravery in this game and that she would be beaten like a song if she approached Neji with anything less than a fierce, intense desire to win. She was an independent, strong woman. She was aware of the distinction between caution and wariness, as well as their relative merits. Neji's skill at mind games demanded extreme caution because he could have you stuttering and backtracking into checkmate with just one erroneous move. He was that good. Tenten had thus acquired timing and patience. She worked on it gradually, waiting for the situation to unfold and setting mental traps for adversaries with the same level of accuracy as she did physical ones, so as not to reveal her new tactic to Neji. Though she had to explain everything to Lee because he had never even considered it would be wise to stray from steady, unchanging, straightforward attacks, she knew that eventually he would understand. However, under her tutelage, Lee had also started to develop, mastering the art of subtlety to the point where he was reasonably dangerous, though not nearly as dangerous as Neji. Be careful. Patience. Preset actions followed by inventiveness. Halfway through, Neji had begun to change things up after he realized her new strategies. It's annoying, but manageable. She only required a little imagination and receptivity. In this manner, she would always be able to refocus them on Neji, even if he tried to spin her and Lee in circles. She only needed to proceed cautiously and pay attention to her steps so she wouldn't get lost in the traces he left behind. With shrewd eyes, Neji was observing her, and she could almost see the cogs turning and his own traps being woven behind his menacing gaze. She smiled, though, since she couldn't reveal the game. With an inquisitive tone, she questioned, "So about how much longer do you have to stay in here?" She kept everything as close to being honest as possible, with no overt use of inflection. It appeared to be effective. Neji waited for the quiet to subside between them before deciding to speak, his eyes alert and his voice low. Tenten tilted her head thoughtfully and clicked her tongue at him, saying, "Hokage. Sama recommends 2 more weeks, at least." Neji just looked at her and said, "That's a long time." Then they fell silent once more. She nodded her head and pursed her lips, looking around the room as though she had never been to a hospital before, even though she knew he was waiting for her to continue. At last, Neji fell for it. He answered deadpan, "Yes." He was obviously aware that she was building to something, but it was telling that he responded to her rather than allowing the silence to unnerve her. He either didn't think she was a threat or he was sure he could outdo whatever she was planning. Undaunted, she looked back into his eyes, fighting the urge to grit her teeth at his haughtiness. Without averting her gaze, she proceeded to deliver the first of her major traps. By breaking eye contact, she was demonstrating her weakness and letting him know that she had hidden agendas for which she was uncomfortable telling him. She thus performed her part flawlessly, maintaining a neutrally worried expression without turning away. "And what advice does Hinata-san give?" He hadn't responded, which was okay, a little disappointing, but Tenten hadn't been expecting too much from that one. She watched his eyes follow her features as the room fell silent around them. They are of the same mind. From her reclined position over the armrest of the chair, she hummed, finally breaking eye contact so that she could nod her head and look up at the ceiling. She began mentally counting down her top 50 favorite weapons, kicking one leg back and forth as it dangled over the chair. Time and silence pressed on, and she continued counting down. Patience is key, she reminded herself, and she was on number 41, explosive tags attached to wires, when Neji broke the silence once more. The fact that he was fishing made her insides wriggle and made victory seem attainable, but she had to maintain her composure because one mistake could cost her everything. "You sure have a lot of free time to just sit here doing nothing." Tenten rolled her head to the side and rested it against her shoulder, humming in agreement. "I just wanted to know what you would do about that. I mean, thinking about," and with that, she shrugs, bouncing up from the chair and stretching her back one last time before hoisting her scroll back up onto her tailbone, where she kept it fastened. "Well, Neji, I suppose you're correct. It would be a waste of my time to do nothing here. I guess I'll see you, well, when I see you." She grinned at him and turned to face the door, walking with even steps as she left the room. She was so close to the door that she actually started to worry that all of her cautious actions would be in vain if Neji didn't care enough to follow them. However, as her hand reached for the doorknob, his voice approached her softly and quietly. "Tenten." She hesitated, a smirk taking over her face, and then she turned over her shoulder, out of his line of sight by the curtain between his bed and the other patients. Tenten's smirk vanished, and she regained her inquisitive expression, praying that he hadn't used his Byakugan and noticed her smirk, but even if he had, he would have earned it for keeping her waiting so long that she nearly left without retrieving her prize. She turned and started back towards him, pausing at the corner of his bed with one hand resting on her cocked hip. Yes, taking into account, he was so unyielding that he only used one-word answers rather than asking her directly what she meant, which was a power play with words interwoven throughout the mind game she had started. He did love his games, she thought, narrowing her eyes, but this was already proving to be much more difficult for him than for her, so she was okay with it. She wouldn't get ahead of herself, though, because that was a surefire way to get lost in his ingenuity and get caught up in her own. "Well, we have a mission in 2 days, of course. Strike 1, Neji." Impassive expression still in place, she watched the infinitesimal crease appear between his brows, a clear signal of his impending frustration. She wished Lee was here to celebrate this tiny victory with her, but she had to keep herself in the present. She was so close to getting a genuine reaction. As an efficient, skillful Anbu captain, Neji was often sent out on solo missions. And even though he was fiercely independent and solemn, he truly enjoyed participating in missions with his team, so the mention of Team Guy finally having a mission was big news, most especially to someone as busy as Neji. And yet, the fact that the mission was to take place within a time frame where Neji could not partake in the mission without breaking out of the hospital, he was backed right into a corner. He could either break out and disappoint Tsunade and Hinata, though the latter was clearly the opinion he valued more, or he could stay in the hospital, thereby respecting his Hokage and Hinata's wishes, and miss out on the first Team Guy mission in months. In a corner, Tenten drank in his measured silence as he watched his eyes filter this information, but too soon his eyes cleared and the corner of his lips tilted up just a hair, barely perceptible. A shiver went down Tenten's spine. She had made a mistake. They both knew that she had somehow revealed too much of her game. He tilted his head and said, I will take care of it. It appears that you have the chance to train in the interim. I take it you've been bragging about a new method? I'm eager to see it. He sounded as though he was planning to make it to the mission, but that would mean risking Hinata's disapproval, which made Tenten's heart jolt and her brows furrow. With a finger tick, she reminded him, Hinata won't be pleased, he grinned. She was annoyed that she was being forced to backtrack, and she thought, she will. What had she said that was excessive? Something must have been extra, unnecessary. An addition she should have withheld. The only thing she could think of, the only thing she'd said that might apply, was the time limit between now and the mission. Was he planning to make such measured moves in just 2 days? If so, what was he planning? Tenten felt her temperature rising. Neji, don't take on more than you can handle. Neither Hinata nor Hokage Sama will spare you any favors. Not Hokage Sama, in particular. Neji, in all his ridiculous conceit, just shrugged. He tilted his head at her, still grinning, as if he had already won. If she had mentioned the time limit, and that was the reason he was so confident, then he was obviously underestimating her. She had 2 days to make moves, just as he did. She turned her nose up at him and waved one hand in the air, barely controlling her urge to sniff. Well, whatever. The walk through the hallway, however, was quite different. She left that room with the poise of an heiress, even going so far as to silently and gently close the door behind her, as I had previously stated. Sakura moaned and frowned over her shoulder at Hinata, saying, I'm confused. Ino was also frowning and massaging her jaw, but her eyes had a glimmer of comprehension. Essentially, he used her and her recently developed technique to persuade you and Hokage Sama that he is fit to leave the hospital over 2 weeks ahead of schedule because Tenten's new, extremely powerful technique seems to be sufficient to provide him with additional protection. What you're telling us is this. Sakura whistled and shook her head while continuing to kick her feet in the air, while Ino simply shook her head. Hinata, a little taken aback by the explanation and what it actually meant, merely nodded her head. The kitchen timer goes off, and Ino jumps up to get the cookies she was baking. She heard the conversation from around the corner, her voice muffled by the walls and the noises she was making as she got the cookies ready for cooling. Stone cold, man. Tsunade. Shisho must have had a secret reason for letting him off so lightly. Perhaps she needs Neji to go above and beyond wherever Team Guy is going? Sakura's tone was reflective as she said, that's the only reason I can come up with for her to be so lenient with him. Ino was still pounding around in the kitchen as Hinata kept cleaning one of her kunai. Tenten's new technique is amazing, as he explained it to me. When it was still in its infancy, he had apparently seen it with his Byakugan once and was impressed. It's not easy to impress him, Hinata said, grinning. Usually, Hinata was the only one who really understood what Neji was thinking. Occasionally, he was good enough to keep a secret from her as well, but that was rare. He valued her and didn't like to keep things from her, but she knew that he also felt extremely uncomfortable talking about the emotions he had worked so hard to conceal. Nevertheless, the only times Hinata saw Neji become truly emotional were when he was faced with his weapons. Master female teammate. You may reiterate that. Lee briefly mentioned to me the other day that he had been doing 100 laps around Konoha after losing a bet. Despite this, I don't believe I've ever seen or heard Neji give him any kind of praise. How could anyone not find that guy impressive? Konoha is a large city. It's crazy shit to do 100 laps around the track. Before Sakura called out to Ino to remind her that the pan would still be hot, there was a crashing sound and accompanying hiss from a pan falling against the counter. As she turned on the sink, Ino's voice came back, cursing, yeah, thanks. Hinata hoped the burnt digit didn't hurt too much, but she wasn't too concerned because Ino knew basic medical jutsu and the burn would eventually heal and be painless. To return to the subject at hand, Sakura underlined, how did Neji escape this situation without causing you any distress? Hinata? He is still hurt. The pain from broken ribs never goes away. When he left, he approached me and said he was in very little pain, even though I had told him to stay for at least a month. Additionally, he gave me an explanation of Tenten's new method, which, to be honest, gave me comfort. Hinata held up her hands, one of which held her kunai in her palm, while Sakura gazed over her shoulder at the heiress, one delicate pink eyebrow raised, saying, she will be able to protect him, so he won't have to work too hard. She emphasized, in addition, it has been months since Team Guy went on a mission together. Consider yourself in their shoes, unable to collaborate with your teammates and constantly on solo missions. Suddenly, an opportunity presents itself, but the timing is not ideal. I believe, I am certain, that I would exert every effort to embark on that mission. Sakura remained silent for a moment, clearly assuming Neji's role, and then she turned back to her magazine and blew a puff of air up at her bangs. Yes, that makes sense, I suppose. Even so, I don't usually get particularly excited about working with my team's idiots. One is always eating, one is always reading porn, and the other is always making fun of me. I need my team to take vacations. Neji's got it twisted. Despite facing away from Hinata, it was evident that the pink-haired woman's words were free of genuine malice. Sakura loved her team, would stop at nothing to help them, and blended in well with them. Each of them had their own peculiarities, but Hinata wasn't going to remind Sakura that she was somewhat of a compulsive herb finder who was always trying to create antidotes from any plant she came across. Once more, Ino's voice came from the kitchen. Hina-chan, I'm not sure how you're related to him. He's a fox, but his thoughts have a wicked edge and he's emotionally sluggish. It's frightening. It's as though Shikamaru had genuine motivation, but he was more ruthless and less intelligent. Popping her gum, Sakura added, I don't think that really applies. It's impossible to even comprehend because Shikamaru is never motivated. As she turned the corner, Ino said, that's not true, fluttering her ponytail over her shoulder before lowering herself back to her knees to resume honing her kunai. Shika gets motivated, you just have to help him along. Even him? They were far more experienced in terms of relationships, both sexual and emotional, and sometimes they hinted at things she didn't really understand until later, when she'd had enough time to make the connections. It was probably for the best, though, because the realization usually caused her to flush bright red and ended up making her chest feel tight. I thought you were whining and dining Genma at the moment, Sakura asked, looking over her shoulder at the blonde. Hinata looked up in curiosity, trying to follow their conversation as best she could. I don't know, but Genma is winning and dining me. At Sakura's snort and Hinata's inquisitive eyebrows, Ino sighs. He is. Shika can be entertaining at times. Furthermore, the more the better. Hinata surprises both of the other women by saying, I really admire you, Ino-san. Ino instantly responds, huh? While Sakura's eyes light up like fireworks and she shuts her magazine as she moves closer to their makeshift kunai sharpening station. Hinata, explain. Well, it's just that you're so self-assured and tolerant, Ino. Some of the things you do are things that many people would never even consider doing. It's not a bad thing, either. I think it's an admirable quality, to have that level of confidence in yourself. Ino's expression softened at Hinata's kind words, which were always sincere and meaningful. Hina-chan, you've come a long way, but it's a long road. The world will be at your fingertips if you maintain an open mind and an eye toward the future. Sakura rolled her eyes, refocusing on Hinata with a gleam in her eye that made Hinata uneasy. Everyone has insecurities, but some of us just choose to focus on our strengths instead. Smiling, she leaned across to nuzzle Hinata in the side with her elbow. My strengths just so happen to include maintaining multiple relationships at once. When she discovered your secret, she said, Hinata-chan, in a voice that was strikingly similar to Ino's, you seem quite interested in Ino. Pig's way of life here. Would you ever consider being in multiple relationships at the same time? The threat was at best ineffective as two sets of eyes, one glacier blue and the other verdant, held her captive. Forehead, Ino hissed, a threat tinged with a smile. I am holding a weapon. N.no. I was unable to. I couldn't. Her steel-lined voice startled both of her friends, causing their eyes to widen before they turned to face one another with their brows raised high near their hairlines. When they turned back to her, she felt compelled to explain herself honestly and confidently using her words. She found it amazing that she felt comfortable doing so, but she did so because she loved Sakura and Ino, her closest female friends who always looked out for one another. In addition, Ino had been trying to get a firm confession out of her for years, so it was long overdue for her to come clean. Naruto-kun is the only one for me. I understand how I feel, even though it sounds cliché and naive to put all of my money into something I'm not even positive will ever be mine. In an attempt to divert her friend's attention from their trembling, she was wringing her hands. Even though I confessed to him and was overlooked, she started, detesting the fact that her voice still shook. Ino and Sakura moved simultaneously, clearly on the same wavelength, reaching out to grasp Hinata's trembling hands. She looked down at them, at the little variations in size, shape, and skin tone. They took hold of her hands and gave them a gentle squeeze, reassuring and secure. Even if he rejects my confession, I still love him. I still love him even if he is deliberately rejecting me by not accepting my confession. I believe that the previous version of myself, who was unable to communicate with him, would have declared that this type of love is pitiful right now. However, I don't find it pathetic at all, given who I am now. It is real because I am aware of its flaws and advantages, and it's beautiful because it's real. Her eyes were tearless, her hands were no longer shaking and were warm beneath the protective palms of her friends, and her chest felt open, exposed, and free. as if all the tiny butterflies and birds that were always fluttering inside the cage of her ribs had been released, tagged, and marked to return at a later time. This is what it feels like to share your feelings with people you care about, too, she thought with awe. When she looked back up, she was shocked to see tears in the eyes of both Sakura and Ino, their expressions screwed up with conflicting emotions, and for a moment Hinata was afraid she had said something wrong, but they pulled her forward and pressed against her on either side, completely enveloping her in their warmth and love, as well as their tears, which pressed into her jacket and seep onto her skin. That was fucking gorgeous. Hinata. What the hell? Sakura didn't seem to care about hers, as evidenced by the obvious mascara marks on her side of Hinata's jacket, but Ino blubbered, pulling back and fussing with her makeup, complaining about how long it had taken her that morning. Sakura whispered, "You've grown so much," as she drew back and tucked a portion of Hinata's hair behind her ear. "What's causing your tears?" I was having trouble even speaking. Her friends were crying for her, and she couldn't help but smile because she still felt light. Ino had gotten up and wandered into her room, likely reapplying her makeup, and when she came back, she was scowling down at Hinata and fanning her eyes. "You are something else," she growled. "It's disgusting how proud I am right now. You are abhorrent. You're particularly repulsive, forehead." "I'm repulsive." "Ino, shut up." "Oh no, all right." However, Naruto's belief that he can get away with flagrantly ignoring the fact that you confessed to him is something that needs to be addressed. You are a respectable woman who deserves an explanation, and you were at least one of his close friends. Sakura agreed, nodding her head resolutely. "A proper answer," she said. "How can I go about getting a correct response?" Hinata was trying to think of what she would have to do to get the courage to bring up this delicate topic. Face.to. Face, with Naruto again. But before she could offer any ideas to get her friends' opinions, they were already shushing her. Her heartbeat began to quicken once more, and her chest began to close in with anxiety, but this time it was much less confining than before. With her weight evenly distributed across her feet, Sakura stood with her arms crossed and a resolute and extremely menacing gleam in her eyes. "No, no, no," Ino said, holding a hand in front of her. "Hinata, you've taken care of everything you needed to. It's time for dual best friend power." Hinata realized that Ino's smile was not her typical everyday one, but rather her, "I'm ready to sift through your brain" smile. Sakura was cracking her knuckles and staring off to the side as though she was preparing for battle, so it wasn't any more comforting to look at her. "Hina-chan, let us handle it. I know exactly what needs to be done, and so does forehead." "All right. Although I have faith in you all, I'm a little worried about how intense you are. You know I'm capable of doing this." Returning to the present and shedding her perilous fantasy, Sakura said, "Hinata, please let us do this for you. We'll be tactful. Naruto is also a fool. I'm furious because I think he doesn't even realize what he did was wrong, but we're going to tell him. This is what we want to do for you. Let us, please." Sakura and Ino turned to face her, Sakura's hand reaching out first, then Ino's, as they waited for Hinata's response. After a few moments of reflection, she decided that there was nothing wrong with accepting their assistance because she had already faced her greatest fear, the confession itself, and that had been completely on her own. Even in a situation as serious as this one, there was nothing wrong with asking for help or relying on others. "Okay." She smiled in response. Glancing up at her companions, Hinata extended her arm to take both of their hands, allowing them to help her stand again by pulling her off the ground.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.